days. Yo, they plague our land today. Violence stirred is needless, 'cause there is so much hate. There are many questions, yeah, that often take place, yeah. Such a fine yeah. But we must keep the faith, yeah. But I know someone that will comfort you. And when your hope is gone, he will see you through. Yeah. We come together. Let's make a difference, y'all. I believe we will. I believe we can. I believe we can, yeah. Oh, yes. I believe.
Now, I don't know about you, but I believe in a God who could use this. I believe the children's still the future. I believe a God who renews us. I believe if he parted seas, this disease gotta bow to the ruler.
So many young cops still are dying from the hand of disease, taking breath from their bodies alive. It's time to let them see, yeah. We can make it if we can see. There will be better days if we just believe. It's not gone. So keep holding on. Yes, we have to keep the faith. Not one day we'll see the world be free. If we come together, if we, I believe we can. My God, stay together, work together. Take a trust from man, put it in God's hand.
Who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. I will forgive their sins and heal their land. For their young sister in South Africa, for their young brother in Nigeria, for my brothers and sisters in New York City, God is still in the healing business. Let's come together.
All right, praise the Lord, everybody. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente. It is 9 minutes before the hour of 1 on this Sunday afternoon, I should say. I'm so glad to be with you one more time. This is another day that the Lord has made, and through it all, we shall rejoice and be glad in it, from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same. His name is great and greatly to be praised in all the earth, and his name is Jesus. You've just heard the broadcast of Union Baptist Temple with Pastor Ezekiel Graham Bay. Before that, you heard live services from the Shiloh Cathedral Apostolic Temple in Atlantic City, where Bishop Bilal Parrish is the pastor. It's just been a wonderful morning here in the studio, and we're going to keep it moving. You just heard brand new music from super producer, South Jersey's own Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and that was entitled Come Together. And I'm going to be interviewing him a little later, and we're going to be talking about this project and what that's all about and how it benefits and all of that good stuff. So you want to check that out somewhere around the 3 o'clock hour. Right around 3 o'clock, we're going to be talking to Rodney Darkchild Jerkins about his latest project, and this is entitled Come Together. So you'll hear it from time to time, but we'll go in more deep detail with it once he calls in. 1:30, we have a special. Many of you have really enjoyed the special report that came from Priscilla Hawks, my daughter, attorney at law, and she did a special report for us to talk about the CARES Act. The $350 billion that was appropriated for small businesses, and also just some information about small businesses and how they should be faring in these different times, these different set of circumstances. Small businesses are really suffering, as you may know by now, because you're probably personally affected. And small businesses are deemed those businesses that have under 500 employees. But she had a wealth of information, and she had a wonderful guest on the other day, and we re-aired it a couple of times. And she's going to do the same thing today at 1:30. So in about a half hour, you'll be able to tune in to Priscilla Hawks. And she is going to have a special guest that's a representative of Reverend Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition Push Coalition, and you don't want to miss that, because they're going to be giving you some updates and what they've been doing to make sure that that it's a little more of an equal opportunity, because there was a lot to be said in the news about small businesses that really needed the money, how they were basically shut out of the process, and the money didn't trickle down. It's nothing new, but just for the sake of commentary, I figured I'd mention it again, because a lot of you've suffered victim of this, and she wants to bring some perspective, and is going to have a guest on there that's also going to talk about it. So, as a matter of fact, we might hear from Priscilla before 1:30, so she can kind of set up the program. But if you're in small business and you kind of want to understand, if you endeavor to be in business, if you're a new business, you might want to check out this program at 1:30 again with Priscilla Hawks. And then later on, I want to talk. I'm going to try to get maybe around the 4 o'clock hour, if she's available. I'm going to try to speak with Dr. Robin Moore. Most of you know her through her books in Perfect Plan Ministries. Also, she guest hosts with Duncan and Rachel on Morning Glory here on WEHA at 9 a.m. But a lot of people don't know that she is also a fitness buff, if you will. And I've been looking at some of her videos that she's been posting, and I thought it would be a good idea to have her call in to talk about different things that we can do to try to stay fit. Particularly some of us that have to, if we're going to work out at all, for instance, it has to be very low impact. It can't be where you're putting too much pressure on your feet or something like that, in my case. Or you might have, certain types of infirmities or ailments or something like that would prohibit from you to overexert yourself. So we want to kind of find out some tips, because she had some nice videos on low impact workouts. And I told her, I said, even though we can't see you on the radio, but if you can just kind of chime in, she can kind of give us some suggestions, and then we'll go from there. So we got some stuff lined up for you today. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente, on this Sunday morning, and we want you to continue to keep it locked, and we'll continue to do what we do over here in Jesus' name. All right? So in the meantime, let's get you to some music right here on WEHA. All right, this is what we got here. We got Jay Moss, and this is, Jacqueline Carr, and this is Miracles right here on WEHA.
Long and hard. If you believe in something with all your heart, it shall come to pass. I see miracles. I see miracles. I see miracles happening for you. I see miracles. I see miracles. I see miracles happening for you. If you believe in something long and hard, if you believe in something with all your heart, it shall come to pass. I see miracles. I see miracles. I see miracles happening for you. I see miracles. I see miracles. I see miracles happening for you. Speak it into existence. You have to speak it into existence.
Gospel 88.7 WEHA. It's more than music. It's ministry.
How to get Jesus.
Yep. We about to do it this way. Come on, y'all. Let's sing it, let's sing it. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what it feels like. I don't care if the enemy tries to make you cry all night. I don't care what they told you. Just try to keep your composure. Never mind the size of a mountain standing right before you. But you're ready before half. Yeah, you got your whole armor. Be sober and you never let your guard down. They never leave or forsake you. Just hold on to your faith.
How to get Jesus.
Anybody wanna go? Anybody wanna know how? Anybody trying to be in a victory parade? Let me say it. Your lights off on Monday, the cell phones on Tuesday, rent due on Wednesday, trying to call to make an arrangement. Daycare got late fees, cause deadbeats made babies. Never mind the sign on the door that says eviction pending. But you ready before, haven't you? You got your whole armor. Be sober and you never let your guard down. But hold on to the master, in order to win you have to. How to walk yourself up into victory, yeah. Let's go. Anybody wanna be in victory? Do you know how to get to victory? Yeah. I sure enough wanna be in my victory. Let me tell you how to get to victory. Smooth. Do you wanna go? Do you wanna be in VICTOR? Gotta put your game face on, don't be fake, though, going from low to high. It's all the name, just call it the name and you'll be fine.
Let me tell you how to get
to victory. I'm depending on the God for my victory. I'm ready for it. I'm trying to tell you how to get to victory. We win. For winning starts first with your mindset.
The government just passed a new bill that will allow small businesses and churches to access their fair share of a $320 billion fund meant for businesses and churches that have been affected by the COVID-19. Tune in for a special WEHA program on Sunday, April 26th at 1:30 p.m. with Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law, and Reverend Yeary from Reverend Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition. Together, they will discuss the money available and what you need to have in place to apply for it. If you are wondering whether or not you are eligible for these funds, tune in. You definitely don't want to miss this program. Be safe and God bless. The government just passed a new bill that will allow small businesses and churches to access their fair share of a $320 billion fund meant for businesses and churches that have been affected by the COVID-19. Tune in for a special WEHA program on Sunday, April 26th at 1:30 p.m. with Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law, and Reverend Yeary from Reverend Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition. Together, they will discuss the money available and what you need to have in place to apply for it. If you are wondering whether or not you are eligible for these funds, tune in. You definitely don't want to miss this program. Be safe and God bless.
All right, there you have it. We're going to have a special program, as we said earlier, with Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law. And she's going to be talking about small businesses and the CARES Act. And as a matter of fact, that's going to be coming on at 1:30. She's going to call in now and kind of give us a little preview of what we can look forward to once it takes place. So we want you to make sure that you stay on with the WEHA. It's coming on at like 1:30. And she'll have a special guest, a representative from the Rainbow Coalition, Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition, and it should be a very interesting show. She'll be talking about, of course, a continuation of the CARES Act and the $300 billion plus of the second round of funding for small businesses, and she'll talk about all of that good stuff too. I think I have her on the line right now. Priscilla, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. This is Priscilla Hawks. Well, many of you know that's my firstborn. That's my oldest daughter. Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law. And we're going to get right to it with you, Priscilla, because we know that you're going to have a special guest on at 1:30, and we want you to go ahead and just give us a little preview, give us a setup of what they can look forward to when you come on at 1:30.
Yeah, absolutely. So everyone knows that under the CARES Act, there was the first time around some money allocated to small businesses, and within, I think 2 weeks, that money was gone. So a lot of people either didn't get a chance to get their applications in, or they did, but they just never heard anything at all from their bank. Some people may have heard something from the bank, but it was error messages and, still requesting documentation, just a lot. So fortunately, because Congress passed the second part of this bill, allowing for an additional $320 billion specifically for a loan that many people have been calling the PPP loan, which stands for Payroll Protection Plan. It's really designed to keep employees working. And I wanted to do this call because it's different from last week. Last week we had a guest on the air and we spoke a bit about the CARES Act, just in general, and what people can kind of do in light of the fact that the funding had ran out. But now that there's more money on the table, we want to talk specifically about the application itself, and we want to talk about the verification process and what that looks like from a banking perspective. Because I think that some people are under the impression that you fill out an application, and the bank or whomever, the lender, is going to kind of take your word for it. And at the end of the day, it's money from the government. It's meant to be a stimulus, if you will, for business owners, but it's still banking. So there's still verification requirements. I don't know if credit is run all the time, but I know I've definitely heard about business owners who have had their credit run, stuff like that. So we wanted to cover some nuts and bolts today, so that we can be as specific as possible. So when you do see the application, or if you're in the process of completing it now, hopefully some of the things that we talk about today can resonate, and you'll know how to properly fill it out, and hopefully get funded.
All right, it sounds good. Good stuff. And you have a special guest that's going to be calling in too?
I do have a special guest. Reverend Yeri is a representative from Rainbow Push Coalition. Rainbow Push Coalition was founded by Reverend Jesse Jackson. It's an organization. Everyone knows Reverend Jackson and all of the work that he's done in the Black community down to the years. So this is an organization that furthers causes to look out for us, quite frankly. And part of the reason this call even came about is because I was fortunate and privileged to be on a call that Reverend Jackson had with Congresswoman Maxine Waters talking about the bill before they officially passed it. And she was talking about some of the requests that were made. And, this time around, what's beautiful is that I think the first time around, they meant well and they just kind of put the money out there and said, come and get it. The second time around, they now have specific amounts that are supposed to go to, minority banks, that are supposed to go to small banks, that are supposed to go to community business development centers, and so on and so forth. So now our people have a better chance of being able to access these funds because we can go, to what's familiar to us. Everybody is not with a Bank of America, and then even if you are, that's not always, the best move because they're so big. But I think that Reverend Yeri, he'll definitely be able to go into greater detail. I like also that he is a reverend. He's a pastor of a church out of Baltimore, so he'll be able to talk specifically to some of the pastors as well about provisions for them and, staff of organizations and congregations.
Okay. Well,
so it should be a great call.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Priscilla, for that preview and that setup. So we don't want to miss that. 1:30, she'll be on the air, and we'll get a lot more information and a lot more insight pertaining to this second round, and then maybe we can even get a little recap of the first round of funding that was available, and maybe they can even talk about some of the mistakes, I guess, I'll just coin that phrase, mistakes that were made in giving out that money, because as you alluded to, they just kind of put it out there, but a lot of ultra small businesses, particularly in the minority communities, didn't get any of that money, if you will. And so you'll be able to get some insight. And we're thankful for, of course, Reverend Jesse Jackson and organizations such as that have that are cognizant of the fact that, just because they put money out there, that minority-owned businesses didn't necessarily get any of it. So how do we address that going forward? So we look forward to hearing from you at 1:30. So you drive safe, and we'll see you in a few minutes. And don't be late.
I won't. I'm pulling up in about 2 minutes.
All right. All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Okay. So there you have it. So that's Priscilla Hawks, and she'll be coming on at 1:30. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and get you back to some music. And like I said, we have a great program for you today, and we're just hanging out as we do. Have been doing for the last few Sundays. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente. And don't forget, around the 3 o'clock hour, right around 3 o'clock, we have super producer, I like to call him. Amen. Internationally renowned producer, South Jersey's own Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and he has a new project out, a collaboration of sorts with some famous names in the gospel industry and otherwise, and the title is called Come Together. And we're not gonna give too much of it away because we want to hear it from his lips to you around the 3 o'clock hour. But we're gonna play it a couple more times, and we are going to be able to kind of like just take it in and absorb it. And we know that this was a labor of love. It wasn't just your project that you just put out, just to bump on with it and just nod your head. But there's a message in this music, and also there's a message and there's a purpose behind this music. So we want to definitely tune in around 3 o'clock and hear from Rodney Darkchild Jerkins and about this new project come together. And as a matter of fact, I am going to play it right now just so you can get a taste, because it is new music and a lot of you may not have been able as of yet to preview. And this way you will have a little bit of insight, so when he comes on, you'll know what it's all about. So this is, again, Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, Come Together, and we're going to play it right here on WEHA.
Are you listening? You gotta keep the faith, oh my. Oh, the hurt that hinders, it will fade away. Yes, it will now.
But I know someone who will comfort you, and when your hope is gone, he will bring you through.
God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love and a sound mind. Come on.
Famine and diseases, yo, they plague our land today. Violence that is needless, 'cause there is so much hate.
There are many questions, that often take place,
Searching for an answer, but we must keep the faith,
but I know someone that will comfort you.
And when your hope is gone, he will see you through. We come together, let's make a difference, show. I believe we can.
I believe we can,
Now, I don't know about you, but I believe in a God who could use this. I believe the children's still the future. I believe a God who renews us. I believe if he parted seas, this disease gotta bow to the ruler.
So many young constantly dying from the hand of disease, taking breath from their bodies alive. It's time to let them see, and we can make it if we can see. There will be better days if we just believe.
Hope's not gone, so keep holding on. Yeah.
themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will forgive their sins and heal their land. For their young sister in South Africa, for their young brother in Nigeria, for my brothers and sisters in New York City, God is still in the healing business. Let's come together.
All right, there you have it. Once again, come together. And it's a new music from producer Rodney Jerkins, South Jersey's own. And he is doing big things, as you know. And this is a benefit project. And it's a wonderful, wonderful project. And it's going to be to benefit those in need that are dealing with the COVID-19 virus and the coronavirus. And some of the notables that are on this project are Kirk Franklin and Mary Lecrae and Karen Clark Sheard, Fred Hammond, just to name a few. So we're looking forward to speaking with Rodney Darkchild Jerkins at 3 o'clock right here on WEHA. And once again, just by another program note again, we are going to have Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law. She's going to be on at 1:30, and she is going to be giving us more great insight and information on the CARES Act and how it relates to small businesses, the pros and the cons and the benefits, and for those that may be discouraged with the process, she's going to have some valuable insight, and she's going to have a special guest, a representative from the Rainbow Coalition, Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition Push Initiative, and that's going to take place in about 9 minutes. So you want to definitely stay tuned right here to WEHA. And again, later on, we're going to have Robin Moore, Dr. Robin Moore. You know her for God's Perfect Plan Ministries, but many of you may not know that she's also a personal trainer. She was one time Olympic hopeful. She was a trainer, a coach in college and high school and all of that stuff like that. So beside being a minister of the gospel and being an author, you know, with everything in relationships and all of that stuff, but she's also a trainer. So I asked her if she would give us some tips and maybe some takes on how we should do, because most of us, because of us being shut in, are kind of inactive right now. Or is it just me? And so we want her to kind of lend her expertise, and I'm going to try to talk to her around maybe like around the 4 o'clock hour. So keep it locked to WEHA, and that's how we're doing it. So right now we're going to go ahead and put something else for you, and don't forget, keep it locked here for Priscilla Hawks and guests at 1:30 to give more insight on the CARES Act and follow up, and you don't want to miss that because it'll help you, particularly small businesses. We definitely want you to be informed and understand the system. Okay, so we'll be right back after this. You're listening to WEHA, and I'm your host, El Presidente.
Greetings. This is Kaleem Shabazz, president of the Atlantic City branch of the NAACP. The NAACP is a civil rights and social justice organization fighting since 1909 to ensure that everyone is treated fairly in our nation. The NAACP does not endorse candidates. We do take a position on issues that impact social justice or civil rights. The May 12th special election in Atlantic City is an effort to negatively impact the civil rights of Atlantic City voters and will create a social injustice if approved. The NAACP encourages Atlantic City residents to vote no on the special election. The change of government will remove the ability of Atlantic City voters to have neighborhood representation, and the NAACP says vote no. The change of government will stop the voters from directly electing the mayor, and the NAACP says vote no. And finally, the change of government removes the voters' ability to have referendum and initiative, and the NAACP says vote no. When you receive your mail-in ballot, please fill it out, vote no, and place your ballot in the mail. Remember, vote no in the May 12th election in Atlantic City. Thank you.
Father, I just want to stop for a minute and just say I love you.
Just want to tell you thank you just for being patient with me and just for giving me another chance. You've always been there for me, and you were the father that I never knew. I just want to say,
my hands were made to worship you. My heart, my King, it beats for you. Oh, Lamb, so true, I surrender to you. My life, I give you. My love, I give you. My all.
your touch,
Your touch, your kiss,
your grace
grace
to me.
to me is
Deeper than, Lord Jesus, my soul can see my purpose.
My purpose it changed
When I did this,
when I called out your name.
do you love him?
My life,
Do you love him?
my love,
I give.
my all.
We're gonna say that again. Just wave your hand and say, your touch,
Your touch,
Jesus, your kiss,
your kiss,
and your grace. Your grace to me. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Jesus is deeper than. Bless your name, Father. My soul can see. Let me tell you what happened. It changed when I got down on my knees. When I called out your name. Anybody here love my Father? I said, anybody here love my Father? Is he worthy? Come on. Jesus, I surrender.
I surrender to you.
I give you.
My life,
and Jesus, I give you.
my love,
And I give you.
my all.
And when
This world
has come to win. And paradise, when I see your face, when you call for me, Father, you'll wipe every tear, Father. And this is what he'll say.
Well done.
You'll say, when I see your face. How many want to see him someday? Oh, don't play with me. How many of you want to see him one day? Open up your mouth and say hallelujah. Come on.
My past has been erased with just one touch.
Your past is erased. Every cloud.
My past, my race,
your pain,
my pain has changed.
Your blood. Oh, Lamb, I surrender. One more time. Oh, Lamb. Is he the precious Lamb? I said, is he the precious Lamb that taketh away the sins of the world? I give you. In Jesus, I give you. And I give you. Call his name. Jesus, you are my life. I give you my love. I give you my all. Say it with us. Jesus, you are. Jesus, you are my life. I give you my love. I give you my
Praise the Lord, everybody. This is Deacon William Hawks, also known as El Presidente, here at Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM Atlantic City, where we have gospel. And yes, we're still spreading the gospel one song at a time. We want to thank God for all of our listeners who continue to pray for us and support us. Oftentimes, I'm walking down the street and someone asks, Deacon Hawks, El Presidente, I want to help. I want to get involved. I want to do my part. And they say, how can I do that? And I say, you know something? You can log onto our website and participate in our 8 for 88.7. That's right, 8 for 88.7. That's where we ask you to get involved, and you can support us by just donating $8 a month. How do you do that? You just go to our website, www.wehavegospel.com, press the donate button, and just simply support us with $8 a month. It's that simple. Once again, just go to www.wehavegospel.com, click the donate button, and follow the instruction. There you go. It's as simple as that. And once again, we thank you from all of us here at Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and where we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. God bless you.
The government just passed a new bill that will allow small businesses and churches to access their fair share of a $320 billion fund meant for businesses and churches that have been affected by the COVID-19. Tune in for a special WEHA program on Sunday, April 26th at 1:30 p.m. with Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law, and Reverend Yeary from Reverend Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition. Together, they will discuss the money available and what you need to have in place to apply for it. If you are wondering whether or not you are eligible for these funds, tune in. You definitely don't want to miss this program. Be safe and God bless.
Hawks Janitorial Contractors Corp. was established in 1987 by husband and wife team William and Elaine Hawks. Our motto is a great job at a fair price. The Hawks team is skillful, customer-focused, delivering quality janitorial services that meet and exceed our clients' specific needs. Hawks Janitorial Contractors Corp., proud sponsors of Gospel 88.7 FM. For more information, 609-484-0452.
Greetings. This is Kaleem Shabazz, president of the Atlantic City branch of the NAACP. The NAACP is a civil rights and social justice organization fighting since 1909 to ensure that everyone is treated fairly in our nation. The NAACP does not endorse candidates. We do take a position on issues that impact social justice or civil rights. The May 12th special election in Atlantic City is an effort to negatively impact the civil rights of Atlantic City voters and will create a social injustice if approved. The NAACP encourages Atlantic City residents to vote no on the special election. The change of government will remove the ability of Atlantic City voters to have neighborhood representation, and the NAACP says vote no. The change of government would stop the voters from directly electing the mayor, and the NAACP says vote no. And finally, the change of government removes the voters' ability to have referendum and initiative, and the NAACP says vote no. When you receive your mail-in ballot, please fill it out, vote no, and place your ballot in the mail. Remember, vote no in the May 12th election in Atlantic City. Thank you.
All right. A lot of valuable information coming on for you. While we're waiting for Priscilla Hawks to get going with her special guest, once again, if you're just tuning in, she will be coming on live, and she will be talking about the CARES Act. We want you to make sure that you stay tuned for that. She's going to be giving us valuable information regarding the CARES Act and the projected $300 billion plus that is to fund the second round of loans to small businesses. I know that the first one, a lot of people, particularly minorities, mom and pop businesses, did not fare well in receiving these monies. So they're going to talk about different initiatives that are supposed to be put forth in this second round, and it should be pretty interesting. If you tuned into Priscilla's part one, they were talking about the initiatives set up in provisions set up in the CARES Act. But because this was a new initiative, a lot of bigger businesses, small businesses is supposed to be businesses that have less than 500 people. But then you had some major businesses that were able to take advantage of the the 500 person, 500 employee maximum by saying they had less than 500 people in one location, such as like Ruth Chris Steakhouse. They were able to go through the loophole of having less than 500 people, but not from an organization standpoint nationwide, but 500 people per location. So places like that, they have since given the money back, and a lot of major businesses that got a lot of this money have followed suit, and they also gave the money back. These are companies that that experience windfall profits over the last year. So these are not just companies that they were entitled to the money because they didn't have any other means or anything like that. These are people and businesses that have experienced 30, 40, $50 million $50 million profits, where you have the small business people, the real small business people, I call them, that have 10 employees, 20 employees, 100 employees, something like that, for instance, that were literally shut out of the system. And now, as far as the larger banks are concerned, I know for a fact that some of the larger banks, such as Bank of America, they've halted even receiving applications. You can't even put in the application. So I know that Priscilla and her special guest, representative from the PUSH Rainbow Coalition, Jesse Jackson's organization, they're going to be talking about the benefit of even applying and seeking out smaller institutions. Minority institutions that maybe have a better shot. So we want to stay tuned. We're running a little bit behind, but we're getting ready to get started. And I think what we're going to do is bring Priscilla on now, and then she could wait for her guests to call in, and that way she can give some insight on exactly what this is all about. And then don't forget, around the 3 o'clock hour, we should be getting a call from super producer Rodney Jerkins on his latest project on come together, and it has some notables. It's over 35 people that collaborated with this project, and some, just to name a few, I'll let him talk about it, but Kirk Franklin is among the artists, Mary, Lecrae, Karen Clark Sheard, Fred Hammond. So it should be a wonderful interview, and he'll talk about what it benefits and all of that good stuff and the inspiration behind it too. And then once again, I am going to hear from, I'm going to reach out to Robin Moore, Dr. Robin Moore, President and CEO of Perfect Plan Ministries. And for many of you that know her from this local area, but many of you may not know that she is has been a personal trainer, athlete, and even an Olympic hopeful for many years. And beside her books and all of that and her services, she also will be able to give us some insight on how to fare regarding being inactive. Because most of us are at home a lot more and we're not, moving around as much. So she'll be able to give us some valuable tips on what we should do to kind of, stay a little loose here. And I definitely will be listening intently because I've been definitely a couch potato, not since just this COVID-19 virus, but even a couple of months before that, dealing with a few health challenges where it was recommended to me to stay still. So I came across a couple of her workouts online, and it was mainly geared to low impact workouts. So I thought that would be interesting for us to get some insight from her, Dr. Robin Moore. So we'll reach out to her around the 4 o'clock hour. So keep it locked. We're going to go ahead and put on another song. We're just trying to get situated with Priscilla Hawks, and we'll get that to you as soon as we can. So right now, this is Jonathan Nelson and Jesus, I Love You, right here on WEHA. We're going to preempt and cut in right where we have to, but in the meantime, we're going to get you to some music.
Today we honor, if you don't mind standing, my daddy said you never go into another man's house. I know my brother did it, but I got manners too. And I got good manners because I want to get invited back. You know what I mean? Can y'all do me a favor? Can we honor one more time Bishop T.D. Jakes, everybody? Come on, let's. We honor you, Lady Sarita. We honor you, woman of God. We love you much. To my brother Bishop and to all of the leaders and pastors here, we honor you today. Now, real quick, I got to do it like my daddy taught me because that's the only thing I know. Now, I just need to know, are there any real praisers in the building? Thank you for the 2 people that holler back at me. All right. I said, are there any real praisers in the building? I'm looking for somebody that's grateful that you woke up. Since I'm alive, I'll wave my hand. That's what I'll do today. Since I'm here, I will give them a hand.
All right, I'm back already. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente. It's 42 minutes after the hour of 1, and we are getting ready to get started with this special program from Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law, and my daughter. And we are thankful to her for doing the research, and she wanted to do a program that specifically dealt with small businesses and the benefits and the pros and the cons and misgivings and all of that good stuff about the CARES Act regarding the loans that were geared to small businesses. And we have Priscilla right here. Her guest will be calling in a couple of minutes, but we're going to go ahead and get the party started with Priscilla. Good afternoon, Priscilla.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Now, you're here. I've been talking about it for a while. Exactly what are we doing here?
So thank you. First off, sorry for the delay. Thank you for filling in. Reverend Yuri is a reverend, so he still had to tend to his congregation on this Sunday, and recently finished up with that. But thank you all for your patience. We're excited to have him call in a second. And as you heard in the ad, the government fortunately allocated $320 additional billion for small business owners that have been affected by COVID-19. So we really wanted to have this on the air because a lot of people, unfortunately, the first time around, they just didn't really know what exactly to do to get the money. Some people called their banks and were told, we're not moving forward at this time, try us back later. Some people submitted applications and they were getting error messages. Some people just never heard anything at all. So the purpose of this call, we have been given a second chance, so to speak, and we really just wanted to speak with our special guest on today, Reverend Geary, who I'll introduce in a second, because he's acquired a wealth of knowledge. You can tell he's really been following everything that's been going on, and we just want to make sure that we are equipped with the information to fill out the application correctly, but also have a fighting chance at actually getting an approval, you know, because a lot of businesses have definitely been affected by what has happened. The other thing I want to make sure we point out today is, and I'll let Reverend Geary go into detail when I introduce him, but I want to point out that this is available for all business owners. I've had certain people text me or call me and, you know, say that, oh, well, I'm not going to bother with that because, you know, I'm just a small business, or maybe they do it part-time. But the act has really allowed for this allocation to go to all small business owners. Now, there's a system in place where you have to fill out this application and you have to have certain things verified through a third party like any other loan. But in terms of who it's for everyone. If you're in business, if you're a business owner, sole proprietor, LLC, corporation, S or C corp, it's really meant for everyone. So without further ado, I want to introduce our guest on today. And like I said, Reverend Geary is a reverend. So there was a little miscommunication in terms of the exact time. And he also has a congregation to tend to and was doing that. Reverend Geary is a senior pastor at Douglas Memorial Community in Baltimore. And that's my old stomping grounds. I was there for a little bit while I was in law school. So I was excited when I looked at his LinkedIn. I knew he was in the D.C. area, but I didn't know it was Baltimore specifically. Reverend Geary has acquired a wealth of knowledge. Like I said, I was fortunate to listen to him speak on the Rainbow Push Coalition's call about a week ago with Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and the way that he broke down this CARES Act and the PPP, and even, you know, for those that are fortunate to get the money, what happens after that. He's going to talk a little bit about that, because you don't just take it and then do whatever you want. You have to do some very specific things if you want it to be forgivable. Oh, okay. Quick tech. If you want it to be forgivable. So we're going to talk about that. Reverend Geary, in addition to being a pastor, is also the senior vice president of the Rainbow Push Coalition Citizenship Education Fund. And I know that Reverend Geary is also an adjunct professor at the University of Baltimore, which is where I went to law school. And he's one of these people, as I'm looking at his LinkedIn, he has so many amazing accolades. I could literally talk for 10 minutes. So I'll let him do a bit of an introduction of himself as well, in addition to what I've already said, because I want us to get started. But let's give him a warm welcome through the airways. Reverend Geary, thank you so much for being here on today. How are you this Sunday morning?
I'm good, Priscilla. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity and for being patient with a little bit of the confusion.
No problem.
We're learning how, we're learning how to do church a little differently. So
absolutely,
it's working out well, but it makes Sundays kind of interesting.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for being here. We really appreciate your time, and I know that you have a lot to share. And my understanding is that you're in the car because you were leaving church. So thank you for being willing to give us this time after you wrapped up your service.
We're good. I'm in the coffee line now. It's going to take a while, so we should be good.
Thank you again. So what I wanted to do, because you wear a lot of hats as I'm learning. I wanted to, if you could just share with our listening audience a bit about Rainbow Push Coalition and your involvement, and then you and how you came to come in contact with this information. You clearly have studied it. As I was listening on the call, I'm like, okay, I've been studying, but he's been studying everything that's in the CARES Act and the way that it's actually working for us or not, which is why I thought it would be great to have you here. So if you could just share a bit about Rainbow Push in general, and then you yourself and your involvement, and also how, the CARES Act kind of landed in your hands with respect to all the research you've been doing and studying.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Let me start with how it kind of landed in my lap and put it in the context of the work that Rainbow Push Coalition does. If many of your listeners will recall, the Rainbow Coalition was the political arm tied to Reverend Jesse Jackson's campaigns for president in 1984 and 1988, at a time when he kind of reshaped the political landscape, really how politics was done. He did it in such a tremendous way that the continuing policy work that had been Operation Push, it then merged with Rainbow Coalition to create the Rainbow Push Coalition. So this is the international human rights, civil rights, social justice organization founded by Reverend Jesse Jackson, and it started with his assignment to begin Operation Breadbasket in the mid-1960s at the direction of Dr. King. And so the commitment to social justice, civil rights, is part and parcel. It is the DNA. It's not part of the DNA. It is the DNA of Rainbow Push Coalition, particularly with a focus around economic justice. And so when we think about what one of the biggest challenges since the pandemic, COVID-19, has hit these shores, it has basically ground the entire American economy to a screeching halt.
Yeah.
At the end of that is really our community's anchors, right? Small businesses, faith-based organizations, in many instances nonprofits and sole proprietorships that serve the needs of our community. And when we think about the buying power of the African American community, we recognize that with the slowing of the economy, slows the vibrancy of black and brown communities across the country. And so we were wrestling as an organization, just like many others. What do we do with our staff when the executive orders of the governor of Illinois, we have headquarters there in Maryland, California, Michigan, Georgia, all of those places where we have satellite offices basically shut us down. What were we going to do with our staff that worked so hard to try to make sure that they were not harmed in this period of uncertainty? And so we had to learn about PPP in real time because we were going through the process too. It's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to talk about it because you've been through it.
Right.
And so we learned that execution. And so I started looking at the disparities, the issues, the challenges that folks were facing. And from that, we started to see some areas of difficulty that began the conversation that you were certainly listening in on this week. It's been going on for weeks since the first round opened on April 3rd. And we have had to be diligent and persistent in making sure that our folks get access to these critical, sustainable dollars. It's to really keep our businesses and communities really kind of economically alive until we can get back to a state of normalcy.
Okay. Now, what about, let's just talk briefly about eligibility, because I know some people, they're assuming that they're not eligible, maybe because of the amount of money that's made in their business or whatever. I don't want to speak for them, but can you speak just kind of broadly to eligibility and who this was intended for?
Yes, the CARES Act is intended for any small business, which by definition in the Act is a business with 500 or fewer employees. Now, for many of us, 500 employees doesn't sound like a small business, but when we think about big corporations who have thousands of employees, the CARES Act and the Paycheck Protection Program applies to any business regardless of how you're incorporated. You can be a nonprofit, for-profit, faith-based, S-corp, C-corp, sole proprietorship, LLC, regardless of your business status. If you have fewer than 500 employees and you have payroll expenses that you paid over a number of months and you were in business prior to February the 15th of this year, you're able to participate in this program and access these critical dollars. That is the baseline initial evaluation. Fewer than 500 employees in business before February 15th, then we can begin to walk through the process of calculating how you determine what your forgivable, your initial loan amount. We start with a loan, we end up with a grant provided we follow the rules, but that's the general landscape of who can participate.
Absolutely. And so you heard it, guys. Everyone that is considered a business owner, regardless of whether or not you're a sole proprietor. I know I had one business owner email me, and she's saying she never took the time to form an entity, so she didn't think she was going to bother. And I'm like, no. You know, you're in there. You're covered. So whether or not you have an entity set up, I think that's a different conversation for a different day. The lawyer in me, always suggests because of protection and, protecting your assets and so on and so forth. But with respect to the CARES Act, they've put you in there. So don't count yourself out. So that being said, I wanted to distinguish because we're really talking about kind of two different programs, although most of the dialogue has been around the Paycheck Protection Program. But there's also another one, the EIDL. Could you talk a bit about that loan and how it's different from the PPP loan, and whether or not people should maybe consider?
They are different. Mm-hmm. They have a somewhat similar purpose, but they are different. So the EIDL, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, is a pool of loan dollars administered by the Small Business Administration, not through a bank, right? Paycheck Protection, you go through a lender, a processor, an actual bank or bank-like entity. Mm-hmm. The EIDL is actually administered directly by the Small Business Administration, and it is to address capital shortfalls that may have been caused by the disruption of your business due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so kind of the framework for it's a smaller pool of funds. We hear the $310 billion that's been renewed for Paycheck Protection. The EIDL, the EIDL loan process, got another appropriation of $10 billion, but there's still critical dollars that allow us to try to access some funds. So if you have a capital shortfall and you were in the middle of a project, it's disrupted, you want to see if you can get an EIDL loan from SBA. And there's some purposes there. It's on the portal. The difference is, and here's where I think some folks have gotten some interest, is that if you were to apply for an EIDL loan, there's an actual purpose, you submit a valid application, you could then get what is called the EIDL loan grant or the advance. And the grant would be based on how many employees, whether part-time or full-time you have. That would determine the amount of the initial, it actually starts as a grant and remains a grant, but it's capped at $10,000. But $10,000 is not a flat $10,000. It's $1,000 for every employee up to $10,000 that then gets you the EIDL grant, right? Mm-hmm. $5,000 for both of them, right? If you get an EIDL grant and Paycheck Protection, then gets applied to, because it's employee based, grant to what your final loan calculation would be, and then your loan amount is less than $10,000 that you received under the EIDL program. The distinction is it's a smaller pool of funds. So, and the loan amount could be up to $2 million under the EIDL program. So you could conceivably have some businesses that may have capital shortfalls, need an infusion at a low interest rate, that can actually be amortized up to 30 years to be able to access those dollars. So if you are a small business and you were going to go through a capital raising, like you're going to take on debt through your traditional process, but now that your financials have been kind of thrown in some disarray, it might be worth your while to look at the EIDL process to be able to access up to $2 million on the loan amount, amortized for up to 30 years. But it's a different process administered by the SBA and not through its network of SBA lenders.
Okay, and for clarity's sake, so the EIDL loan is the loan that also, there was a lot of buzz about this immediate $10,000, which was supposed to be distributed within 3 days of you applying. And I know I heard from some people that's not necessarily how it went, but could you just explain specifically that $10,000? Because my understanding is it's not necessarily going to be 10 for any and everybody. It's more like $1,000 per employee for up to 10 employees, right, or something to that.
Right, it's $1,000 per employee up to $10,000, right? Okay. And it could be part-time or full-time employee, but that was the nuance. When it started, it was a flat $10,000.
Okay.
And then they realized that they needed to modify the rules. And so the reason we've been tracking what's going on is that whenever you have a new government program, many times they will revise how the rules are applied, depending on clarifications that are needed. The other piece is that you could get the express grant. You can still apply for the grant without now necessarily having to have a loan. The first rule was if you apply for a loan, the first thing is you'll get the grant. The grant is yours to keep even if your loan's not approved. Those rules continue to be a bit confusing, which is one of the reasons why even as we're on this call, the president signed the new appropriation on Friday. SBA has been working on the rules all weekend. We'll have to look at what changes have occurred in the rules, but we want to make sure that we're ready tomorrow morning when they open up the portal again first thing so that we're not losing time. So here's what I would say to anybody that's listening. We being Rainbow Push Coalition, part of our commitment has been to help with technical assistance. What can we do? What can't we do? How do we get our applications ready? I'm going to give you a website, and it is RPC, right? The initials of Rainbow Push Coalition, RPC COVID-19, the number 19.com. RPC COVID-19.com. If you go to that website right now, it's going to take you to the portal that's tied to the Paycheck Protection Program primarily. Remember, SBA does their own thing through for the EIDL loan. So if you want an EIDL loan, go to SBA.gov.
And I believe, sorry to cut you off, but is this the same link? I believe Ms. Cruz sent it out through the email, or not the email, the text notification system you got. Is it that?
Right.
Okay. Okay. Very helpful. I visited it, and I actually I went through the process just so I could kind of understand. And okay, perfect. Sorry to interrupt.
With that, there also, if you look at the top right-hand corner from the homepage, you will see a link that says webinars. We have scheduled webinars the rest of today. I think there are others being scheduled for tomorrow. So if you are a faith-based organization, there's a webinar specifically for faith-based organizations.
Nice.
If you're a classical small, the webinar for classic small businesses. If you're an independent contractor, right, slightly different. You get a 1099, not a W-2. There's a webinar for independent contractors. And what we do is we walk you through the rules, take you through the process, get you to the application, make sure you have all of your data so that when we get to the end of that webinar, you have as close to a completed application as we can get. And then, if you're ready to submit, we've connected with the net of approved entities and lenders to be able to process so we can get you in the queue faster, connected to a lender sooner so that we can get an answer before. Remember, this program only lasts as long as the money is available. And it is first come, first served. So we don't know where you are in the queue. We're trying to get you quickly into it so we can get you an answer and get you the funds from it as soon as we possibly can.
Reverend, that's excellent. And as you were speaking, I pulled up the site on my laptop. And just to be specific, guys, so for churches and nonprofits, there's a webinar today at 3 p.m. So that's about an hour from now, Eastern Standard Time, 2 p.m. Central. If you're a small business with employees, there's a scheduled call today at 4 p.m. That's 3 Central. Another one at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Another one at 8 p.m. Let me see. Another one at 8 p.m. And then for independent contractors, no employees, there's one at 5 p.m. for you today. There's one at 7 p.m. Again, these are Eastern Standard Time. And then one at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So literally, Rainbow Push has everyone covered throughout the day. If you're finished making your dinner, I would highly, highly suggest logging into one of these so that you can get even more information that may be specific to your, circumstance or scenario. That's awesome. I didn't notice this part the other day. Great. And Reverend.
Go ahead.
So I was going to ask because without having attended a webinar, I'm assuming part of what's going to be discussed in each one is, what verification type documentation does one person need over the other? If you're an LLC versus the person that's the sole proprietor versus, so just on a general level, I think it's important that we talk about verification because I do believe that part of the problem the first time around is that unfortunately people were not in possession of certain documents, one, and then two, I think that the idea of employees, people automatically assumed because let's say you're not a sole proprietor. Let's say you're a C corporation, but you never took the time to officially, and you're the only person, by the way, you're the owner, you're the quote unquote employee, but you never really looked at yourself that way. You never took the time to cut yourself a check every week or every month or whatever. So you didn't have any, quote unquote payroll. How do these people, I guess, kind of navigate that situation? Because what it is there's a correct way to do it, and I'm kind of happy that some of this has brought to light, like even for me, just having documentation in my possession at all times. Because you don't want to have to call your accountant, you don't want to have to call the Secretary of State, this is not the time for that. So this was an eye opener, at least for me. I'll be transparent in saying that you want to have your documentation together at all times. But that being said, can we talk a bit about documentation on a general level? Because unfortunately, if you don't have certain things in place, I don't know. I don't know if those people should apply anyway, or, I've heard that bank statements can be submitted in lieu of the 941 document that would have talked about salary. So let's just talk a bit about verification, Reverend.
So give me a scenario. Give me a scenario. Let's use it as a real-time example, and I'll walk you through it. Give me one that you've heard.
So I've heard about a person who, let's say they are an LLC, and they are a sole LLC member, nobody else in the company, but they never took the time to actually cut themselves a payroll check. So what they do is they have a business bank account set up, they get paid from their customers, clients, whatever, and as needed, they pay business bills, and personally, they may also either just take the money directly from the account and use it, for life, or in some cases, they might transfer it to a personal account. So they don't have any official, payroll set up, but they're a sole, LLC member owner.
Right. So sole proprietors, just so we remember, sole proprietors, really there's no distinction between the sole proprietor as the taxpayer and the business that they do, right? So they file the business's income on their personal taxes. Many of them will have a Schedule C. The Schedule C will help to kind of carve out where those dollars have been assigned, rent, supplies, how much you took in as part of income. So what happens is in these webinars, we take those nuances into account.
Okay.
We're going to have varying levels of documentation. Some of us will use payroll processors, maybe QuickBooks.
Mm-hmm.
We may actually have a processing service that does a number of things for us.
Okay.
But what we do is we walk you through what's needed and what kind of documentary support you can use, and amongst them is actually your bank statements. So many times you may not have an actual document that you can download, but if we can point to in the bank statements, this is where I paid this. I mean, we'll have to do some confirming. There is a good faith statement that you can make saying, this is true to the best of my knowledge. It's accurate. I'm signing off on it. And this then becomes how we verify and get to your multiplier that's going to allow you allocation.
Okay, so that's good to know. So what if that same person, let's say instead of the money going into a bank account, it was going into Cash App? Because so many people now, because of Cash App and Venmo and Zelle goes into your bank account, but all of these different platforms that are now available, people are using it in a way where they don't always then transfer it to their bank account.
Yep.
And I know that Cash App, when all of this started to happen, Cash App said, oh, we got to get some routing numbers and account numbers. So they actually have a routing number and an account number now. And you can have your debit card. You can use it like any other card. So what would you say to those people that have opted to, kind of make those platforms their bank? How would that work for them?
Well, and you're exactly right. But that's one of the reasons the phase one of PPP funding ran out. Square, Cash App, PayPal, amongst others, were added to the pool of entities that can actually process PPP.
Okay.
And that's because their portals, they have confirmation on their database. They can verify some things. So here's how this works, right? We're trying to get the money there quickly with reasonable documentation that is reliable, that allows us to come up with a multiplier, to use the money to stabilize your employee needs, your staffing needs, plus take care of some other essential things. Here's where I would say you also have to remember that as you are taking this money out, it starts as a loan, it turns into a grant from the government. We don't want to game the system, right? We want to use it for what the program was intended. And here's this rule. Because they figure out what you can borrow based on what your payroll is, by whatever means. Some may have payroll, some of them we have to figure out, I paid myself this amount on this day, because we're trying to come up with an average. Once we get to that number, 75% of what you get approved for has to be used for payroll expense. The other 25% can be used for some overhead costs, rent, interest on a mortgage payment for your business, benefits for your staff, utilities, right, for your business. There's some things there. So we walk you through not only what you need, but how you need to use the funds to make sure that when June 30th comes, you're going to be able to make sure that whatever amount you get can actually be forgiven and turned into a grant.
Yes.
So as we're looking, if you got PayPal, Cash App, your bank statement, you're not your sole proprietors, you're just trying to make a legitimate dollar doing your business. We walk through all of that because we understand that when it comes to our businesses, we come in all shapes, sizes, levels of sophistication. That's why the webinar schedule is laid out the way that it is, so that in the end, you come away with not only an understanding of what you need, you understand how you need to use it, and we actually begin the initial phase of preparing you to document your use of the funds so that by the time we get to June 30th, we're submitting your documentation. We'll walk through that process as a phase 2 so we make sure that you get the forgiveness that the CARES Act provides for.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, that is really what attracted a lot of people to the loan, the fact that it has the opportunity to be forgiven. Because someone who didn't really understand the program too well, they were just saying, well, won't people just apply for regular loans? And I'm like, no, this is not a regular, this is not a regular loan. Could you mind turning down your, what radio you said? Oh, the device down just a tad bit? We have a little bit of feedback. Maybe your volume button? Volume button? Is that it? Just a little?
Is that better?
Is that better? Yes. Thank you so much. But I was saying this is not a regular loan. This is an opportunity for all to be forgiven, which is a beautiful thing in a time such as this. So I want to reiterate once more before we switch gears a little bit, everyone, there are webinars all day today. And I'm so glad that I'm looking at this because I didn't even notice this part of the website the other night. But literally, it's broken down. Churches and nonprofits, there's a webinar for you. Small businesses with employees, there's a webinar for you. Independent contractors, no employees, there's a webinar for you. And multiple at that. So I really encourage everyone. What we'll do is the website, once again, is rpccovid19.com. And you can actually do /webinars if you want to go directly to, the link for the webinars. But the general website is rpccovid19.com. And again, this is the Rainbow Push Coalition. They've taken the time to put some resources together because we really want to make sure people not only have the information, because now there's like a lot of information out there, so much so that it's a bit intimidating when you look at it all. But we want people to also have a fighting chance at getting an approval. So that's part of the reason we wanted to have this on the air interview today to talk about it. Now, one of the things, Reverend, just to kind of segue a little bit, if you don't mind, I would like to pull up, I have an actual loan application in front of me. And I remember one of the things, I don't even remember if you remember this comment the other day on the phone, but there was a gentleman who said that he was concerned about some of the questions on the application. And because the questions made him a little nervous, I don't know if he was saying he just stopped doing the application altogether, or if he was kind of weary about submitting it. But I wanted to just raise, in the event that you decide to go through this process, just know that there are certain questions, you're not getting around answering them. You have to answer them. So I think it's better if you know what they are in advance and you kind of have a heads up. So that way, when you see it, you're not caught off guard. So it's the beginning of the application. After it asks for your business legal name and the average monthly payroll, that whole part, your personal information, there's a series of questions, and it says in the applications, if questions 1 or 2 below are answered yes, the loan will not be approved. So not really sure again what the issue was, but I wanted to kind of read them verbatim. But before I do, are there any things that you can think of in particular about the application that you would want to share that people need to know? I remember I spoke with an accountant who had advised that people include their SIC code, SIC number. I don't necessarily see that here. So I don't know if that's just this application. Maybe each application is different. But if there's anything in particular that's very important, that it's on there, whether we want to put that information or not, if you could just speak to that a little bit, I think that'll be great.
Right. So questions like SIC code, which is really what's the classification of your business, what kind of business are you? That's going to depend on what kind of business you actually are, right? Sole proprietors, you may not have a SIC code. If you're incorporated, more than likely you do. There are some general use SIC codes depending on what you do. Some of us sell goods, some of us provide services. But those are really kind of the precise questions that the webinar, which is interactive, it allows you to have Q&A, allows you to kind of deal with whatever your particular situation is in the context of a conversation about how your business is structured.
Okay.
As far as the questions, we have to remember whenever we're accessing government resources, those are often, while they can be helpful, they can often come with a bit of peril if we don't understand what the questions are and what the questions are actually asking. So let's go through the verbatim questions and let's see if we can kind of lower the angst a bit so we can get our folks connected.
Absolutely. So question 1 here, it says, is the applicant or any owner of the applicant presently suspended, debarred, proposed for debarment, declared ineligible, voluntarily excluded from participation in this transaction by any federal department or agency, or presently involved in any bankruptcy?
Right. So those are standard questions. If you're currently in bankruptcy and the bankruptcy has not been discharged, because this starts out as a loan, and let's say we get to the end of the period and all of the dollars are not forgiven. Let's say you use it for something else and it doesn't quite meet the requirements of the Paycheck Protection Program. That remaining balance is a loan and it's repayable. Because it's a loan from a bank and it's unsecured, potentially it could be added to the discharge. And if you're already in a bankruptcy conversation, adding debt in the middle of a bankruptcy, if it's a personal bankruptcy and you're sole proprietor, if it's a business bankruptcy and you're still, the bankruptcy court probably has restricted your ability to take on new debt, and so that's why that question is there. If you owe the government and there's already an action for collection, even if it has been suspended, then it could be that you're going to be foreclosed from participating in this process, right? Because you can't take on new money from the government if you already owe the government by way of some default. So I think it's important to talk through what your particular situation is, to find out whether or not the details of your scenario are actually ones that would fall under what's in question 1.
Got it. And for people that decide to join in on a webinar, because certain information, this question, for example, that just came up, if somebody wants to share, but because it's sensitive, will there be an opportunity to speak to anyone, I guess, kind of privately outside of the webinar?
Yeah, well, I think there's an opportunity to have some follow-up by way of email, right? So I'm kind of doing the policy monitoring. I've got a team of folks who are doing the instruction, but I would say if there is a question that requires follow-up, ask the instructor. We do have an email address that allows us to kind of field some follow-up questions. Our desire is to give whatever support we can to get as many folks as we can into the portal and get these essential funds.
Okay. All right. And I won't go through every single question on here, but that one was one I wanted to just get your comment on. And then I'll go to question number 3, because some people have been asking how this works if they have multiple businesses. So it says, is the applicant or any owner of the applicant an owner of any other business or have common management with any other business? If yes, list all such businesses and describe the relationship on a separate sheet identified as Addendum A. So how would that work if someone is trying to get funding, but they have, a couple of different businesses, couple of different entity types? Are they able to get one for each business, or is it just one big loan application?
Well, your question actually points to what the concern is in that question. If you have multiple businesses, and let's say you are the majority interest in more than one business, they want to know if you're consolidating your ask if you're making multiple asks because of what they call affiliation rules. What they're really after there is to make sure that applicants only are able to apply for the dollars that they would be eligible for, whatever that is. If it's a one-off business, if it's businesses that are connected, those are the differences. And here's where this actually came up as a challenge for faith-based organizations where you might be part of a denomination, and that the denomination has kind of a universal tax ID number tied to a tax-exempt letter. So the ruling was an independent church can apply for PPP money on its own, provided that it is not included in the calculation if the denomination applies for the money too. So basically what the question is after is making sure you're only applying for the dollars that you would be entitled to, and that you're not doing what we often call double dipping. Right. So it's really trying to figure out, is there an affiliation that might alter how your loan is processed because there's another business that might be submitting at the same time.
Okay, got it. And for those of you that are just tuning in, we've been speaking with Reverend Yeary from the Rainbow Push Coalition. He's the Senior Vice President, and we're talking all about the PPP loan application process. We discussed the EIDL a bit as well. For those of you that are just tuning in, let me also say there are webinars all throughout today for you so that you can understand in even greater detail than we're covering now how this whole process works and what you need to come to the table with by way of verification so that you can get an approval. That website, once again, is rpccovid19.com. That's rpccovid19.com. And if you want to go directly to the page for the webinars, rpccovid19.com/webinars. And I know we can we put it in the, can you type on that computer to put it in the, no, my don't tell them. So we want to get that information to you. I'll make sure at some point it'll be put in the WEHA 88.7 Facebook group. I can also, I'm streaming right now on Instagram Live. I could put it there. And then our personal pages, Bill Hawks, he can put it on his personal page as well, because I know you have a lot of people that come back and forth. But you know, I want to thank you again for doing this show. The first go around, a lot of people were a bit upset. They felt that they got excited, and then that excitement quickly went away when you hear about companies like Shake Shack and, you know, other really large companies who maybe they're franchises, and each franchisee has their own challenges and their business owners and technically considered small business owners. But the sentiment was that it was not intended necessarily for that type of small business. So when I heard you speak on the phone the other day, I really wanted to make sure people understood what we need to do this time around to make sure that we have a fair shot at getting this money, you know, if your business has been affected. So I thank you so much, you know, for coming on. One last thing before you go, let me pull this application back up. I feel like I had one more question. Oh, so it's not on the application. I wanted you to speak to, if you don't mind, because you know, are a reverend, and I didn't hear a whole lot of talk around churches specifically, so I was hoping you could shed some light on the process. And if it's no different, that's fine, but I just kind of wanted you to speak specifically to pastors for a moment. My understanding is that while some churches may, you know, officially apply with the IRS as a 501c3 exempt organization, some people don't go through that process. You may be a church, but you never took the time to officially, you know, get that designated status. So how would that work if you are a ministry, but you haven't, you know, officially gone through that IRS process? How does that work in terms of like,
Yeah.
you know, which do you fall in terms of the concept of business?
So that's a great question. It's a common question because a number of churches do not apply for an actual determination of tax exempt status, right? They didn't actually file a Form 1023. But here's the rule, and actually, Douglas Memorial, while we have an affiliated determination letter, on our own, we never applied for tax-exempt status. So when I first came to Baltimore 13 years ago, we actually asked the IRS, how do we get a determination letter if we are organized as a religious entity for charitable purposes and the donations that come to the ministry are tax deductible to the donor, right? And what the IRS said is that even if you do not have a determination letter, if you are organized for religious purposes, you are treated as tax exempt. So it doesn't keep you out. It does not keep you out. All we would need to do is just show that by your articles of incorporation in the state where you are, that you organize the ministry for religious purposes, and that still gets us on the path to being able to make sure that your organization can apply for these needed funds.
Okay. All right. See, and I'm so glad I asked that question because I think a lot of people are just assuming that they're not covered in this. They're not seeing themselves. You know, they're thinking of their scenario and they're like, oh yeah, that doesn't apply to me. But what you just said, I didn't even know that. So I'm glad that you shared it. I'm glad that you shared that.
Here's the assumption that I would make. Remember where we started the conversation. If you're a small business with fewer than 500 employees, or 500 employees or less, actually 500 is the ceiling, right? And you were in business as of February 15th of this year, and you had payroll expenses that we might be able to calculate, document, and figure out what your average monthly payroll cost is, more than likely you're included. And I would say this to everybody that's listening to your show. Assume that you're in until we tell you that you're not.
Absolutely. I like that way of thinking. And one other thing I wanted to bring up is that unlike the last time around when, you know, the money was released and it was just like, all right, come and get it. This time around, I like how they have allocations specifically to, you know, small banks and minority banks. Can you talk a little bit about that? I don't recall if I saw it on the RPC COVID-19 website, but I remember on the call we were discussing, I guess, kind of pushing people towards certain lenders that we know had either a good experience the first time around, or we just, you know, we trust them to know that they're going to ask for what's necessary and not a whole bunch of random documentation that they just don't need, like some of these banks did. So let's talk a bit about the lenders themselves and the $60 billion allocated to the small, you know, really small banks.
Right. So the $60 billion carve-out of the $310 billion allocation is for community banks, community development financial institutions. Those are banks that have certain designations around development in a local area, and minority depository institutions, right? We would call them black banks. There's a carve-out that a certain amount of these loans should be processed by them. So there's $60 billion carved out, generally some for community banks, CDFIs, MDIs. Then there's another $30 billion of that 60, right? It's $60 billion split in half. The other $30 billion includes credit unions and other financial services entities will use. We may not have access to a big bank, may not want to deal with a big bank. That's the carve out. But here's the caveat. That is not a cue to wait. The switch turns on tomorrow morning at 10:30.
That's right.
Banks are all applications and putting them in the queue because it's first come, first served until the money runs out. And I would suggest that even if you may not have all of your documentation, you need to know what it is, and we'll help you find out where it is. But we are working with this assumption that based on what we know from the first time, it is highly likely that by the time we get to Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock, they will have spent $310 billion. Now, bear in mind, Small Business Administration typically processes through its 7-8 lenders about $30 billion in small business loans in a typical year.
Okay.
They've just done 100 times that plus in one phase and are going to do it again in the second phase. So now you're looking at 20 years worth of small business loan processing in under a month.
Wow. Under a month.
That we get fair share.
Okay. And does this include, so what people that have applied the first time around, should they apply again anyway just to be on the safe side? Like if they didn't hear anything from the bank or maybe they heard something and it wasn't a favorable decision, but you know, we have a second chance. Should everybody just apply all over again even if they applied the first time?
A great question. It's a common question. Here's what we ask for is if your bank had you in queue and your bank said, we're processing but the money ran out and we're still going to process, right? That means you're closer to the front of the line than folks who are getting in the line now. If you didn't hear, call your bank. Ask them, where's my app? You need to know that. If you're not sure, then you may again, because here's the caveat. You're not going to sign for 2 loans, right? First,
right.
They clog up the process. Only do it if you're sure that your bank is not going to move forward. But if you're already in line, your bank's going to continue to process. They're just waiting on what we call your E-Trans number, which means that the information on their end from the bank. Stay in line where you are. If you've not been in the line, let's get in line. If your bank has sent you a notice and says, we're not going to your application further, I've seen those notes, then we need to get it again.
Okay. It was a little choppy just now. That might just be the signal because you're on the cell phone. But I believe you said if you believe that you have an application with the bank, try to call and see if the bank is going to, you know, be able to continue to push that through. If you suspect that that's not the case, then consider reapplying. Now, for people that do decide to reapply, or, you know, many of our listeners may be applying for the first time, if they go to this rpccovid19.com website, are there lenders on there that Rainbow Push Coalition has decided to kind of, you know, bring to the forefront for people that maybe do not have a lender right now, particularly people that don't have a business bank relationship? Like I said, some people may be using Cash App or, you know, so for those people that are kind of looking for a lender because there's no big bank or any bank for that matter, how exactly would you suggest they go about finding where to place their application?
Yeah, that's a great question too. Here's what happens when you go through the portal. If you're in the Chicago metro area, we have a direct relationship with the community bank there that we work with. If you're anywhere else in the country, what we will do at the end of that process is connect you with, many of us have heard of Robert Smith, the billionaire, and Diddy's program around making sure we get our fair share.
Yes.
We are partnering with our fair share and their reach across the nation to be able to place any application from anywhere. We're doing the technical assistance on the front end. We're connecting you right with the completed application to our fair share, and then we're getting you in. So we're there, we're connected, we're ready to roll.
Okay. This is awesome. And I love it because you're a one-stop shop because people have so many questions, but what's been happening is you're getting the questions from this accountant over here, you know, certain questions answered, and then you have a lawyer over here, and then you got this organization over here. So I like how Rainbow Push Coalition has decided to put all of this in a nice website. Again, that website is rpccovid19.com. rpccovid19.com. covid19.com. And again, for those of you just tuning in, we have been speaking with Reverend Yeary from the Rainbow Push Coalition. He's the senior vice president, and he was nice enough to take time today to speak with us about the small business loans that a lot of you have been hearing about because of the CARES Act. There's a second allocation, and we just wanted to understand, how do we get the money? Who qualifies to get the money? If I have multiple businesses, can I get the money? All of those questions, which we were able to cover today. So I just want to thank you so much. Do you have any final words, any last words of advice? I know, as you said, tomorrow morning is go time. So I hope everyone is going to be prepared today to get all of their applications ready and so on and so forth. Thank God for the webinars. But any final words before we end?
Yeah, one last thing. During this pandemic, you'll hear a lot of varying information about how we're going to get back to normal. With Black Lives, so goes Black businesses, that many times what will benefit a community doesn't necessarily help us. And so we want to protect Black lives and Black businesses at the same time by making sure we have accurate information, real access to the process, and somebody watching to make sure that we don't get hustled in the end. Stay healthy, stay safe, honor the protocols. Black folks are dying at a rate much higher because we're not getting access to the testing, not getting early access to the treatment. We're seeing the same kinds of things on the business side. Keep the faith, keep hope alive, but we got to stay in this fight until we get our fair share.
Amen. Reverend, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time on today. We definitely, and I hopefully in the future, because like as you said, this is an ongoing situation. We don't know if there's going to be a round 3, or even if there isn't. For people that get the money, we want to make sure they do the right thing with it. Hopefully, if you don't mind, if we can maybe invite you on another time in the near future, if that becomes necessary. Hopefully you wouldn't mind doing that, because I know this is an ever-changing landscape.
I will be here when you need me. Just let me know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. You enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Enjoy your Sunday, Reverend, and continue to be safe. You and your family. Be safe.
Thank you. You do the same. Take
All right.
care.
Thank you. God bless.
You as well.
All right, there you have it. So, wow. I definitely know the website, even though I said it a few times. I'm going to text it. I'm going to put it in I'm on my personal IG right now, so that's not going to be helpful for everyone. But when we end this, I'm going to make sure we put it in the in the WEHA. Let's see if we could do it right now. It is rpccovid19.com, and particularly for pastors, because, you know, I love that they're doing that, actually. They have webinars literally for, let me see if I could show you my screen. Oh, this isn't your phone. That's over, the camera's over there. Okay, I can't show you my screen, but you'll see. I'm going to put this in for those of you looking online right now, in the We Have Gospel Facebook group, I'm sending you this link. RPC COVID19.com. Let me make sure I put it right. rpccovid19.com. And then I'm going to put RPC for those of you that want to go directly to a webinar. And I'm rushing a little bit because one of the webinars literally starts in 20 minutes. And that's the one for churches and nonprofits. So I really want to encourage, if we have any pastors listening, and if you've had questions, I don't know when you tuned in, but we talked about the fact that even if you never took the time to officially file a 1023 application with the IRS so that you can get 501c3 status, exemption status, you still qualify and are eligible for this loan. So for pastors, you have a webinar coming up through the Rainbow Push Coalition's platform that they've created at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2 p.m. Central, which means you got about 15 minutes. So let me I already put it, everyone see it? Yes, okay. So you have rpccovid19.com, and then I'm going to put rpccovid19.com /WEBINARS webinars. And I'm just doing that so that way I'm big on being able to just like immediately click on something and not have to like look through a website. So what I would say is if you're looking for information about the application process itself and you maybe want to be paired with the lender, go to rpccovid19.com, and perhaps that will allow, oh, that's my phone. Perhaps that will allow, I'll call him back. Perhaps that will allow you to be able to be paired with a lender. Otherwise, I would say if you know you want to get on one of these webinars, like right this second, then you have the opportunity to do that by going to rpccovid19.com /webinars. And that'll, show you everything that you need to see. So fortunately, I just feel really blessed to have come across this information when I did. I know the first time around, a lot of this was not available. So people basically just applied and they did the best that they could. But, some of us, maybe we weren't prepared. Some of us were prepared, but the banks weren't prepared. Some of us were just still trying to figure out if we even qualify to be able to move forward. So I feel like today we covered, a lot of ground. And I think now everyone has a general idea, and a bit more than general idea of how you fit into this whole PPP program and the other one he talked about, the EIDL. One thing we didn't talk about, and I'll just say it real quick. If you know that you operate, okay, here you go. If you know that you operate a business, let's say that you are fully employed somewhere, and then you have a business on the side, I would say for you, and this is without me knowing anything about your revenue, but you know your revenue. So if you know because it's a part-time business, maybe it amounts to, a number where it might make sense for you to file for unemployment instead, kind of do those calculations. Because remember, if you get the PPP loan, you can't just do whatever you want with it. You have to spend it a certain way in order to get that forgiveness aspect, of the loan. Meaning 75% of what they give you has to be used for payroll purposes. 25% can then be used for utilities, mortgage, interest payments, so on and so forth, business expenses. So if it's not gonna really help you, which I know that may sound crazy because it's money that's there and it's available. But seriously, if you do the calculation, look at, like, for example, for the state of New York, the maximum amount for unemployment, I think is a little over $500. And then now, because they have this $600 that's supposed to be available for 13 weeks, that's $1,100 a week. So look at what am I making in my business, and what amount would normally consider payroll because I use that to pay myself or whatever. And then look at if I file for unemployment instead because I got laid off from my full-time job, and just kind of do a comparison. Because for some people, you might actually make out better if you file for unemployment. Now, of course, it's business as usual. So in terms of like being eligible and for all of that, you have to look at specifically the state rules. I know here in New Jersey, everybody is not necessarily employed in New Jersey. We have some people that work in Philly, a lot of people that may go back and forth to New York, whatever. So look at the state and then kind of make a determination that way. But I just wanted to put that out there to look at unemployment. But other than that, guys, that's basically it. Hopefully now you guys have, hopefully you now have a picture of what exactly is happening and how you fit into this whole equation. And before we go, we'll have a quick conversation with El Presidente. How did you like what you heard?
I loved it, per se. I want to thank you and, of course, Reverend Yeri for taking the time out from his busy schedule. Like you said, he's a pastor, so that was very, very noble of him to even call in and give us that valuable information. And I particularly liked it, and I'm proud of the fact that you were able to secure that interview with him, because he has his ears to the goings on from a congressional standpoint. And so we need people like that, for instance, that can kind of gauge exactly what's going on that level, and dispenses to the rest of us here. And also, I was thankful that he consented to possibly come back to us, because even after this COVID-19 pandemic is over, and it goes back to what will be, even if it's a new normal, but business as usual, there are still going to be ongoing concerns and ongoing questions and ongoing problems with particularly small businesses that are owned by black and brown people, because a lot of times small businesses owned by the minority community, for instance, are kind of disenfranchised. Even at the best of efforts from a congressional standpoint, small business administration, etc., we still seem not to be included a lot of times. So I'm glad that we've had somebody such as that, Reverend Yeri, for instance, that can kind of represent our interests, because this just didn't start. Even though, you know, the gist of this program was to talk about the CARES Act, but this trying to get some clarity and some understanding on the process of loans, etc., grants that are available to small businesses is not a new concept. It's not a new concept. There are small businesses. I'm a small business. I have 75 plus workers, and there are many people out here like me, for instance, and in this South Jersey area, for instance, 500 employees is a lot of people, and the lion's share of businesses in this area don't employ nowhere near 500 people. So you have a lot of people, for instance, that they've had the challenges of trying to be included and try to navigate the landscape of SBA, the Small Business Administration, because a lot of times, for instance, you know, your credit may suffer, for instance, the smaller businesses, because you can't get credit because you have bad credit. So you're kind of shut out of the process on that wise. So again, this is an old problem. In later shows, I would like to talk about, or hear you talk about, with people like Reverend Yeri and possibly other guests, for instance, how it relates to, we know the Trump administration passed a massive tax cut bill that predominantly benefited the rich. Okay, but then you have the smaller businesses, for instance, that suffer the pitfalls of taxes, not only the taxes, but also interest, penalties that will put them in a hole that they will never recover from. So, like I would like to see, of course, I would like to hear talk of possible, if not tax forgiveness, definitely at least tax amnesty. So these are the things, again, these are the, my 30 years in business, for instance, I was listening intently, and I knew the gist of the conversation was primarily about this, so I didn't want to, kind of defer or detract from that. But again, this is a perfect opportunity, and I'm glad you really heard it here on WEHA, because it's one thing to talk about the nation as a whole, for instance, but mostly our listeners, for instance, are people right here in our backyard, and this is what we always aspire to champion: the people that are in our backyards that for the most part, a lot of times don't get a voice, or their voice goes unheard.
Right.
So when we have somebody such as a Reverend Yeary that calls in, and people, for instance, that are more on the national scene, with the interests of minorities,
Right.
It's a benefit.
And that being said, I have to give credit where credit is due. None of this would have been possible without Mr. Bill Lynch of Bill Lynch Associated Networks. I have been speaking with him. He's a person that you may not know him by name, but he's in everything. World leaders like of the highest magnitude, and thanks to him just kind of seeing something in me, he invited me on one of the calls a couple of weeks ago when they were trying to understand this whole PPP business and how it works, and he invited me to just listen in, and one thing led to the other. I think the first call I just listened, and then the second call I was just convicted to, I had to call my dad first to make sure it was okay. But I'm like, if they, don't mind and they have the time, if I invite them on the air, is that okay? And he said yes. But I felt like I wanted to kind of merge the worlds a bit, because sometimes, we have the information. A lot of what he said, I've also been studying it, but it's one thing when you hear it from someone who has a certain level of influence, and they've been, literally in the rooms with the powers that be. 5 minutes before they voted on this second round, Representative Congresswoman Maxine Waters was on the phone last week, and she was just talking about, what's to come, and then 5 minutes later she said, I have to go, and she went and voted, and it passed. And the fact that everything was happening in like real time, it was kind of blowing my mind a little bit. But I just have to give a shout out to Mr. Bill Lynch for making this interview possible. He's the one that invited me to connect with Reverend Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition, and then from there, me just listening in, I told him, what if we got Reverend Yeary on the line, if he's available? And one thing just led to the other. So I know that could not have been possible had I not met Mr. Lynch. Mr. Phil Temple, thank you for that introduction. So sometimes, in your networking, God has a way of getting the information where it needs to be, but you may have to go through, a couple of different channels with people that are in certain rooms that you just aren't used to being into. So I was grateful to be able to kind of participate in that way, and then bring the information back here home to WEHA. So I really, really hope that you guys got something out of this program. And I'm going to say one more time, the website, and just if you guys are just tuning in, or maybe you didn't even know there was a show, the show's now over, but we had a show today with Reverend Yeary from the Rainbow Push Coalition, which was founded by Reverend Jesse Jackson. Now, a lot of you probably know about the money, the second round of money for small business owners that the government has made available. We wanted to make sure everyone listening understood how to get their fair share of that money. So fortunately, the Rainbow Push Coalition created an amazing website, because now that I'm really looking through it, it's really a one-stop shop. See, what's happening is a lot of people have information out there, but they're not really, able to give you that one-on-one attention that you may need for your situation. So if you go to rpccovid19.com, not only can you get information, they actually have webinars scheduled as early as 4 minutes from now. Churches and nonprofits, there's a webinar for you today at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. rpccovid19.com/webinars. And there you can get into specifics about your personal situation, this application, which you need to, verification documents that you need to apply, and so on and so forth. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7 webinars total today. Wow. So really, Rainbow Push Coalition, they were not playing around. Reverend Jesse Jackson said, listen, you will not leave my people behind this time around. And I could tell that was the sentiment in creating this, because they really went above and beyond. So make sure you check out the website. If your situation, is private or whatever, I know that Reverend Yuri said he will make himself or his team available via email. But for starters, get on one of these webinars, see if that will allow you to get the nuts and bolts information you need to apply. That's rpccovid19.com/webinars. Check out the WEHA Facebook group. We went live today and put it in there. And then, as always, feel free to call this station if we need to give you the information over the phone. We'll do that as well. I'll make sure I leave it at the front desk, so that way tomorrow, when somebody comes in, if somebody needs to get the website again because they missed it, it'll be at the front desk, so whoever answers the phone can give it to you. All right, but that is my time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in on today. I really pray that it was a blessing to you. I pray that if you are in need of this money because your business has been affected, I pray that you get it. And I pray that you have a smooth application process. So everyone have a wonderful, happy Sunday. Stay blessed and stay safe.
All right, so there you have it. Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law, my daughter, and she did a fantastic job of bringing us the valuable information that we need, so we will be informed, engaged in the process, particularly as it relates to the CARES Act and the second round of monies that have been voted to assist small businesses during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic. So again, we trust and pray that you were able to be edified by this valuable information. And once again, we thank the special guests of the Rainbow Coalition, Reverend Yuri, and a wealth of information. And again, Priscilla, you did a wonderful, wonderful job. It's almost 3 o'clock, and as promised, we have around 3:05. We have Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, that's going to be calling in to talk about his project, his latest project, and we want to make sure that we stay tuned for that. We want to also make sure that you check out our website, wehavegospel.com, but also you can go, of course, to our website, and of course, all forms of social media platforms as well. Don't forget, you can also download the We Have Gospel app, WEHA app. We have our very own app, and you can go ahead and download that at any time as well. So we're not just on Facebook Live. We're all over the place. Of course, you can have an interactive experience on the Facebook Live, but for you that just want to hear the information wherever you are, make sure you download that WEHA app, and also you can go to wehavegospel.com. In some instances on the Facebook Live, the audio might be a little bit choppy and even a little staticky, but maybe if you go to some of the other forms of mediums, platforms, you can get a better listening experience. And of course, for you that listen on WEHA 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, of course, we're a radio station first, so I know you can hear us crystal clear. So I'm glad about that. But in any case, we're glad to be able to avail our station and avail ourselves to our community. And again, I have an affection, if you will, for the people in my backyard right here in this South Jersey area. And we definitely are grateful for those that log in and tune in from around the country. And if you're able to take advantage of this valuable information, we're glad about that. But we're definitely glad that you in the Atlantic City area, Pleasantville, Egg Harbor Township, Northfield, Absecon, going up to the Parkway to Manahawkin, and places in this area, being able to get this valuable information. We're definitely glad about that. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put some music on, and we're going to get that going for you in a second while we wait on Rodney Darkchild Jerkins to call in. So we want you to stay tuned to Gospel 88.7 WEHA, where we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. And as a matter of fact, I am going to put Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, his project on. This is entitled Come Together, featuring a bunch of people. Among others, you have Kirk Franklin, Mary Lecrae, Karen Clark Sheard, Fred Hammond, and I believe it's like around 35 people that's on this collaboration. So we're going to get information from him, but for you that didn't have the benefit of hearing the song, we're going to go ahead and put it on right now for you. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente. Keep it locked to your best favorite gospel music station, Gospel 88.7 and 100.3 WEHA, where we have gospel.
Are you listening? You gotta keep the faith, oh my. Oh, the hurt that hinders, it will fade away. Yes, it will now.
But I know someone who will comfort you, and when your hope is gone, he will bring you through.
God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love and a sound mind. Come on.
Famine and diseases, yo, they plague our land today. Violence that is needless, 'cause there is so much hate.
There are many questions, that often take place,
Searching for an answer, but we must keep the faith,
But I know someone that will comfort you.
And when your hope is gone, he will see you through. We come together. Let's make a difference, y'all. I believe we can.
I believe we can,
Now, I don't know about you, but I believe in a God who could use this. I believe the children's still the future. I believe a God who renews us. I believe if he parted seas, this disease gotta bow to the ruler.
So many young constantly dying from the hand of disease, taking breath from their bodies alive. It's time to let them see, and we can make it if we can see. There will be better days if we just believe.
Hope's not gone.
So keep holding on.
Yeah.
are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will forgive their sins and heal their land. For their young sister in South Africa, for their young brother in Nigeria, for my brothers and sisters in New York City, God is still in the healing business. Let's come together.
All right, there you have it. Once again, that was Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and I believe he's getting ready to call in now, and his project Come Together. We're going to be talking about that for a few minutes, and we're going to try to get him on the air as soon as we can. So we want you to stay tuned. I'm glad that you're with me. My name is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente. You're listening to Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel, and we're just glad to be here with you on today on this blessed Sunday afternoon. This is WEHA. Who's on the line?
Hello. Am I on the air?
You are on the air.
I don't want to be on the air, but and please maybe take me off the air because I want to know. I love your music, first of all, and I'm 73 years old, and I don't have I'm not digital at all. I want to know how I can get some of your music without being digital. Is there anybody that can tell me how I actually can go somewhere and get this or order it somewhere?
Well, a lot of times you can go to the We Have Gospel app. We have our own app, WEHA app. Just download the app. That app has...
I'm telling you, I don't have a computer.
Okay, what about
That's the problem.
What about a phone, like a Android phone or iPhone? Do you do any of that?
I'm talking to you from a landline.
Got you. Okay, then. So you don't do the tech thing. You're not alone. You're not alone. What I want you to do is, I can't accommodate you now, but give us a call on Monday, and we'll go ahead and see what we can do for you, okay?
Monday at what time?
Anytime between 9 and 5.
Okay, I'll call then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and God bless you, and thank you for listening.
Okay?
I appreciate you. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, you're on the air. Who's calling? WEHA.
Rodney Jerkins.
God bless you, brother Rodney Jerkins. How you doing, my brother?
I'm well. How you feel, Hawks?
I am good, man. We've been pumping up your new music all day, all morning, as a matter of fact. Come Together, and I'm glad that you're taking the opportunity to call in. As a matter of fact, we just played the song like a couple of minutes ago. Knowing that you were going to call in, we wanted to go ahead and give our audience a preview for those that didn't have the benefit of hearing it already. First of all, how are you?
Man, thank you.
Oh, absolutely. That's what we do. Let me set everything up. I've been talking about it, but now that we got you on the air, let me tell everybody exactly what's going on again if you just tuned in. Of course, this is South Jersey's own Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and I refer to him as super producer Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and we're thankful for many of you that don't know. He happens to be the son of my pastor, Bishop Dr. Fred Jerkins Jr., and Shepherd Mother Sylvia Jerkins is his mom, and he hails from right here, but now he is in the California area and has been for many years, and anybody knows his resume, both local and national and international. But we wanted to talk to him specifically about his newest project and everything about that. And first of all, I love the song, man. I've heard it about 4 times today, because I wanted to familiarize myself with the song, man. First of all, how are you guys doing? How is your family and everything faring through this pandemic and everything?
Oh, everyone is well. It's a time where it creates opportunity for families to be actually closer. I was just telling someone earlier that I can't believe how many people I'm seeing actually walking around the neighborhood, families. It creates opportunities for people that is normally so busy to kind of settle down for a second The Bible says, "Be still and know that I'm God." So this is an opportunity to really be still and listen to the voice of the Lord.
Absolutely, man. Without a doubt. And, of course, our hearts go out for all those that have been negatively impacted by this COVID-19 pandemic. And so all of you that know the word of prayer, we want to continue to keep all of these families in prayer. But we're always delighted to know that there are people that are weathering this storm and this pandemic and know that God is in control. With that said, I want to segue into your project. First of all, again, we thank you for your time, man. I was telling somebody he better call us up.
Definitely. I reached out for the Ray already.
Yep, Ray set everything up. Amen.
Yeah, I said, call Deacon Hawks for me, let him know I would love to, come on for him.
Absolutely, man, and I'm so glad you did, man. Hey, look, let's get right to it, man. I was reading some of the article associated with the project, and the name of the project is Come Together, and, you have a list of who's who that are associated with this project, everybody from Kirk Franklin. You tell us about something about the project, the origin of it, the inspiration, and all that good stuff.
I started the project I started the song 17 years ago, believe it or not, in Atlanta, Georgia. I was out in Atlanta for the Stella Awards, and myself and LaShawn Daniels, who's no longer with us, we went to the studio. And I called a friend of mine, Monica Bacon, and I said, "Hey, I would love to get some gospel artists to come out of the studio." And next thing you know, a lot of artists just started showing up. We were in the studio till maybe like 3, 4 in the morning, 2 days in a row. But it was never complete. I never felt the need to put it out. People would tell me, "Man, when you're gonna put this song out?" And I was like, "It's not time. It's not time. It's not time." And then about maybe like 3 weeks ago, I got a call from Tim Bowman Jr. and he was like, "Man, I think it's time." And I was like, "I think you're right." And I pulled up the song and it was about 50% done. And I was like, "Man, I need to get, people on it that I haven't worked with yet." I had I wanted Marvin Sapp, I wanted Leandria Johnson, I wanted Lecrae, different people on it. Of course, I wanted my daughter and my wife on it.
Sure.
And Shelby Five, all my artists as well. So I then, just started putting the pieces together. I brought in, I got Fred Hammond on it, Karen Clark, Kiera Clark Sheard, Kirk Franklin, Lecrae, Leandria Johnson, Kalante Gavin, Marvin Sapp.
Wow.
Who else? I mean, so many people. It's hard to
Karen Clark Sheard.
Mary. Yeah, Karen Clark Sheard. Mary. My wife, Joy Enriquez, Heavenly Joy, my daughter,
Sure.
Jack Ross, who was one of my artists,
Wow.
Shelby Five, Tim Bowman Jr. Just wanted to get as many people that I would love to work with on the song, and it was interesting because it challenged me creatively to be able to work with artists from a distance. So we had to figure out how to come together from a distance and finish this song.
Right.
So I was doing FaceTime and Zoom sessions with artists, and somehow I spent the last 17 days really just locked into this song and nothing else, and working on it day and night until I got it to a place where I was happy. It was actually supposed to come out a week ago, but I wasn't happy with it. So I told our label partner RC Records, they were like, "We got to come out." I was supposed to come out last Friday, and I was like, "Nah, I can't come out. I'm not ready yet." And they were like, "But we have a release date." I was like, "It's not coming out till I'm 100% ready, until I'm 100% pleased with it." And so I guess the perfectionist in me took over, and I wanted to add a couple bells and whistles, and I actually put Kalante and Marvin Sapp on it like literally 3 days before I released it. So and then I had, I finally got it to a place where I was 100% happy with it. And we actually shot a video too, which is amazing. We got a video shot, basically people literally from their homes. I got a bunch of people that just shoot video footage and send it in, and the video's coming out at the end of this week as well. And videos actually it came out really good. It's special. It's really special. And I'm excited because, the song is going to benefit the people on the front line, the healthcare workers, and all the people, all the people that's on the front line, that's risking their own lives to help save lives. This song is going to benefit them. I partnered with Compassion, and I've also partnered with Music Cares. So the proceeds will go to those organizations to help the people on the front line.
Oh, wow. Now, that's amazing. And as a matter of fact, that's what piqued my interest the most when Ray McCline was giving me the information and forwarded me the article. That's what was the most intriguing, because it's funny because even though you had this vision a while ago, of course you didn't know that this pandemic was going to happen. And with that,
we didn't. You know, a word is a word, and a word doesn't come back void.
Sure.
So you know, when God gives you something, I believe, you know, God gives you something. We don't know when it's supposed to happen. We don't know when His time is supposed to happen, but we know His time is always on time. So you know, the fact that He put this in my spirit 17 years ago, He knew that this was this whole pandemic that's happening right now. He knew that was going to happen in this year, at this time, at this moment. And He also knew that He would use this song in this time, in this moment, to bring hope, to bring healing, and also to also hopefully, you know, help people to get over their fear and start just bringing their faith to the table. I know a lot of people are living in fear. You got to go out with mask on, and you got to do what the law says, because we're supposed to obey the laws of the land.
Absolutely.
But I want to encourage people to also don't let fear overpower your faith. You know, faith should always be above fear. You know what I mean? And we should also always, you know, pray for God's direction in life. When it's time for us to go back, hopefully soon, to normal lives, we got to pray for God's direction in those moments. And that's what I hope this song really, you know, brings. I hope it encourages people. I hope it brings hope and joy to people. It's not a song to bring you down. It's not a song to make you to look at the world and say, hey, look at all this negative stuff that's happening in the world, you know, and get down on yourself. But no, it's a song that, you know, is supposed to uplift your spirit in these moments. And I've been getting calls from people that aren't Christians that saying the song is touching them. So, you know, and that means the world to me. I think once people see the video, they'll really see, wow, you know, you can be in your kitchen with your family and have a joyful moment watching and listening to this song.
Absolutely, and I agree. A song like this, and you know, my own personal critique, it's going to be a timeless song, because even post COVID-19, people are always going through things and are disenchanted and feel like they want to tap out and all of that. So a song like "Come Together," speak to the if you will, the evangelistic part of this song. You kind of spoke on it, but being able to, a lot of people don't know, let me say it like this, a lot of people don't know that you do a lot of speaking / preaching engagements. Okay, and I'm just gonna put it out there because you do. See, I can say some of the stuff because from a local standpoint, you know, you being born and raised here, you know, I know the other parts of Rodney Jerkins, and
I think not to cut you off, but I think the world emphasizes hate. I think the world emphasizes separatism.
Mm-hmm.
I think the world creates a lot of division amongst people, amongst family, and it's all a work of the enemy, by the way. And you know, what I think this song "Come Together" means, it ultimately represents unification. It represents unity.
Right.
And so it's speaking, you know, even if you look at the cover of the song, it's different hands on top of each other, of different ethnic, different races, different backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I was trying to establish was, you know, it's not just, you know, because I have all these gospel artists on it, you know, it's genreless. You know, I believe it's gonna cross even into the mainstream market, because I just have that type of faith.
For sure.
In God to take this song and take it to the world, to the nations. I believe, you know, we have 7 billion people that live in the world, but you know, there's the number of, I think they say 1/4 of the 7 billion are Christians. And I believe, you know, we're gonna get this in front of all Christian eyes and ears. But also, I believe that it's gonna travel beyond that, because you know we also have to go out the 4 walls in ministry. And I think, come together is basically, the representation of it is, as a Christian, that in the body of Christ, we're supposed to be in unity. We're not supposed to be divided, and we're not supposed to be living in hatred against our brothers and our sisters. I don't think that's what God calls us to be, and I don't think that's what God calls us to do. So, so I'm trying to emphasize, what I'm trying to emphasize in the song is that we can come together, we can stand together, and as my dad, when he used to get to preach, you people say, preach the word and tell the story. You know what I mean? You hear that? This is just another story that's created. That we pray God's hand is all on it, and that it reaches masses.
Absolutely. Well, I'm so thankful and blessed. And the world is going to be blessed by this project, and I mean that wholeheartedly because I love the fact that you said it's genreless. It's across all spectrums of life, and people at this time, they are looking for a hope. And a song like this, for instance, provides that hope to let them know that in the midst of hopelessness, there's hope. And it's a perfect witnessing tool, and that's what I was really alluding to. So I'm really thankful and grateful to you and all of those that have collaborated with this project. If someone wants to go to get this project, how can they do it? But go ahead, you had a point.
It's on all platforms. I mean, from YouTube to Apple Music, Spotify, Tidal, Deezer, whatever platform you listen to music on, stream music on. It's on every platform. I was gonna say I really believe it's probably my greatest piece of art that I've created, and because I think working on so many artists from Michael Jackson to Beyonce
Sure.
and all these different artists, that's all great. But this song it's not a song that you just listen to and feel good and move around and nothing like that. This is a song that actually, when I get text from a person who's not a Christian and saying, I listened to the song this morning and it touched me in a different type of way, to hear that from a non-Christian, that lets me know that it's on the right track. And it lets, and like you said, when you say it's classic, I believe that the song will stand the test of time. That what we're experiencing right now, by the way, with the COVID-19, this is just a mere example of what people will see in the future. And I believe as Christians, when it gets at its worst, we won't be here to see it. But the song will stand its test of time. It'll be around. When more incidents happen.
Absolutely. I'm not going to hold you too long, and I thank you for your time. But I am thinking back at the time when the We Are the World project came out. Quincy Jones and all of those that collaborated with that. It was at a time of famine in Africa, and a lot of people were really, really concerned and just wanted to kind of get together. A lot of artists wanted to get together and just kind of lend their gifts and talents to that cause. Now we're facing a national pandemic, an international pandemic. And it's just admirable that, again, all of these artists, can you just name some of them? I know you named a few of them before, but I know it was supposed to be like over 35 artists.
It's about 17. I'll go in order real quick in my mind.
Okay.
Heavenly Joy, Kalante Gavin, Marvin Sapp, Kiera Clark Sheard, Erica Campbell from Mary Mary, Tim Bowman Jr., Fred Hammond, Leandria Johnson, Jack Ross.
Wow.
Tina Campbell from Mary Mary, Kirk Franklin, Karen Clark Sheard.
Wow.
And I believe that, and I believe that's it.
Well, that's an incredible.
And then Shelby Five,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I mentioned Jack Ross. So I believe that's all 16, 17, about 16, 17 artists.
Wow, that's an incredible collaboration, man. And like you said, the spirit of everybody to come together. And you said you had to finish off and finalize everything, off location, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, you know, things like this take time. So
Sure.
You know, for it to come out, I've been so excited these last couple of days because I know how much time I've spent on this song.
Wow.
This song is not. It's you know, usually when I do a song, it only takes me a few days. You know, this song has been years in the making. I've spent countless days working on this. It's not an easy task to bring so many artists together and to work with so many artists. That's not an easy task to do that, and to also just to pick the spots where they're going to be represented and also where they're going to be happy with the representation of them. That's not the easiest feat as a producer. So, you know, I wanted to make sure everybody was happy with it, and everybody was gracious to lend their gift and their talent to this project for the better. And I'm just grateful and thankful for all the artists that participated on it.
Absolutely. I hear the sincerity even in your commentary, in your voice regarding this project. A lot of times we do interviews over the air, and a lot of times you can kind of just sense more of the commercialism of a song and a project, where this, I can really hear the ministry of this song that you're elaborating on, and it really at a time like this, it's heartwarming to say the least, because it's heartwarming to say the least, because you know, normally people would talk about, you know, sales and distribution and, you know, and you know, downloading and this and that and the other for the purposes of commercial viability. But this, it just kind of speaks to the times that we're living in and what the mindset of everybody should be, particularly when you have so many people. You got people that normally we give everything to the down and out, but now you have people that are up and out. And, you know, they need to be ministered to, too. So I'm thankful to a song like this. Do you have any...
Listen, we're all on the same playing field right now.
That's right.
It's an even playing field. I was just telling somebody, I said, man, I got a basketball court just like LeBron James got in his backyard. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. A kid that has a hoop on the telephone pole, he got the same thing LeBron James got.
Come on, that's right.
There's no big stadium in chairs right now. You know what I mean? There's an even playing field. Even in ministry, all ministers got to be home in the living room right now.
That's right.
It's an even playing field. So, you know, and with that being said, I think that's what this gives the opportunity for this song to minister even more. Because now that you are home and everybody has an opportunity to people want to feel good. People want to rejoice somehow. People want just a little small ray of hope.
That's right.
Hopefully this song will bring some light to people.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad again that you took the time to call in, and I know you've been doing interviews with different stations and all of that, and you know, different platforms. But I'm grateful for the opportunity, and the more I listened to the song, because I told Ray, I said, get me the song, because I wanted to be able to absorb it. You know, normally, you know, I listen.
I got to get you the radio edit, the shorter version too. I'm sure you got the long version. I think we sent you the long version.
Well, you know,
there's a radio edit too, which is shorter.
Well, because I don't want to sound like cocky or anything like that, but we're gonna play the long version. You can send me the radio.
Oh, I love that.
You can send me the radio version, and we'll make it do what it do. But the good thing about this station, we can play what we want to play. I'm not, limited by any top 30 or anything like that. And that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother time regarding minority ownership. And we can talk about that at some point. I want to say happy belated anniversary to you and Joy.
Thank you. Yeah, we just celebrated our 16th anniversary.
Yeah, because yours is the same time as mine. We just celebrated 38 years, April 10th.
Wow. Congratulations to y'all too as well.
Yeah, and I remember, we celebrated one of our anniversary years at your home. And you guys were such gracious hosts, and we're just thankful. We're always proud of you, Rodney.
Thank you.
You know, because we know your humble beginnings. Many of us that know your backstory, and you know, it might be old hat to you too. But we're just as proud of you today as we were back then, and watching your evolution and your growth, your maturity, and your commitment to the things of God is most impressive. Like I said, you are a speaker preacher, and I'm going to say that. And you know, you go around the country, and you have different speaking engagements. You want to give a shout out to anybody before I let you go? Any last words?
Absolutely. I want to give a shout out to my family, my mom, my dad, Shereen, Beyonce, and my sister Sybil, Fred. You know, I'm sure Fred, he's probably not listening because he's in Atlanta, but you know, Jersey, the Jersey family right there, and you know, all my people in Jersey. I had an opportunity to have some people in the video, which y'all will see this week. I had an opportunity to have my mama's in the video, Raynard's family's in the video, Tyrus and Shayon's family's in the video.
Wonderful.
So it was honored to have those people in the video. You know, shout out to of course, my best friend Buzz in Jersey.
Sure.
And the EFC, Evangelical Fellowship Church. You know, my father's ministry in Pleasantville. Definitely can't wait for all this to be over so the family can come back and visit, and hopefully this will all be over soon, and we can come back to Jersey again and visit everyone. So I just want to say, you know, I had a chance to talk to people. You know, I reached out to Kenny McWilliams last night. I called him. I was just talking to family and friends at this time. It's a great thing to be able to just check on people and see how they're doing. And you know, so many great people in South Jersey, where I'm from, where I was born and raised, and you know, I just hope that everybody's safe, everyone is well, and I pray for anyone that's going through, any families that are directly impacted by this. We pray that, you know, there's healing in your family.
Absolutely, man. So glad, again, that you had an opportunity to call in. For you that just tuned in, we're talking to super producer Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and we are talking about his latest project, Come Together, and it's featuring everybody. You're breaking up a little bit. Can you still hear me? Rodney?
You broke up.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just reminding our audience, for our listeners that just tuned in, that we're talking to super producer Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and we're talking about his latest project, Come Together, and it's featuring everybody.
Everybody that, you know, I wanted singers, you know, Hawks, you know, we grew up around so many great
singers,
even locally in Jersey, so many great singers that I grew up listening to. So I wanted to, with this project, I wanted to focus on just singers that, you know, I love to listen to, and that you know, that moved me. So that's what we went. We went after getting some great singers together and putting them all on one song.
Well, we're going to encourage everybody under the sound of our voice to go out there and get the project any way you can get the project. It's on all social media platforms. You know, definitely get this project, because again, it's an anthem of sorts, and it really speaks to humanity, particularly at a time like this when people are losing hope. A lot of times you don't have the words to say to different people when different situations come, but a song like this can just minister to their spirit. And so we're grateful for that. Man, we thank you so much, man, for calling in and taking the time. And, you know, call in, stay in touch with us and everything. Again, we appreciate you, man. You're an old veteran at the game now, man. And God has really blessed you.
Yeah, before I leave, you know, I just want to thank you for what you're doing. You and Sister Hawks, what you guys are providing for South Jersey with the radio station, which is so important. I grew up where my brother and Kenny was a DJ, and I used to go to the station and to the radio station and listen in to them and play the gospel music. It was only two two sources of gospel music down in South Jersey back in the day was my brother and Kenny, and then also Ben Graves. And that was the only two stations that you could really listen to gospel music. And then it kind of just went away for a minute, and then you revived it. So the fact that, I just want to give a shout out to you and
thank you, brother.
Hawk,
thank you.
Because you too, what you guys are doing is you're keeping it alive, and you're bringing the good news to people on a weekly basis. And it's so important that people have that type of content to listen to. So I just want to thank you guys, for what you're doing in South Jersey.
Thank you so much, man. I was thinking just yesterday, you hit a nerve there, man, when you were talking about old school radio back in the day, and you guys, and I believe you all started off at Stockton.
That's right.
And I remember
91.7.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that, man. And that was like one of the only bastions of gospel music that we were exposed to. And, and that's an inspiration, for all of us that have come after. Number one, seeing that black folks can have something, and church folks can have something.
Yeah, and that's the greatest thing. That we do have what you guys are doing. What you guys are doing is allowing people to still, hear good music, hear good gospel music each week. And so I encourage you to keep it up. Keep doing what y'all doing, and keep being a light out here.
Thank you, sir. This is Rodney Darkchild Jerkins. Thank you, man, so much, man, for calling in. God bless you. We love you, man, and we got you, man.
Love y'all too.
And you can send again. You can send the short version, but we getting ready to play the long version as you hang up.
Yeah, all right, y'all enjoy it. Come together, y'all.
God bless you, man. Take care.
All right, God bless. All right.
That was super producer Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and he was so gracious to call in and spend a few minutes with us on the phone talking about his latest project, Come Together. And hopefully we can get him back in the very near future. And I love this song. I heard today is my first time actually hearing it, but I played it and played it and played it on the air. So I've heard it about 5 or 6 times, and each time is speaking to another place in my heart because I can appreciate the soul of this song. So, I'm like most people. I can play a song for years, and if it feeds my spirit in a certain way, it doesn't have to be new anymore. And I'll still gravitate to it because it speaks to a situation that I may be going through and to a place where I might be at that particular time and how I may be impacted, and that song might speak to it. And this is one of those songs. It's a new song, and but I'm thankful for the timing. As Rodney said, he had this vision and talked about this song, had wrote the song basically like 17 years ago. But that's just like God. You know what I mean? Our timing is not necessarily His time, and but God has a timing, that just surpasses all of our understanding. That will speak to a situation that we might be dealing with right now. And what better title than ever when everybody is, as Rodney said earlier, or on the same playing field, so to speak. Everybody's going through, from the richest to the poorest, you know what I mean? No matter what you have, what you don't have, or whatever, everybody is affected with this in some way, either directly or indirectly, with this COVID-19 epidemic. So we want to continue to keep everybody in prayer. We want to continue to just love on one another, and like the song says, and I'm getting ready to play it right now, we definitely want to come together. So give a listen to Rodney Jerkins, Darkchild Jerkins, his project, Come Together. And once again, it features some notables. And I just have a couple of jotted here, but it's about 17, he said. I got Kirk Franklin here, Mary, Lecrae, Karen Clark Sheard, Fred Hammond, and it's about 12 or 13 others. And they came together and Rodney Darkchild Jerkins produced this song, wrote and produced this song, and I know it's going to be a blessing to a lot of people. So here it is, Come Together, right here on WEHA, and I'm your host, El Presidente.
Are you listening? You gotta keep the faith, oh my. Oh, the hurt that hinders, it will fade away. Yes, it will now.
But I know someone who will comfort you, and when your hope is gone, he will bring you through. I believe. Take a chance from me. Just put it all in God's hands. Put it in His hands. I believe He will.
God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love and a sound mind. Come on.
Famine and diseases, yo, they plague our land today. Violence that is needless, 'cause there is so much hate.
There are many questions, that often take place,
Searching for an answer, but we must keep the faith away.
But I know someone that will comfort you.
And when your hope is gone, He will see you through. We come together. Let's make a difference, y'all. I believe we will. I believe we can.
I believe we can,
Now, I don't know about you, but I believe in a God who could use this. I believe the children's still the future. I believe a God who renews us. I believe if He parted seas, this disease gotta bow to the ruler.
So many young constantly dying from the hand of disease, taking breath from their bodies alive. It's time to let them see, and we can make it if we can see. There will be better days if we just believe.
It's not long,
So keep holding on.
yeah.
themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will forgive their sins and heal their land. For their young sister in South Africa, for their young brother in Nigeria, for my brothers and sisters in New York City, God is still in the healing business. Let's come together.
All right. I'm loving that song. That's Rodney Darkchild Jerkins and Come Together, a wonderful project. And the project, again, I love it as well because what it benefits is it's benefiting a bunch of organizations that are on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic. And anytime you have an opportunity to give back, it's always noteworthy. It's always should be supported and uplifted because, you know, in as much as we do, the word lets us know, for the least of these, we do unto him. 25th chapter of St. Matthew. So we want to, around the 40th verse, we definitely want to support this, and this could be your way of being able to be a blessing to those that are on the front lines and those that are directly impacted with this pandemic. Our hearts and our prayers definitely go out to those who are impacted in adverse ways, some through death, through some quarantines, through sickness, what have you. Our hearts, because it could easily be one of us tomorrow, if it's not us today. So we definitely want to be mindful and prayerful of everyone that is affected in one way or another. Okay, so once again, we're thankful for Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, for calling in and spending some time with us and just pouring out his heart and the relevancy of this project, Come Together, and all those that collaborated with him as well, those that gave up their time. He talented a lot of artists that we all know, and we patronize their music, and we download their music, and we subscribe to their videos and all of that stuff. And for them to come together in a labor of love, it gives me it makes you feel good. It just makes you feel good. A lot of times we hear the criticisms and people throwing shade at a lot of artists and what they should do and what they're not doing and what they're about and what they're not about or whatever. But when you see a project like this, and the people that came together to create it, and the fact that it was written over 17 years ago, and now it's come to fruition at this exact time during this pandemic, oh my God, it's epic as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, we'll be definitely pushing it here on WEHA. And plus, we give anybody associated with this local area, we try to give them a lot of love anyway, but particularly when you come out with such a project, for instance, that speaks to the heart and of where we are as a people, as a collective body of people. There is no big I's and no little U's, not now. There never was, to be honest with you, but definitely some of the biggest of these, for instance, are, if you will, and from an economic standpoint, and just people, for instance, that have a whole lot of means, for instance, that's totally irrelevant right now. There's so many people, for instance, that will listen to that so-called little guy that doesn't have a voice. They will listen now, because everybody needs to be encouraged. Everybody needs a word. Everybody needs to try to make sense of what's going on. And we thank God for the Word of God, because through the Word of God, and that's why we thank God even for the preached Word of God and those that declare and hold up the bloodstained banner for our Lord, because those there are people out there right now that might not have even considered hearing your witness before. Because particularly if you're on certain economic planes and certain and you got it all together monetarily, and you don't know anything about lack or anything like that. For instance, you may everybody's not walking around with their head up, but a lot of times you might be like, what can you tell me? What do you have to say to me? My life is already perfect, and you have people that think like that, and to the contrary, you have people, for instance, that are of a lower estate. For instance, they might be economically challenged, and they might not feel like their life matters, and they might feel like, well, wait a minute, surely I have nothing to offer. This is the time when everybody can come together and encourage somebody, because everybody is dealing with this, again, either directly or indirectly, and everybody needs a word of encouragement. Everybody needs some understanding, and I'm thankful for even this platform, WEHA, as we often say, and Rodney had talked about, the relevance in this area. And I'm glad about that. We could be anywhere, but we're right here in the South Jersey area, and we're towing the line. And we thank God once again for that. So, again, we're going to keep that song going. It's brand new music, so everybody needs to hear it anyway, for you that didn't hear it. And we'll continue to definitely keep it pumping here on WEHA. Once again, also, I'm thankful to my daughter, Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law. She called in earlier today. Not called in. She came in and did a live broadcast at 1:30, and her special guest was Reverend Yeary. And Reverend Yeary is one of the senior executives for Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition. And they had some valuable information regarding the CARES Act and small businesses, and particularly dealing with minority small businesses. They had information about churches and other nonprofits and tax-exempt organizations, and it was particularly relevant to those churches, for instance, that may not subscribe to a 501c3 status, tax-exempt status, but the fact that they use their resources and the opening of their church for predominantly charitable purposes qualifies them in some form or fashion to be able to take advantage of this bill and this $310 billion that was allocated for the second round of funding for small businesses and the like. So I'm grateful, because a lot of small churches around here right here in this South Jersey area, Lang City, Pleasantville, Absecon, Egg Harbor Township, what have you, right here in our neck of the woods, might feel that I'm not registered as a 501c3, so I don't qualify, and they kind of made it plain that that's not the case. So you don't know, you don't know, you got to seek, and you shall find, and knock, and the door shall be open. Ask, and it shall be given unto you. So there is stuff out here for you regarding this new round of funding, but you have to go ahead and participate. Put your application in. If you haven't put an application, remember the new round starts tomorrow morning, and there's companies, small businesses that have already had their applications in from the first round, but of course we were shut out because they hadn't made a determination before they ran out of money. So these applications are just sitting in limbo. So of course, the way I'm understanding it, that those applications would take precedent in terms of the order that they were received. But with that said, you still want to get your application in. If you go to some of the bigger banks, for instance, and you see where they can't take your application, of course you definitely go online and all of that. But also they talked about the $60 billion that was allocated to small banks and small lending institutions. So like, for instance, you might bank at a bigger bank, a Wells Fargo or Bank of America, for instance, and you might kind of get like stopped at the door because they're not accepting applications. definitely consider going to your small bank and your small lending institutions for a certain consideration that you might not even get at the big banks. Because once again, this is taxpayer funded money, so nobody's doing you a favor by allocating this. We bailed out, and I say we because we the taxpayers, we bailed out the auto industry, we bailed out Wall Street. So it's not a new thing, for instance, for us to bail out the commodities, if you will, that are that are the most relevant, if you will, to the public good. And the American taxpayer, okay, the American small business, for instance, fits that realm as nobody else. You know, we employ over half of the population of the country, and of course,
Gospel 88.7.
Of course, we should always be considered, and we should always have a real consideration in you know, some sort of relief. There's nobody that should be going hungry right now, not here in the United States of America. The small businesses, hats off to all of us that are small business owners, for instance, that our desire is to at least try to keep our employees going as much as possible, and so they don't miss out on the day-to-day. But with that said, for instance, you have some that they're not able to keep going. They had to shut down, just stop cold turkey. And for this, we welcome that relief, but we just wanted to come to those businesses. And again, you know, the minority businesses, the small black and brown businesses, for instance, that in a lot of cases are just kind of disenfranchised from the system as a whole. This is a different set of a system, if you will, but I'm talking about from a perspective of just being able to take advantage of loans and grants that are out there that a lot of companies, for instance, that are kind of in the loop, mainstream, for instance, they get to take advantage of on a daily basis. And a lot of them, you know, just don't trickle down to that small mom and pop business, that business that only has 2 or 3 people, or that business, for instance, where you're just, like my daughter said, you're an LLC and you're just a sole proprietor and you don't have any employees at all, just you, maybe you and your wife or something like that. And, you know, so a lot of times you think that, you know, this program is not for you. You can't take advantage of it. To the contrary, there's stuff out here for you as well. And there's language written in this bill, in this PPP payment protection program that are geared to very, very small businesses, and grants, and they talked about the $10,000 and all of that stuff like that. And then, of course, the lease being the stimulus check. So, you know, there should be nobody, if there's somebody, for instance, out there under the sound of my voice, for instance, who are or haven't been able to take advantage of these programs or whatever, we encourage you, don't get discouraged. It can be a little discouraging. It can be, the paperwork can be a little daunting, but seek some help. You can give us a call, 609-641-8870, you know, like tomorrow, and we'll have the resources that were talked about on this show. We'll put it on our website, and also we'll have it at our front desk. So if you want to call in and get the people that need to be emailed to get the information about what you should do to put your application, or if you need some assistance with your application or something like that, we can refer you to the resources for those that can do that. I can hook you up with my daughter and the guest that she had, and we can make that happen as well. On another note, and then we're going to get you back to the music that you love, we want you to also, if you have valuable information, if you have something of substance and relevance that would help the people in our area, Rather it be food locations. I know that we've been inundated with food locations and organizations that have been giving out food and all of that stuff. Give us a call. We want to know about it so we can tell everybody. Don't keep it to yourself, and definitely don't assume that just because you're on Facebook that the vast majority of the people know about the program and the programs. Not at all. That's a medium, for instance, but we have a lot of listeners. I got a call earlier from a lady that said she appreciated the music and all of that, but she doesn't do Facebook. You might have heard her. And she said, I don't do any social media. I have a regular landline phone, and that's it. So she's relying, if she's listening, relying on us just by way of radio. And we have tens and tens of thousands of people between Atlantic City and going up north as far as Manahawkin and Atlantic City, of course, and Memora and Hamilton and all of the hundreds of thousands of people within that demographic that rely solely on the radio. So we definitely want to take advantage of or avail ourselves in any kind of way to these people, for instance, that are not necessarily tech savvy, but they may be in most need of these resources. So please give us a call, 609-641-8870, extension 1, and we'd love to hear your information. We'd love to hear if you know of a resource that might help people. It might be in the field of food, it might be in the field of energy, it might be if you have information on mortgages, rent, some of the provisions that are signed into law as of right now, not just from an national perspective, but right here in your local area. We want to hear from you. Okay? So this is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente, and it's been a great few hours so far. And we're going to get to some music, and then I'm going to bring something else to you in a few minutes, but you stay tuned right here on WEHA. This is the Clark Sisters, and this is entitled Victory, right here on WEHA.
I don't mind speaking into your life. Oh, God's gonna win again. Prosper, yeah. And be in good health. It doesn't matter what's going on in your life, but can we speak over your life? We shall prosper. We shall be in good health. Beloved, I wish above all things, but God is gonna win again. Prosper, yeah. And be in good health. I know we're living in an evil world, but you gotta believe. We shall prosper. You gotta decree. We shall prosper. We shall prosper. And be in good health. We shall prosper. No lack in my house. Prosper. In love. We shall prosper. Be in good health. We shall prosper. Be in good health.
All right. I love it. That is the Clark Sisters, and that is entitled Victory right here on WEHA. And we're so glad that we're here with you on this afternoon, Sunday, another day that the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. From the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, his name is great and greatly to be praised in all the earth, and his name is Jesus. Amen. We are Christ-centered, community-focused, listener-supported. We have gospel, 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM Atlantic City. Make sure that you log on to our website, wehavegospel.com. Let somebody know that they can log on to wehavegospel.com and check us out. Also, they can download our app, the WEHA app, the We Have Gospel app. We have our very own app. You can take WEHA everywhere you go just by downloading that app on your smartphone device. All right? And then we're just thankful. We've had an action-packed program, if you will. We first had Priscilla Hawks, my daughter, attorney at law, to bring us some valuable information. And her special guest was Reverend Yeary of the Coalition, Rainbow Coalition and Push Initiative by Jesse Jackson. And he was a wealth of information, and we're so happy and thankful to him to sharing that knowledge as it related to the CARES Act and the second round of funding for small businesses, better known as the PPP, Paycheck Protection Program. So valuable information that came from him, and particularly to those that are minority vendors, for those that are minority contractors, it was particularly edifying. And then we had Rodney Darkchild Jerkins call in and talk about his latest project, and we are so glad about that. It just a wonderful program. And just as promised, I talked about having, for many of you that may not know, you've probably been affected, having to stay in the house and this COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, you're inactive. Now, me, myself, going through a couple of health challenges, but thank God he's a healer and he's a deliverer. But I am one of the ones that have been guilty of being extremely physically inactive. I'm not proud of that, but just in transparency, I figured I would admit that. So then you that are guilty of the same thing won't feel so uncomfortable. I'll start off with myself. Now, as promised, is this Dr. Robin?
Yes, it is.
This is Dr. Robin. Now, I promised y'all earlier that I was going to attempt to get her on the line because for many of you that may not know, of course, y'all know Dr. Robin Moore, one of the busiest people that I know, and she wears a bunch of hats. But one of the hats that she wears, and I'll let her talk about it, is that of personal trainer. And I happened to watch her a couple of times on Facebook Live, and she was giving some valuable information regarding low impact workouts. that would be a blessing. They were a blessing to me and are a blessing to me. I have to do more than 1 or 2 reps, of course, but you got to start somewhere. And I figured that it would be in the best interest of our listeners and all of us that are kind of sitting at home and not active, that she can chime in. So I want to give her an opportunity. Once again, Dr. Robin, we're so glad that you took the time to call in.
Thank you, El Presidente, for taking the opportunity for having me on your show. I appreciate being on.
Tell our listening audience, basically, give them a lot of people know your ministry in terms of God's Perfect Plan Ministries and all of that, but give them some of your credentials and some of your background on the areas of physical fitness and even some of your accomplishments, if you will.
Great, thanks. Well, I've always been one for staying fit, all my life. And when I started coaching, I coached high school track and field, and I ran track and field in high school. But it wasn't until I started coaching track and field when I realized that I didn't have an opportunity to fulfill my goal, and that was training for the Olympics. So during the time I was training in the 90s, in 96, I coached Pleasantville High School boys and girls track teams. I coached at Stockton College, cross country, sprinting. I coached for the Money Burner Speed Camp with Larry James. Everyone knows Larry James. I was a coach there as well. I was a personal trainer. Definitely did personal training. I had my own sessions, and I trained very, very hard. Right now, my personal training is really just on low key because of my career and my ministry. Right now I help my family, or anyone who comes to me, and we work out hard. So yes, I trained very, very hard for the Olympics. I ran with Olympians. I ran with collegiate runners as an adult. I did not run track and field in high school. I was given an opportunity for a scholarship, and I write all this in my book, and sort of turned it down because we didn't have any guidance in the high school as to the opportunities that a college scholarship could get you. I probably would not have been training so hard in the 90s for the Olympics. I probably would have made it, right out of college. But, so I just been trying to keep my body fit and help others around me.
Absolutely. Good stuff. You mentioned your book. Give us the name of the book and maybe a little bit of background on the book, and then we'll segue into what we can do, us couch potatoes, to kind of get the ball rolling on some level of fitness.
Okay. Well, I've been writing all of my life and just recently started publishing. And when I was training, I actually published the Personal Workout Journal. And it was only used at the Money Burner Speed Camp, and I used it with some of the people I trained, and perhaps I may put it back into circulation. But the book I published back in 2007 and then 2010 was God's Perfect Plan, and this was a book about perseverance and victory and promise. And through the struggle of training for the Olympics, a marriage was involved, and the marriage sort of interfered with my training, but ultimately my training was what saved me when the marriage failed. So it's called God's Perfect Plan. No one said it would be easy, and a lot of this is on my training and on my running and how the two work together and how the Lord brought me through, and I was victorious in the end.
Wow. Interesting. That's very interesting. How long when did you write this book?
The last time it was published was in 2010.
Okay, so for the people that may not have your book, how would you categorize it? Not from this segment being a physical fitness segment, but even in terms of a guide to help navigate life.
Oh, it would definitely be a book about perseverance, never giving up, keeping your eyes on your goal, and regardless of what obstacles come in your way, you're going to keep fighting till you get there because I was standing on God's word, standing on God's word and not giving up.
Okay. All right. So with all of that said, of course, I'm going to give you an opportunity to plug the book, and then we're really going to talk about physical fitness. Where can they get your book, God's Perfect Plan? And you got a couple of other books out too. And I promise you, we're going to get to physical fitness. But I am so proud of this young lady and her accomplishments. And on another note, she and her family and her church ministry, the New Mount Calvary Baptist Church, and her group / family, Duncan and Rachel, have been a mainstay and a paramount supporter of WEHA from its inception for over 10 years. So anytime we have an opportunity to illuminate what they are doing, you know, I would be remiss if I didn't take that opportunity to brag about them. So that's what I'm doing right now. And but now, with all that said, tell us where you can get the books first of all.
Okay. Currently, you can get God's Perfect Plan on my website, and that is perfectplanprofessionalservices.com.
Okay.
My other books are on Amazon, and I plan on putting this book back on Amazon. We had there was a bidding war going on in 2013 with my book between publishers, and then I had it taken off. So I'm going to have all the rights. And when you publish your book, you got to be very careful as to, you know, not signing a contract where you have non-exclusive rights. I never sign a contract with non-exclusive rights. That way you can publish and sell your own book. So right now you can go to my website, www.perfectplanprofessionalservices, and order your book via PayPal, and I will send you an autographed book.
Wow, wonderful, wonderful. So, of course, if you didn't get that, make sure that you reach back out to us, and then we'll get you the information that you need so you can get a copy of her book. And then you have another book, Wondering.
Oh, yes. It's Wondering, Poems from the Heart.
People don't know I'm your unofficial manager, so I
yes, you are.
Yeah.
Don't let Duncan hear that. Yeah, I didn't realize you knew about this. Yes, it's my book of poetry that was just recently published, and these are poems that I have been writing since high school. There are poems on love, poems on patience, self-awareness, growing, your roots, till we meet again, and I even have some poems in here written by Reverend Duncan P. Lane. So this is definitely right now, Wondering, Poems from the Heart can be purchased via my website or Amazon.
Amen. Perfect. Now, let's segue to physical fitness.
Physical fitness.
Let's talk about, again, just a little bit of my own personal backstory. For many of you that don't know, in 2019, April 24th to be exact, I had a 6-hour double bypass open heart surgery. And to God be the glory, it was 1 year ago, day before yesterday, the 24th. And I am feeling wonderful. And of course, I was encouraged to be as active as possible, which I was. I was walking anywhere from 3 to 5 miles a day between a combination of the treadmill and outside. I was going, you know, at a nice, comfortable pace as not to overexert myself. Then maybe a couple of months later, about 3 months later, after me doing so much walking, I developed an ulcer under my foot, which was, it started off as a blister, and then when the blister popped, it was a full-blown ulcer or a hole under my foot. So I have been, if many of you that know me have been seeing me walk around in a off-loading shoe for the last 6 or 7 months. While I had to go through the process of a hyperbaric chamber, which consisted of being fully incubated in a tube for 2 hours a day, 5 days a week for 50 days. And then some other stuff I had to do and all of that. But mainly, and this is what brings me to Dr. Robin, mainly I was encouraged. As a matter of fact, I was ordered to totally stay off my feet. They didn't even want me to go to church. They said, stay off your foot, keep your foot elevated. I was a little disobedient because definitely I had to make my way to church because I had to be able to get some sanctity out of all of this and make some sense. And the only way I could really do that is through the Word of God. And so the hearing the preached Word of God was literally like therapy for me in parts. But I took advantage of it as well. I made it my mission to eat as much as I could, you know, while I was calling myself so-called taking it easy. And now I know that I fell victim to just totally being inactive. I gained a number of pounds, to be exact, that many pounds. And I want Dr. Robin now to talk to the people that are like me, that they might not didn't go through an operation, you might didn't have an ulcer under your foot, for instance, but you just find yourself inactive and you want to kind of change course and kind of get ready for when you can get back out there. What can we do, Dr. Robin, and where it won't kill us either?
Well, the first thing we need to do is change our thinking. I think every year when New Year's roll around, people join the gym, and going to the gym, it makes them feel like they really are accomplishing something with their fitness. And now with this pandemic and stay-at-home orders, you can't go to the gym. So now you have to change your thinking and look at your home as your place where you're going to start keeping yourself physically fit. So the first thing you have to do, you have to start logging the things that you do in terms of working towards your fitness, logging your exercise. How often did you work out during this week? Did I work out 3 times a week? How long did I work out? What areas did I work out? Did I do cardio or did I do muscular training? That way you can always gauge what more you need to do in order to burn more and in order to maintain a certain weight. My goal right now is to maintain a certain weight. Since we've been on lockdown orders, I have, thank goodness, lost 6 pounds because we can easily sit around. Like today I had like 4 or 5 Oreo cookies, the Oreo Thins, and I said tomorrow I'm going to work it off. But you have to start logging your workouts and you have to start logging your food. If you know that, sitting around is your Achilles heel and you don't want to gain weight and you can't get out to the gym, you have to start monitoring the type of foods you eat and how often you eat. You can have a healthy diet and one day have a cheat day. Don't go crazy, but have a cheat day. You want to include water. You definitely want to keep water in your diet. Your vegetables. Now, there's a lot of sugar in fruit, all right? Don't be fooled. There's a lot of sugar in grapes, bananas, and watermelon. So you can have some fruit, but you have to just watch the type of fruit that you eat because there's a lot of sugar in fruit. But you definitely want to stay away from a lot of the fatty food, a lot of the fried food too. Don't want to, watch your cholesterol. And a lot of shrimp. If you like shrimp like I do, that will definitely send your cholesterol, your numbers up. So stay away from the fatty food. Stay away from a lot of fried food. You want to eat a lot of healthy food. Now, if you're eating a lot of pasta, that's carbohydrates. You're going to have to burn those carbohydrates, So, eat some food that's going to fuel your body. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water and just watch your sugar intake. And, of course, like I said, exercise around your house. If you have stairs in your house, you can do one day, I'm going to do 5 flights of steps, rest in between. Go outside, walk around your house. If you're sitting in the chair, do leg lifts. Extend your leg out. If you have ankle weights, put some ankle weights on your ankles and do leg lifts. Get your crunches in. But you have to develop a program for yourself right there in your house because there's something for you to do.
Excellent. And it's crazy because my wife, Lady Praise, she had, I guess you would call it pre-diabetes. And she went to the doctors and she is just committed not to have to go on medications and all of that. So she began a walking regimen about 2 weeks ago. And as a matter of fact, yesterday, she successfully walked 10 miles.
Wow.
Yeah, you know Lady Praise, man. When she gets in there, she goes all in.
That's excellent.
Yeah,
10
oh yeah,
miles. That is excellent.
definitely. I was personally proud of her too, because she said what she wanted to do, and it's to your point. She made a goal for herself, and she said, this is what I want to accomplish. And for everybody, it may not be like like me. I can't get out there and walk like that right now. Hopefully, by the time the golf courses open up, I can get back to doing the kind of walking I really love to walk, and that's on the links of the golf course. But in the meantime, there's still something that people like me need to go ahead and do, and it starts with, like you said, making some sort of a commitment. Hello? Dr. Robin? Did we lose her? I think, we must have lost her for a minute, but we'll bring her back. Hold on. We'll bring her right back. We lost her there for a minute. She should be coming on any second. Here she goes. Yeah, Dr. Robin? Dr. Robin?
Hey, yeah, the call dropped. I'm trying to text you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just noticed that it had dropped, and I just chalked it up. I said anybody that talks to me for any length of time after a certain point, they just decide to hang up on me. So I thought I thought I just fell in that category. But I was saying, I was telling you about Lady Praise, but I was actually saying that you might not get out there and walk 10 miles or anything like that, but I guess what I'm hearing from you, that you have to go ahead and make some sort of a commitment, even if it's like you said, walking around your house or walking up and down the steps, the equivalent of 5 flights, then taking a rest. Make sure we drink plenty of water, kind of modify your diet, not to totally starve yourself and deprive yourself, but be watchful of your intake.
Exactly, and you have to log your progress. You have to set a goal, and then you have to set benchmarks, and then you have to, when you reach your benchmark, you celebrate, but you keep going, and you only do that by logging that in a journal. Get a journal, get a notebook. That is your workout journal. It's your fitness journal. You write in it every night. You talk about your failures. You talk about how you felt. You talk about how your body feels. You talk about, my back is hurting too much today. I'm going to cut back tomorrow. This is your journey. This is your jog. Your log. So you write it down, and then you can look back and say, look at where I've come from, and look at where I'm at now.
Absolutely.
So tell your wife, I said, congratulations.
Yeah,
that's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, she's probably listening, and she does have a journal that she writes in. As a matter of fact, she leaves it right on her sink in the bathroom, right there. And she, it's laminated and all of that stuff like that, and it's, like I said, it's a big deal to her, and she writes in where she started at and where she wants to be and all of that. But this is valuable information, because again, in some forms we make light of it or whatever, but this is really, really, this is different for a lot of people. I know it's different for me sitting around so much. And I'm definitely not comfortable with it, but I have to recognize that, that with respect to what I'm dealing with, that I have some limitations, but it doesn't mean I can't do anything,
Right.
And that's, I think that's what the trap we fall in. We kind of fall victim to, okay, well, if I can't do this, or if I don't modify my diet to this, I'm just going to go crazy,
Exactly, and you can't feel sorry for yourself. You can't, and you can't give up, and you can't compare yourself to someone else who may be in a better shape than you are. You have to look at yourself. You are measuring yourself from where you were on Monday to where you will be or on Thursday. You can't measure yourself up against anyone else. You have to just focus on you.
Well, something, I won't say the person's name, right? because I kind of almost fell victim to that. I was kind of getting down on myself because this person that I know, I won't say their name, they posted on Facebook a picture of the scale, and they weighed 139 pounds. And I saw that, and I was a little bit discouraged because, like you said, don't compare yourself, because I'm like, the last time I saw 139 pounds, I was a baby. And you know, so I started getting a little discouraged or whatever. This was a grown woman, and she had standing on the scale, 139 pounds, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, I'm not even worthy to look at numbers like that, because I'm 58 years old and I'm looking at 139, and 139, I'm looking at baby pictures, you know what I mean? But
But you never know. 5 years ago, that person could have been 135 pounds, trying to get back there.
Okay. I'll take that. But I felt better because I posted, and the person, they responded back encouraging, and they didn't down me off. They didn't down me and say, well, get off your beep 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 beep. So it was good. And Dr. Robin, we so appreciate you. Is it anything? Is it any particular exercise? I know most people are listening to you on the radio, and then of course we have our Facebook audience. But for those that are on radio, you gave a couple of tips, like walking around the house, walking up the stairs. If you're confined to a chair or a couch, doing leg lifts. Is there a couple more you want to throw out there?
There's some easy ones you can do with squats. People are doing a lot of squats now, and when they're working their abs, their glutes, and that's your rear end, your hamstrings and your quads, and those are your thighs. And when people hear squats, first thing they think about is the pressure on your knees. No, you go down as far as you can go down, but the whole trick is how you brace your body and how you come up and release your muscles, okay, because you are contracting and you are releasing, okay, when you're doing your squat motion in your abs and your glutes and your hamstring, and that's what's getting the blood working, and that's what's helping you tone, and that's what's helping you burn. So you don't have to go all the way down to the ground. You don't need to have 50 pounds on you when you do your squats. You're using your own body weight, and you're using your own muscles by tightening them and releasing them, and that's contracting them and releasing them. And that's how you're getting the burn, and that's how you're getting the strength.
Excellent. And something, again, I'm laughing and making, gesturing a little bit about it, but that's serious, because a lot of times we qualify and measure our regimen, our workout regimen, based on what we see on TV and trying to follow the instructors and trying to keep lockstep with them, as opposed to understanding that everybody is unique and different. And what might really be a challenge for some might be easy for others. So you have to weigh your success based on you.
Right.
So in other words, I've been, like, for instance, on Facebook, I've been seeing this, what is called, the push-up challenge. And everybody's been doing all of these push-ups, like 10 push-ups and more. And right. I know my son gets on there, and he'll do 30 or 40 or 50 push-ups, my son Chris. And so now, based on what you're telling me, again, it's going to sound funny, but I'm serious. Based on what you're telling me, I am going to implement on Facebook a 2 push-up challenge.
That's fine.
And I'm going to do 2 push-ups on Facebook, and then I'm going to log off. I ain't going to try to show off.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's good.
And then maybe a week later, if Lord's will, I'll go to 3 push-ups.
And that's what I tell people when I do my workout. I give a workout a week on Facebook. Do what you can. Now, I'm not joining the push-up challenge because I know I have very small wrists, and they're kind of weak. They've always been, because they're so small. And if I do too many push-ups, my wrists start to hurt. So I'm not joining that challenge, because I'm only going to do what I can for my body.
And that's right. And like with me, I might have the arm strength, but when I had my surgery last year, a part of it, they had to crack open my chest. So I'm automatically conscious of the fact that that happened. So I definitely don't want to overdo it. But again, to your point, you just want to go ahead and do, and that's what I'm taking the most out of this conversation, that you really, really have to concentrate and consider who you are and right where you are, but just knowing who you are and right where you are, there is something that you can do to get started.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we were forced, right now we're at the point where if you want to stay fit, you have no other choice but to utilize whatever is in your house, or your house, your outside, your yard, your bike, to stay fit.
Amen. That's right. Right. Dr. Robin Moore, I thank you. I appreciate you for taking the time. Is there any last words that you want to call in? Say before we log off? And before you do that, I did get a response from your brother-in-law, our good friend, Reverend Duncan P. Lane, and let me know that I am too late to be your unofficial manager. So we're gonna have to maybe litigate that. But in all seriousness, we thank God for all that you do, and being a great supporter of this station and your ministry and your father's ministry. Everyone knows the New Mount Calvary Baptist Church, the small church with a big heart. And just everything that you do, representing Duncan and Rachel, and your principal at the school, and just a lot of hats. And we're thankful that you shared this few minutes with us to give us this valuable information. And we got to do it again real soon.
All right, thank you for having me on.
All right, God bless. Now go ahead and get that food out the oven you was talking about earlier. Don't burn nothing now, because you know I'm gonna talk about you on the radio if you do.
Oh, no, I have nice baked chicken, and I have balsamic seasoned rice with some fresh string beans and cornbread.
See, now you messing with me now, right? Bye.
Bye.
All right, God bless. All right, then, so there you have it, Dr. Robin Moore, and thankful to her for going ahead and giving us a call and giving us some tips and talking about her books and all of that stuff like that, but definitely giving us some tips on how we can get a little bit more physically fit, particularly during this pandemic when a lot of people, including myself, for instance, have been relegated to being in the house and not that active. And she's just kind of letting us know that we can definitely do something. But again, my big takeaway from it was that we have to consider ourselves. It's not about trying to keep up with anybody. Sometimes we can go in competitive mode and we can overexert and overdo to try to keep up with somebody else. It could be the instructor. If you're looking at workout videos or something like that, you can, you'll look up, and next thing that you know, you're trying to keep up with somebody else. And then not only will you not be able to keep up with them because you'll wear yourself out, but then you'll be discouraged because you think that, what's the use, Speaking of that, so thank God once again for Dr. Robin Moore. Lady Praise just walked in the building. Hey, you're on Facebook, so you got to come up to the mic. Thank God for you. I was just talking about you. Let me get you a mic on. You can sit right here. Lady Praise just walked into the office and to the studio, so I am with her. And I was just telling Dr. Robin Moore, congratulations to you, as you walked 10 miles yesterday. And and you just happened to walk in now. So now, did you walk from home here?
No.
You drove?
Yes.
Okay, but you did. But you did 10 miles, and you've been walking for a couple of weeks now, right?
Yep.
Tell us how that experience, and tell us what prompted. I told the listening audience, the pre-diabetes and all that, but just tell them in your own words what your goal and your aspiration and your motive was to even start walking in the first place, beside losing a couple of pounds.
Well, it's to reverse, it's to reverse the diabetes, so that I don't have to be on medication. So you can, through diet and exercise, reverse diabetes. So that's what my goal, that's what my plan is. So I have faith in it, but along with faith, I'm doing the works, which is through my diet and through exercising. So I have a couple of books, as you know, always coming up to you like, oh, look at this. So yeah, so I'm excited as well as determined. My goal is to lose a total of 50 pounds, because that'll put me where I'm supposed to be for my height, age, and all that stuff. You know, when you look at the charts and it say, oh, well, you should be this. So according to the chart, I'm supposed to be 165 pounds.
Okay, now I got a question for you, okay? And I don't know. I don't be meaning to take it here when we talk, but it always kind of goes here. I'm going to ask a serious question, but it might come across kind of funny, right?
Okay.
If you lose 50 pounds, because you're not like all that big, so if you lose 50 pounds, are you still going to leave enough meat on the bone for me to still grab? See, there you go, cracking up. See, I'm dead serious. You know, because I mean, well, is there such thing? I guess this would be a question for like Dr. Robin Moore or somebody like that.
Well, when you met me, I was not the size that I am now.
No, you're right.
So it'll be somewhere in between where we've been before.
Okay.
In the 38 years that you've known me.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'll take that. Okay. Then. So in other words, you weren't the biggest, and you definitely wasn't the smallest. You definitely wasn't the biggest, and all of that. You were in between. So you're just kind of revisiting where you were when we first got married 38 years ago.
Correct. Something like that.
All right. And you think 50 pounds will do it?
Uh-huh.
Okay, then. So we're going to ride with you with the 50 pounds. So stay tuned to Lady Praise, and as she's on her weight loss quest, and she is definitely adamant.
One of my big goals as well is, because you're diabetic as well.
Right.
So my big thing right now is I am trying to keep meals interesting.
Right.
You know, so it doesn't feel like I'm punishing you or punishing myself.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to still keep meals interesting, but still trying to keep in mind the carbs, you know, that we're taking in, and so on and so forth, stuff like that. So that's been a challenge, but it's also been kind of fun. The other day I made Deacon Hawks, he said that I made him the perfect pork chop, but I did it with this coconut oil that he brought home that was supposed to be good. I don't know why coconut oil is better than vegetable oil, but I don't know, it had some benefits that were better. So I said, okay, let me try to make these with the coconut oil, and that didn't turn out good.
I wasn't going to say it because you did it from your heart. You meant well.
I'm being total transparent.
Your motive was right.
Yeah.
You know, you just wanted to look out for us.
Right.
But you know.
So we've turned to the brown pastas.
Yeah.
I'll get the tomato sauces without sugar added.
Turkey meatballs. You made some turkey meatballs with wheat pasta.
The wheat pasta.
Yep.
Like meatloaf. Instead of meatloaf, I might make a turkey loaf. But we do beef, you know, not like every day, but
right.
we're still keeping beef in our diet. So it's a challenge. I'm up for the challenge. And as in time on my 50th birthday, I lost weight to fit into my 50th birthday dress.
You sure did.
This time I'm trying to shed the pounds for the sake of my health.
Absolutely.
So that's what my goal is. Yesterday when I left, I didn't even leave to walk 10 miles. I left, I was going to do my regular 6 miles. But I was going, it was a beautiful day out. I had a nice playlist on, and I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and see if I can do the 10 miles. And I did the 10 miles.
So you have the right...
I didn't start feeling it until about mile 9. I was ready to be to my car.
Wow.
So the last mile, I was like, okay, get me to the car.
And you wear one of those Fitbits.
Yeah, I have my Fitbit that I made a purchase of this, I think, about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
About a month ago, I did the Fitbit. I love that because it keeps me up with my steps, how many steps I should, you know, my heartbeat. When I walk, I like to, you know, I try to keep my heartbeat at a certain rhythm, things of that nature. So it's been a challenge, but it's also been been fun. I'm up for the challenge. I thank God that I do have the life, health, and strength, to do it. So I thank God for that. So keep me in prayer.
And you have the determination, and I was telling Dr. Robin, I said, anybody that knows that once you put your mind to something, that you're definitely.
That's it, trying to get your mind there.
Yeah.
I was just telling Rose, I was like, that's the thing, getting your mind there. 'Cause I was like, once your mind is there, that candy bar is no longer an it's okay. There's candy bar, there's cake. To where when your mind isn't there, it can be like, oh well, I'm gonna start tomorrow. I'm eating this cake today.
Well, something, and Dr. Robin kind of alluded to.
Because mind you, I'm not taking medicine,
No,
so I'm
I understand.
trying to monitor. Every day. My husband, I'll wake up and I'll be like, oh, but it's still this and it's still that. So he keeps me encouraged with let me know, well, your body got to do this, for the numbers. So.
But what she alluded to, and I do.
I only heard.
Right.
Because I was getting your dinner.
Right. But she alluded to, and I like this because sometimes you would think that we would just realize that and just take it for granted. But what she said, you have to make sure that you gear your workout regimen to fit you.
Oh, absolutely.
Because everybody's
absolutely.
situation is not
Right,
the same.
yeah.
Like I told him before, before this happened, after I got out the hospital, I was walking religiously 3 to 5 miles a day.
Right.
Between the treadmill and walking, around the neighborhood and all of that.
You hadn't went back to golf yet.
Yeah, I hadn't went back to golf since my open heart surgery.
Right.
But I had, and I was
started that walk.
Oh my goodness, and I was feeling good and this and that and the other. And then when I had this diabetic ulcer under my foot, I was ordered, not to be on my foot. Period.
Right. Yeah.
On my, so then you fall into a habit of just not being active or anything like that. And again, that's what prompted me, after all these months of that, to really kind of take notice of what she was doing online with low impact.
Low impact, right.
You know what I mean? And,
Yeah.
and that's, I said, well, wait a minute. It's probably a lot of people, particularly not just people that, you're sick, but people you get older and all of that. And you think, well, wait a minute, working out is just for young people. Or if I can't walk 10 miles or whatever, I'm not going to do anything. But she had alluded to the fact that you can, just walk around your house.
Right.
Or walk, outside of your house or go up the steps. She said you can go back and forth up the steps, equivalent of like.
And that's why I love this
Fitbit. It tells you how many.
It lets you know, and it has a goal, I guess, at 10,000 steps a day. And it reminds you, okay, this hour, you still got these many more steps to do for this hour.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
All right. Well, that's good. It's good stuff. So you came in right on time because we had just hung up from Dr. Robin, and she gave us a myriad of information regarding physical fitness. For those that may be active and those that are inactive, and great information coming from her. And then Lady Praise with her personal testimony. Yesterday, just so it happened yesterday, she walked 10 miles. So, did you walk today?
Yeah.
How many miles?
3.
You did 3 miles a day? Right.
Well, 3 is my, my minimum is to do a 1 hour workout every day.
Okay.
Which is usually my walking. So for me, an hour, it takes about 3 miles.
Okay. So
3 miles.
we'll keep you posted on her progress. I know one of the other things I see that you do, and she recommended too, and I see that you have a journal in the bathroom. You have a journal that you write in every day.
Yeah.
And she had mentioned too, and I'm just
Plus,
sharing.
I need to take that when I go back to the doctor, because she can, why aren't you taking your medicine? I'm like, before you go going crazy, I ain't taking medicine, number one. But here's my log, to show her my numbers for when I test in the morning, when I test in the evening, it'll show her my numbers and everything. As well as, I track my weight as it's going up or down. I used to do all the measurements, but like I said, this time it's not about a dress.
That's
it's
right.
about my health. So I'm not even, usually I would do the measurements, how many inches I lost in my hips and my waist, but it's totally about them diabetic numbers.
And you know something, but that's a good I'm glad you brought that up, because a lot of times, and you know, everybody wants to look good in their clothes. I get that, but you know, a lot of times, if our sole motive is to just deal with the superficial, if you will, just the appearance part of it, for instance, you might be missing the greater point. Thus, you might not stick to it.
Oh, right.
But if you do it for
Point in case, my 50th birthday, I
Yeah.
lost 28 pounds.
Yep.
I was determined I was going to fit into my 50th birthday dress.
And you fit into that quite nicely.
The day after, I think I gained 5-7 pounds within 5 days after.
I remember
and then
that.
from there, they just came, and I was back to my regular.
Well, I remember one time I went, and you know, it's not, you know, usually women don't talk about their weight, but I can talk about mine. I don't care. But I had got down. When I got out the hospital. No. This is before I went to the hospital. I was on a workout regimen, and my goal was to get to 195 pounds, and I was somewhere around 217, 218, and you know, just shy of 220, and this was before I got diagnosed and went in the hospital, because I was working out every day and I had got down. I said my goal was between 195 and 200, and this is the honest truth. Soon as I got to like 199, 200, 190, I said, okay, I done met my goal. I ate everything in sight: ribs, chicken,
No,
fried.
what was that? I think that was right after. It was one of the diets, and then we were invited to someone's house. Was it Memorial Day?
Yeah.
It was one of the holidays.
remember
I mean,
where we
they
went, but I
had
remember that.
everything. They
I
had
remember
peach
that.
cobbler. They had ribs. I mean, they had everything. When I went back home that day, I was 5 pounds heavier.
I remember that. But again, like you said, you know, particularly now, and you know, when not just the pandemic, but you know, medical issues, particularly for African Americans, you know, where we suffer a lot with diabetes. Type
High blood
pressure, cholesterol,
all of those,
you know, all of those, you
that
know,
can be controlled through your diet.
Yeah, they can be controlled through our diet or whatever. You know, I guess it's in order, for instance, with respect to being responsible in terms of this station, for us to go ahead and make sure that we give information from time to time, which we do. You know, we've had Dr. Thomas Miller, who was always a wealth of information. I remember one time. Dr. Thomas
begging
Miller.
us, people, please.
He
put
begging
the
you.
fried
It's like
chicken
it's
down.
a religion for Dr. Miller. And I remember one time I just came from getting a big old
burger,
McDonald's double quarter pounder, and he was coming on at 8:00, and he started just out of the clear blue. It was like he was looking at me in the car, unwrapping this double quarter pounder. And he started talking about all of the additives and all of that stuff like that. And, you know, and he said such fast food such as, you know, McDonald's and all of that. And I'm sitting there with this big old double quarter pounder. He's on the radio. He don't see me and everything. So I told him that testimony. And he said, did you throw it away? I said, no, I ate it. But at least I was mindful. At least I was mindful. And in all seriousness, Lady Praise, that's half the battle, because a lot of times, for instance, we ingest things into our bodies, and we put things into our bodies.
Well, that's also like you're not educated on what you're putting in your body,
and you don't know.
That's all you know is you're eating what you see and what you taste.
Exactly.
But you don't have the knowledge of what's in there and what it's going to do to your body. One of the books that I read, it helped me, you know, it was explaining what your body goes through as being diabetic. And when I read it that way, I'm like, oh, and just like what the book said, that's what happened. He said, like, how you finish eating, you know, your body is overloaded, which is why it shuts down and you get the itis all of a sudden, you know, so.
Absolutely.
Understanding what's going into your body. So I'm on that journey, as well as I'm going through this. I'm trying to educate myself on, you know, the foods and what they do for our body and what foods are good and why you want to have this, this portion of that and that portion of that in your daily diet and all of that. So it's new, but I'm up for the challenge.
Well, Dr. Robin Moore, she sent in a comment and said, Lady Praise is doing it right. So it's always good when you hear from an expert.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But again, if the takeaway being that, find a routine that works for you. But in the words of famous Amos, he said, "Just get started, man."
Right, just get started.
So that's
because
what
it was a couple of months in my mind before I actually got started. But it
Sure.
was, you've heard me. I gotta. He's like, well, just get started. Okay.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
But,
well, something. Part of the other reason why I wanted to do something like this too is because I have sometimes you need an incentive for yourself. Mm-hmm. So sometimes if you put yourself on blast, you know what I mean, you're more apt to possibly follow up.
That doctor giving me those pills and said take them, and then I did take them, and I didn't like the way I felt.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute. And I read that this can be reversed just by me diet and exercise, watching what I'm eating. I said, all right, I'm gonna go for it.
With that said,
and I've been wanting to lose weight. I'm always complaining about my weight anyhow. So I've wanted to lose weight for some time anyhow. So now's the perfect time.
Gospel.
Well, with that said, just make sure too. We're not suggesting at all that if you're on a regimen, a medication regimen.
Oh no,
that you stop.
No.
That you definitely seek the advice and the input of your doctor, and find out what and keep them posted every step of the way. Also, as it relates to, and we didn't talk about this, but also as it relates to supplements as well. Mm-hmm. A lot of times I take multivitamins and stuff like that.
Yeah, I take vitamins first thing. I have my little regimen of what I do, what I'm taking, but I'm educating myself on how my body processes.
Exactly.
Like for me, before, my thing, like when I lost them 28 pounds for my 50th birthday, I starved myself because I did that in a month. I think I did it in 30 days or less than 30 days.
Wow. I think this is Patrice Dawson, our niece, Drew's daughter.
Oh.
And she
hey Patrice.
She put congratulations, and then she put in here 19 miles. So
yeah.
I don't know if she walked 19 miles, she might be saying. Mm-hmm. But she put congratulations, and good to hear from Deborah Dozier as well.
Yeah.
But no, it's just good stuff. But again, the main thing is just getting started. Do what you can do. Don't feel any pressure to try to keep up with anybody else.
So let me throw out there, if we do have a dietitian in our listening audience or through our Facebook, make sure that you hit us up, because I would love to hear some input from a dietitian.
Right.
Because in my research and in my reading and everything, I'm uneducated on what the foods do for my body. Like I was saying, I used to starve myself, but to be successfully with loose and everything, I need to my body needs those nutrients.
Oh, Patrice Dawson, she was saying, she corrected herself. She said she was saying congratulations on your 10 miles.
Oh, thank you, Patrice.
But she said she rode a bike yesterday for the first time in 25 years.
Okay.
So congratulations to you, Patrice.
Yeah.
We love you, Patrice.
Love you, Patrice.
Yeah.
I came across a picture of us with Drew. I said I was going to put it on Facebook.
Yeah.
He was at the TV show with us.
Yep.
When we did Sunday Morning Glory with Lady Praise and Friends.
Definitely.
That was my brother.
Definitely.
Right after my brother died, I remember I told him, I said, well, you're my other brother.
Yep.
You my brother from another mother.
And Drew would come here to the studio and
Bring a
come and
big
sit in
cake.
your office and bring cake and all of that. And look, he wasn't worried about who was in here.
Nope.
He wasn't worried about no meetings. He knew he had it like that. He could just come into this station and this office and just sit down. And I miss his.
And then he'd start giving me ideas. So you thought about maybe you can do this, and maybe he always had ideas of stuff we can do for fundraising.
Yeah,
or
he
just
always.
stuff to do within the radio station.
I do miss, and maybe
He
this,
did your 50th birthday
Yeah,
for us. He did
yeah.
the catering and all of that.
I miss his crab potato salad.
Yep.
And
Yep. He made his famous.
see, that's
crab
how I stay in
potato
trouble. But something like Dr. Robbins said, and I keep alluding to what she said because she gave some good information as it relates to people, for instance, that are not avid physical fitness buffs,
Mhm.
regular people. And she said, like, she ate 6. She said, I guess she cheated a little bit, and she ate 6 Oreo cookies, but the thin ones, right?
Mhm.
But she made the point that she'll work it off tomorrow, because
Right.
that you should give yourself, if you so inclined, give yourself a cheat day or something
Right,
like
right.
that. Don't go overboard, don't
Right.
go crazy,
Yeah.
but because there's a difference in cutting back and cutting down and then just depriving yourself,
Right.
because all of us know that have been on any kind of weight loss quest that if you just totally deprive yourself,
you're gonna come back with a
you're gonna come back
vengeance.
with a vengeance. I mean, you going like, you know what I mean? You know.
Yeah, that's why. And I'm in the meal planning now. I'm really trying to keep it interesting, keep the taste buds alive and satisfactory for both of us.
Sure.
But so that's one of my objectives. So right now I am constantly looking at different recipes.
Well, you made a nice salad yesterday. We had
Yeah.
we had fish, so
Mhm.
I wasn't deprived. But also, you made a nice salad, and it green leafy lettuce, and you had some
You had romaine lettuce.
romaine
and
lettuce
spinach.
and spinach. It's spinach in there, so I had the greens, the roughage and all of that stuff. And you had the little small tomatoes in there, and you had
Black olives.
and
You know,
black
I love
olives,
black
and you had
chicken.
the shredded chicken
Shredded
breast. Shredded
Yeah,
chicken
I
breast,
put
and
some
that was
seasoning over
tasty.
it. Yeah, it
that
was-
was
yeah, that was-
tasty.
that
You know
was
what I mean?
tasty.
So
So that's my objective.
Yeah.
I'm trying to still keep the taste buds alive with menu options, that we're picking. But I'm up again. Like I said, I'm definitely up for the challenge. Doing a lot of reading and educating myself as it pertains to food and my body.
Okay. Now, also, since I got Lady Praise in the studio, you also, just catching up with you, you are also in school now.
I am. I've
You
been
are
in
you
school
were in
since
school.
August.
Talk about that a little bit, and what school you go to and everything, and
Well, I've
what
been
you're trying to
attending
accomplish.
Lancaster Bible College, the Philadelphia branch. Before the pandemic, I was driving up there once a week to Philadelphia. But because of the pandemic, of course, we've been doing online classes. So I'm doing biblical studies is my major. It's been interesting. It's been good. Right now I'm in Remedio, so I keep asking my
instructor.
When am I getting to the good stuff? I'm ready for the Bible stuff. Right now they have me in Remedio. We did the math, we did the science. The science was interesting. Right now I'm in the reading and writing, which is good as well. It's just that anybody who writes, the writing can be, but it's good. Right now I'm in the reading and writing. I did 10 weeks, and now this one is 10 weeks. But then after that, I'll be going into more of my biblical studies classes. So I'm gonna do summer school, and I'm in it. So my objective, my goal, I'm a person, I like to set goals for myself. I would like to get a doctorate in biblical studies. So that puts me up to about my 60th birthday, and putting in a whole lot of hours in school. So I started off kind of slow. I
But
let
you
them
started.
But I started. But I did let them know that I'm going to pump up the classes when I start back.
All right, so that's good stuff, and congratulations. And again, we applaud you big time because again, a lot of people have aspirations to do different things, and beside the fact, particularly when you're at a certain point in your life, you're a wife, you're a mother, you're a grandmother, you're a businesswoman, an entrepreneur, and you wear a lot of hats. You're faithful to your church and your causes and all of that stuff like that, and to find.
But I'm thankful that my lifestyle allows me to do everything that I'm able to do.
Absolutely.
The fact that I am self-employed, in the morning I don't have to punch in at 9:00. So at 9:00 I'm walking.
Well, for clarification though. For clarification, because sometimes people will look at people that are self-employed and say, "Oh, you," because I've heard this, and it's been said to me, "Oh, you're not working because you have your own business."
Oh no!
And people don't know that. Whoa! I get to kind of, I can
maneuver.
I can maneuver
Right.
and manage my hours.
But it doesn't mean I don't work.
But as a matter of fact, my hours don't end in 8 hours.
Yeah, right.
Our hours don't end in 8 hours. It goes for hours and hours. There's you're always on call no matter what.
Right.
And the responsibility of it all, and I tell people, especially if you have employees like us, the responsibility is probably more challenging than the job itself.
Yeah.
The responsibility of getting the job done and being responsible for, in our case, 70-something employees and all of that stuff like that, and people.
But even with that, just the fact that we're in that position, because it's not easy to necessarily carve the time out that you need to exercise. If you need 45 minutes every day that you should be doing some sort of exercise, it's not easy. If you have a job where you have to clock in 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, come home, prepare dinner for your family. It's so easy after that just to sit down and watch TV.
Absolutely.
Or to do something else. So you have to push yourself to, okay, I have to get that workout in. So, or either you got to get up extra early in the morning to get it in. So I'm just grateful for my life. The life that I live allows me, again, to be able to put those hours in, to be able to let the office know I'm on a regiment now, so I'll be doing my walks, but if you need me, call me, in the mornings.
Absolutely.
School, same thing, being able to go up to Philly to do the schooling,
Absolutely. Well, you put your time in.
And then, again, my spouse, my husband, he supports me 100% in everything that I do. If I say, I'm getting ready to lose 50 pounds, he look at me and put a thumbs up. All right, let's do it.
Absolutely.
When he see me with that, I thought you said you was trying to lose 50 pounds.
But no, I won't say that because I won't say that because I know.
Yes, you will. If you see
no, if I saw you going overboard,
right? That's what I was just going to say. Yeah, you will.
Yeah. But
if you just see me take a look, you won't say no. You're not that dude who's going to be like, you're not supposed to. No, you're not that dude.
No, I'm not.
But yeah, if you see me going overboard, to where wait a minute, yeah.
And and especially now,
and he'll say it in a joking way.
Yeah, no, I ain't gonna come after you. Well, number one, I gotta live with you.
This is true.
And I always declare that my house must be a house of peace.
So
if I want peace in my house, I learned early on that I have to be peaceful. Okay. If I want to raise sand, as my mother used to say, raise cane, and I want my house to be, full of raising sand and raising cane, then I'll be one of those raising cane, raising sand people. But nope, I like peace at my home. So, blessed is the peacemaker. Okay. So I'm thankful for that. But but with that said, we help as one of another. So
absolutely.
Like Elaine, she's conscious of the fact that I'm diabetic or whatever, so she'll do things, for instance, to promote a healthier eating lifestyle, and then it's up to you to follow it. You know what I mean? Because they can say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You know what I mean? But again, I love the fact that, you find something that works for you and you go ahead and do it and see it through for the long haul. And don't just, start and stop and all of that. That's why you go at your pace and what works for you. Because somebody might say, okay, if you do this regimen for a year, that you're going to lose if you have a weight goal loss of 50 pounds, and I'm just saying, not necessarily you, but anybody. I want to lose 50 pounds, and I have a goal of 1 year.
Right.
To some people, they might look at it and say, 1 year. You know how long that? I don't want to wait 1 year to lose 50 pounds. But if life lasts, and the Lord's will, you're going to live
1
another
year.
It's going to come. So wouldn't it be great to be able to say,
Yes,
it took me a year where it might took somebody else 3 months.
Right.
It took me a year, but guess what? That year came, and guess what? I lost 50 pounds. And more so than that, I want to just keep going, and I feel 100% better.
Right.
And that's what it's all about.
And
So-
it's just a lifestyle change in just the way that we're used to doing.
Absolutely. All right, then. So I'm going to go ahead and put it back on some more music. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente, and we thank you for hanging out with us. I'm with Lady Praise, who just walked into the building. Always glad to see my beautiful wife of 38 years.
I have homework to do, though. So.
And she got homework to do, so she's going to check out. She likes coming to the office to do her homework and everything because it's a little more quieter and all of that good stuff. So go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to carry on. I've had the audience with me roughly since about 1 o'clock, right before Priscilla came on and did a wonderful program. And just as a recap of today, we had Priscilla Hawks, attorney, our daughter. She came on with a wonderful program that featured Reverend Yeary of the coalition, the Rainbow Coalition Push Initiative, Reverend Jesse Jackson's program, and they talked exclusively about the CARES Act and how it impacted the Paycheck Protection Program. A lot of you small business owners out there that are trying to get loans and trying to get finances for your business. She gave a lot of valuable information along with Reverend Yeary that talked about that program and particularly how it impacts or didn't impact small minority businesses. So she gave a wealth of information. So we want to definitely do follow up on that. And then you heard a wonderful interview that we were blessed to have with super producer Rodney Darkchild Jerkins and his new project that came out. And it was just a wonderful interview. And the thing I love about his project was the fact that he had so many people to help collaborate on this project. And it was just so good. And the proceeds will go to benefit the first responders of the COVID virus. And it was just good stuff. So then last but not least, we had a fitness segment that featured none other than Dr. Robin Moore. And many of you know her from her books and her God's Perfect Plan ministry platform, but also people don't know that she is an avid fitness instructor as well. So we were blessed to have her to come on and talk about fitness. So it's been a well-rounded few hours, and we're glad that you counted it not robbery to just hang in there with us. But now we're going to get you back to the music that you love. And this is Vashawn Mitchell. I'm going to put some Vashawn Mitchell on. This is God Can Do Anything right here on Christ Centered, Community Focused, Listener Supported, Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM where we have gospel.
Blow my mind. Blow my mind. Blow my mind.
Blow my mind, God.
Blow my mind.
We want to see your hand, God.
Blow my mind. To the impossible.
Eyes have not seen, ears have not heard. I can't imagine what you have in store. So can we all lift it up? Blow my mind. Blow my mind. You lift just one hand and just say that into your own atmosphere. Blow my mind. Blow my mind. We want to see miracles, God, yes. Blow my mind. Do the impossible. Now this is the good news. God can do anything. God can do anything. You gotta believe this. God can do anything. We believe you, my God. Yeah, God can. God can do anything. There's nothing too hard for Him. We believe God. God can do anything. If you trust and believe, you shall receive. God can. God can do anything. Yes, He can. Yes, He can. Yes, He can. God can. God can do anything. God can. God can. God can do anything. There's nothing too hard for Him. There's nothing He cannot do. Yes, He can. He can. God can do anything. God can do anything. He can heal. He can save. He can deliver. He can do anything. God can do anything. Yes, He can save. God can do anything. Now all the praise and the sound in here, don't sing. Open your mouth and release a sound that releases a big God. Your praise causes your God to see about you. Your praise causes your God to open up windows and pour out blessings. You don't have room enough to receive. So lift up your praise. God can do it. God can do anything. Hey. God can do anything. God can do anything. Now you got it now. Come on, lift up a sound there. Say God can do, God can do, God can do it. God can do anything.
Stop person.
Every night before I go to sleep, on bended knees, these are the words I speak. Keep me, Lord, so I won't go astray. It's my desire to live for you each day, Lord. I try the best I can in all my ways. Acknowledge Him, keep the faith, and always praise and I sing about and all my ways. Acknowledge Him, keep the faith, and always praise and live. I have say and do. But I'm trying my best the closer I get to you. Teach me, Lord, for your word is alive to me. Yeah. I surrender my all to you completely. Oh, I try the best I can and always acknowledge him there. Keep the faith and always pray and live the life I sing aloud every day. In all my ways, acknowledge him. Oh, keep the faith and always pray and live the life. Oh, every day I live my life according to your every day of my life, every day I try to live, in everything I do, yes. Whoa, I try to live the best I can in every day, every way. Oh, I try to live, I try to live the best I can. In all my ways, acknowledge him, keep the faith, and always pray and live. And I sing about the best I can. In all my ways, acknowledge him. I'm gonna keep the faith and always pray. I will. I try to live. And always pray. Live one more time. I try to live the best I can in all my ways. And always pray. And always pray. I try the best I can in all my ways. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I gotta live the life, Jesus.
There was a time I truly believed that I could do it on my own. But all that I found at the end of that road is that concept for me was all wrong. But I found a Savior who turned me around when He placed His love on me. And I will trust Him, yeah, till my last heartbeat. Trust in earthly possessions, but in the end, it won't bring them through.
'cause you deserve the glory, and you deserve the praise, and you deserve the honor. Oh, you're worthy of it all. Ooh, I love you, Lord. When I think of what you've done and how you gave your only son, I can't claim your majesty. I can't explain your mysteries. You deserve the glory. You deserve the glory. All my praise. You deserve the honor. Whoa, you're worthy of it all. You are worthy, so worthy. You're worthy. You deserve it all. My high praise, I'll raise always. You'll never change. Lord, you deserve it all. You are worthy, so worthy. Lord, you deserve it all. The highest praise. Your love never changes. You deserve it all. When I think of what you've done and how you gave your only son, I can't claim your majesty. I can't explain your mysteries. You deserve it all.
You don't usually get a stock tip from a 16-year-old, but I'm here to tell you about a different kind of stock. It's called Better Futures, a stock for social change that's not about making money. Instead, you invest to help students like me go to college. This is beyond a simple donation. It's the opportunity for America to invest in its kids and take an active stake in the future of the country. The return on your investment isn't money. What you get back is knowing you protected our potential. So one day, that potential can grow up to become surgeons and architects, executives and engineers, people who can change the future just by being a part of it. My name is Alicia, and I am your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service
Hello,
announcement
WEHA listeners. This is Lisa Diane Hall, General Sales Manager here at WEHA 88.7 and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and we have talk. We'd like to thank you for listening and sincerely appreciate your continued support over the last 10 years. Thanks to all of you, WEHA is now a 2-time Stellar Award-winning gospel radio station with a recording studio right here in your local community. As the newly appointed General Sales Manager, it is my goal to share my 20 years of experience in broadcasting and marketing with your church, business, or organization. I am pleased to announce WEHA's new community branding partnerships, where you have the opportunity to be heard on all of WEHA's platforms, including 2 FM bands, WEHAWeHaveGospel.com, and all of WEHA's social media pages, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. WEHA is currently seeking new Sunday morning programming and new talk shows. For more information or to arrange a WEHA Studio Tour, you can reach me, Lisa Diane Hall, at WEHA Studios at 609-641-8870. That's 609-641-8870. WEHA is Christ-centered, community-focused, and listener-supported.
Greetings. This is Kaleem Shabazz, President of the Atlantic City branch of the NAACP. The NAACP is a civil rights and social justice organization fighting since 1909 to ensure that everyone is treated fairly in our nation. The NAACP does not endorse candidates. We do take a position on issues that impact social justice or civil rights. The May 12th special election in Atlantic City is an effort to negatively impact the civil rights of Atlantic City voters and will create a social injustice if approved. The NAACP encourages Atlantic City residents to vote no on the special election. The change of government will remove the ability of Atlantic City voters to have neighborhood representation, and the NAACP says vote no. The change of government will stop the voters from directly electing the mayor, and the NAACP says vote no. And finally, the change of government removes the voters' ability to have referendum and initiative, and the NAACP says vote no. When you receive your mail-in ballot, please fill it out, vote no, and place your ballot in the mail. Remember, vote no in the May 12th election in Atlantic City. Thank you.
A new song of worship for those who love the presence of the Lord. This says, in his presence there's fullness of joy. In his right hand he has pleasures for you. Let me sing it for you real quick. It says this. Oh, how good it is to be in the presence of the Lord. My soul rejoices being in the presence of the King. So refreshing, such a blessing. There's no place I'd rather be than in the presence of the King. Anybody like to be in his presence? Let me sing it again. Oh, how good it is to be in the presence of the Lord. My soul rejoices being in the presence of the King. So refreshing, such a blessing. No place I'd rather be than in the presence of the King. Come on, everybody, sing it together. Oh, how good. Oh, how good it is. Yes, it is. To be in the presence of the Lord. My soul rejoices. Anybody can rejoice in the Lord? In the presence of the King. It's so refreshing, y'all. And for me, it's such a blessing. So refreshing. There's no place I'd rather be than in the presence of the King. Hallelujah. Now I know y'all gonna like this one. I wanna see y'all sing this all over the world. Let me teach it to you. Makes me wanna sing, makes me wanna shout, makes me wanna holler. Makes me wanna sing, makes me wanna shout, makes me wanna holler. Here it is. Throw up my hands. Somebody put your hands in the atmosphere right here. Hallelujah. Throw up my hands. Hallelujah. Come on, y'all. Someone sing it like this. Say, make me wanna sing. Makes me wanna sing. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna holler. Anybody feel like hollering in here? Come on, sing it again. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna holler. Here it is, y'all. Come on. Throw up my hands. Throw your hands in the atmosphere here today. Throw up my hands. Throw up my hands. Hallelujah. I see your worshipers all over the world. Now sing it again, Lord. Makes me wanna sing. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna. Makes me wanna holler. Say it again. Makes me wanna. 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 Makes me wanna holler. Come on, sing. Throw up my hands. Come on, throw your hands up in here. Come on, say it again. Throw up bless you, Jesus. Gotta clap my hands. Gotta clap my hands. Gotta give you praise. Come on, see this. Makes me wanna sing. Makes me wanna. Now this is my personal time. I love being in your presence, Jesus. Giving you the glory. Giving you the honor. Come on. Give you all the worship. Throw up my hands. Come on, throw them up in here. All over the world. Come on. Throw up my hands. Thank you, Jesus. We bless your name, Lord. Hallelujah. And you know what, y'all? This is not my first time praising him right now. I've been blessing God all day long. I didn't wait till I got here to give him the glory. I've been blessing God.
All right. That was none other than the Prince of Praise, as they call him, Byron Cage. And that was Oh How Good It Is. It's 43 minutes after the hour of 5. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente. And I've been with you for a good little while today. I'm getting ready to wrap it up in a few minutes. But, of course, we want to encourage you to be a blessing to this station. You're definitely blessing us with your presence and logging in and tuning us on the radio and different platforms of social media. But if you want to be a monetary blessing, we would welcome that as well. So we encourage you to go to wehavegospel.com and press the donate button, and you can give by way of the World Wide Web. Also, you can mail a check or money order payable to WEHA and mail it to P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey 08232. That's WEHA, and mail it to P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey 08232. Or you can always stop by our studios at 3 Canale Drive in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, and drop your gift off here. Right here during the business hours, 3 Canale Drive, Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, right off of Delilah Road in Egg Harbor Township. And then, of course, you can go to Cash App. That's right, we have Cash App, where you just press in $ and We Have Gospel. $ and We Have Gospel. So those are the mechanisms in place in which you could be a blessing to your favorite two-time gospel radio station. I got the Stellar Awards right behind me, accompanying me, and you know everything has been postponed or canceled into the year 2021. So, of course, in the public interest and the interest of public safety, they felt it was best to just. I know a couple places they just. A couple places they were just. I'm sorry. Oh, okay then. Oh, okay. A couple places had just decided to postpone it for a little while, but then they just decided to postpone it until 2021, which may be for the best because we don't know when this pandemic is going to end, and we definitely want to continue to exercise caution. I know a lot of places are opening back up and getting back to business as usual with some conditions, but we don't want to be guinea pigs to this and be the first ones out there, particularly when this pandemic has hit us here in New Jersey so hard. So we should take a kind of wait and see approach to this, and you know, just because they kind of start lifting some of the restrictions, you know, don't just run out there and not exercise caution. I think that the social distancing rule is still should be in effect for a little while. You know, covering up and, you know, covering your face and all of that stuff, wearing your gloves. You know, just good social practices that we should maybe keep around for a little while anyway. Okay, so you know, that's my opinion on it. All right, 46 minutes after the hour of 5, and I'm glad to be with you once again. And we've had a wonderful, wonderful program, and we want to just keep on going. So I'm going to be with you for a few more minutes, and then I'll be signing off for the evening, and putting it on automatic pilot and letting it do what it do. And that's bring you the best in gospel music 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Don't forget, they have the referendum coming up very, very soon. I believe your ballots have to be in no later, or postmarked no later than May 12th, I believe, to be able to participate in Atlantic City to the referendum to talk about the forms of government that they seek to try to abolish. That in as much as you are able to elect your own mayor and city council that represents the wards of Atlantic City. You won't be able to, if this bill passes, to have your own voice in elected government. The election process will just come to naught. So everybody is definitely pushing the no vote to be able to maintain your right and your freedom to vote in office, the representation that best suits you and your needs. And so we've been having a lot of programs, Jimmy Whitehead, Power Hour, the Jimmy Whitehead Power Hour at Mondays at 5 o'clock. He's been coming on. And of course, a lot of people are doing it remotely now because of this pandemic, but nevertheless, we continue to bring it to you here on WEHA. And again, we have a lot of people that listen to us on radio, 88.7 and 100.3. But to complement that, you can hear us on Facebook Live, Instagram, and of course, we have the We Have Gospel app. We have our own app, so you can continue to listen to programs such as that. Also, you can tune in, and they're talking a lot about this vote as well. Among other things, is the NAACP Speaks, and that comes on every Tuesday. Their regular time is at 5 o'clock, but for this month they've been coming on at 4:30 because they had some additional information that they wanted to really, really get out to our listening audience. So they've been coming on at 4:30, and I guess this Tuesday will be no exception. They'll come on at 4:30 again on Tuesday, and continue to bring you valuable information. And that is with Councilman, who happens to be the president of the Atlantic City chapter of the NAACP, Kaleem Shabazz, and his co-host is a very capable co-host, Yolanda Melville, who's an attorney at law, and she is his co-host as well. And they together make a very formidable team, and we are so blessed to have them as well. And they're doing giving a lot of information on this upcoming referendum as well. Don't forget the census, to fill out the census, very valuable tool to be able to allocate funds to different areas of our communities. And if they don't have the proper count, for instance, you might not get properly represented when it comes down to allocating funds for various causes. So you definitely want to participate. And they also made plain that you don't have to be, like for instance, for you that might be illegal. If you're living in a home, they want you to definitely fill out the census. And they said that, it's not any going to be any backlash because of it. They want to get everybody counted. So definitely sign up and be counted for the census. All right? So that's some of the stuff that's happening right here in your area. So, of course, I'm going to be on for a few minutes. If you have something else you want to share, as we said earlier, and we've been a wealth of information on today, but if you have something else that you think that you need to share with our listening audience, don't hesitate to give us a call. Here at 609-641 8870 extension 1, particularly in the areas of resources. If you are with a program or you know of a program that is giving out food or some sort of social services in the areas of assistance for bills and rent and utilities and whatnot, feel free to please give us a call. We would love to hear from you. 609-641-8870 extension 1 in the few minutes that we have left together. You can do that as well. Also, we want you to continue to keep us in prayer here at WEHA, all those that participate on these airways in front of the scenes and behind the scenes. Keep us in prayer that the Lord might continue to undertake for us as only He can do. And we'll continue to give God the glory, all the honor, and all the praise. All right, so I got another song. This is a Twinkie Clark joint, and this is He Lifted Me right here on WEHA. This is Twinkie Clark, the eldest, I believe, of the Clark sisters. Hey, brother. And
Come on, put your hands together. You know what? I could have fainted. You know what He did? He kept me from falling. From sinking chains, with tender hands, I'll never This is what He did, y'all. He lifted me. Oh, yes, He did. Oh, I would have fainted, lest I believe to see the goodness of the Lord. Kept me from falling, sustained my life, protect me through the flood, from sinking sand, with tender hands. I'll never forget the day all things passed away. He lifted me. Listen, I just want to tell you something. In the time of trouble, the Lord shall hide me, and the righteous won't be forsaken, nor is seed begging bread. Before you call Him, He surely will answer. Oh, bless the Lord. He lifted me. Oh, yes, He did. Somebody's being lifted tonight. Come on and say it, Sean. In the time, and the righteous won't be forsaken. No, you see, begging bread. You see, before you call Him, the Lord, He surely will answer. Hey, bless the Lord. He lifted me. What we want to tell you tonight. We got something we want to tell you tonight. You know what he did? He held me up. He held me up. You know what he did? He lifted me. When I was falling one day, he held me up. You know what he did? He lifted me. I was on my way out. I was on my way out. I see I got a witness. Anybody ever been down before? He held. Oh, he lifted me. Yes, he did. And this what I can do tonight. I'm so glad I can shout. Shout for joy. Shout for joy. Aren't you glad you can shout? He lifted me. Tell the world. Great God Almighty, I got a testimony. Come on, tell him, Sean. I'll tell the world. Yes, I will. I'll tell it all across the world. Yes, I will. He lifted me. Oh, bless the Lord. Oh, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord. Yeah. Oh, bless the Lord. He lifted me. Hallelujah. Come on, put your hands together. When you're lonely, heart filled with despair, remember God
Gospel 88.7 WEHA. It's more than music. It's ministry.
WEHA, Port Republic, Atlantic City, and now on FM translator 100.3 W262CF, Atlantic City.
The government just passed a new bill that will allow small businesses and churches to access their fair share of a $320 billion fund meant for businesses and churches that have been affected by the COVID-19. Tune in for a special WEHA program on Sunday, April 26th at 1:30 p.m. with Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law, and Reverend Yeri from Reverend Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition. Together, they will discuss the money available and what you need to have in place to apply for it. If you are wondering whether or not you are eligible for these funds, tune in. You definitely don't want to miss this program. Be safe and God bless.
All right, we played the commercial again, but of course, if you didn't tune in at 1:30, you missed it. I believe you can go on Facebook Live and hear the show in most of its entirety. Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law, did a wonderful job, and she had special guests on, Reverend Yeri, a representative, of course, from the Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition, and we're just so thankful. It was a wealth of information, and again, if I could be redundant, I love the fact that it mostly geared, the show was mostly geared to small minority businesses that have been impacted negatively during this COVID-19 pandemic, because a lot of times, for instance, the resources are distributed to those in the mainstream, if you will, and those that may not have, they may have under 500 employees, but you know, what about the mom and pop businesses that only have 2 or 3, you know, that local store on the corner, and, you know, that small business, that ultra small business, you know, that just has a few employees. And in a lot of cases, they may not have any employees, but they still qualify. And they kind of gave with clarity some of the provisions written in the bill this go round. And I know it was like out of the $310 billion rather that was allocated for small businesses, at least $60 billion were allocated to be distributed through small banks and minority-owned banks. So again, having access is everything. Being informed is equally as important. Knowing what the resources that are available to you, and it's just a wonderful thing. So once again, hats off to Priscilla Hawks, attorney at law, and her due diligence on securing a guest of the caliber of Reverend Yeary from the Rainbow Coalition. And we're so grateful for that. And then after that, once again, we had super producer Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and he talked about his wonderful, wonderful new project, and that is Come Together. And he really, really gave us some insight, and that was an interview that I really took pleasure in doing because, you know, like I said, in this age of commercialism and you know, everything is about, you know, the numbers and how many units you sold and this and that and the other. We were able to really, really focus in, and particularly at a time like this, the essence of the project, the heart of the project, and what it really represented in terms of not just from a music standpoint, but from a humanity standpoint. And that's what made it so special. And all of the people that participated with Rodney Darkchild Jerkins on the project, he had people such as, to name a few, Tim Bowman Jr., Kirk Franklin, Mary Lecrae, Karen Clark Sheard, Fred Hammond, and last but not least, it benefited the frontline people that are dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's a wonderful thing as well, that people that really can benefit from these resources may have an opportunity to get it. And that's where, you know, the song is called Come Together, and that's what it's all about. No matter where you are, no matter what sort of life you are right now, it's about supporting one another, building one another, lifting up each other, you know, and just wrapping your arms, just coming together, you know, because there, but by the grace of God, there go I. It might not be you dealing with a situation today, but it could easily be you tomorrow. So you want to be cognizant of the fact that, you know, hey, you know, if I can be a blessing to somebody, you might not have a lot, but, you know, little becomes much when you put it in the master's hands. So, you know, I just thank God for that project. And there's going to be a video to follow and all of that. So it could be downloaded on all parts of social media. But again, that's Come Together, and that's written and produced and by Rodney Darkchild Jerkins. And again, what was so profound is that project was written over 17 years. And, you know, he toyed with the idea of releasing it and all of that stuff like that. And, you know, it was like, nah, and this and that and the other. And he said he happened to be talking, I believe, to Tim Bowman Jr., one of the artists on the project, and kind of encouraged him, now is the time. And, you know, they just kind of collaborated, him and about 17 other artists. And, you know, just a wonderful, wonderful story. And like I said, the impact and the timeliness of this project, it couldn't be any more timely. You know, when so many people are just, they don't know what to do, they don't know which way to turn. It's an opportunity to tell them, of course, about the goodness of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and to spread the good news that Jesus came, he suffered, he bled and died, that he might gain him a people. Amen. And just let people know that he came that we might have life, and that more abundantly. So, you know, the enemy, the devil, he goes up and down, to and fro, and like a roaring lion seeking who he may devour. But God comes that we might have life, and again have it more abundantly. He said in his word that above all that it would be that he would rather see us prosper and be in good health, even as our soul prospers. So even during this pandemic, we don't have anything to worry about. We're gonna be all right. Of course, our hearts and our prayers go out for all of those that are affected in any adverse way, rather they contracted this virus or they passed away from this virus. Our hearts and our prayers go out for the families of all of these people that are impacted. But we know that we still, through it all, in spite of it all, serve a God that sits high and looks low. And I'm just so glad about that. I'm glad I know him as Lord and Savior. I'm glad I know him as Lord over my life. I'm glad I know him as my personal Savior. And I'm glad that we serve a God that lives. So we want you to be encouraged, and through it all, we want you to understand that God is in control. You're not in control. God is in control. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, God is in control. Now, I got a friend and brother that's in the studio. He don't have his mask. He don't have his mask on. I don't have my mask on either. So he's sitting at least about 8 feet away. I tried to get him to come on the air, but he said he didn't want to come on the air. So but he hear me over here speaking, and he's a preacher. So I know he itching right now. He itching to say something. He itching to say something. Hey, look, I'm not saying that I'm preaching or whatever, but I'm just trying to encourage somebody. But it's 2 times when the preacher is ready to preach. I heard that's so they say. When the preacher didn't preach, and the preacher did preach. But my good friend, Minister Adrian Rowe, I tell you what, bro, just take that mic right there. Come grab that mic and sit in that chair over there, so that way you can still recognize the social distancing. And sit in that chair right there. Or you actually could just kind of pull it over to you. You can say something to the audience, bro. You sitting in my studio, man. So we don't believe in strangers. And yeah, go ahead. You saying something? Okay, try it again.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
There you go, right
God
there.
is good.
All the time, bro.
I'm under strict orders by my lovely, lovely wife. Don't go around there messing with hogs. I'm leaving him alone. But I do want to say, God is good. I love the Lord. And the Lord did lay something on my heart in the midst of this COVID experience, which I thought was very interesting. I'm quite sure most people know the story about how the Egyptians had the saints of God in bondage down in Egypt. But sometimes God will put us in a situation, the saints of God in a situation, where we can't turn back. We got to go forward. And I was like, this is like a Red Sea experience. Some of the situations that we're in, we're not going back. Some of the conditions we won't see again. So I just want to say those that are going through, and I had spoke to a few good friends of mine this year, and I felt like, the Spirit is saying to shut in with God. A lot of times we're so busy going to and fro, we don't really appreciate the downtime with the Lord. And so he knows how to get our attention. So I just want to share with those, especially those that have suffered a loss and everything, that God said he'll never leave you nor forsake you. He'll be with you even unto the ends of the earth. That's the scripture that keeps me going. No matter what I'm going through, no matter what I got to endure, that God is with me. And he never will leave me or he won't forsake me. God bless you and have a great day.
Amen. That's Elder Adrian Rowe, my dear friend and brother. And we go to church together. We're close personal friends and brothers, but also he goes to our church. Big shout out to our church, Evangelical Full Gospel Fellowship Church, where our pastor is Bishop Dr. Fred Jerkins Jr. and his wonderful wife of, 55 years, right? 55 years, I believe. as a matter of fact, they just celebrated their anniversary in March, I believe, right? And as a matter of fact, they celebrated 51 years of pastoral service, and he has 59 years of preaching. So we give a big shout out to our pastor and Shepherd Mother Jerkins as well. And I'm thankful to them, particularly because even during this pandemic, they've been making it. He's been making it his business to give us outlines that we can share with our families, and orders of service and all of that stuff like that. So we are everybody is with one accord, and I appreciate that. I was able to use one of them particularly on Resurrection Sunday. It's Palm Sunday and Resurrection Sunday, and I was able to Zoom my family in, and we were able to have that devotion together, and we just basically followed the outline. We could have still went on and did it, but it was good that we were in agreement with our church, and it was just a wonderful thing. So it's good. And to all of the different pastors and churches that are still definitely trying to keep their congregations together and also minister to the world at large in a time like this. But again, we invite you to possibly put your broadcast on WEHA, because I say this and I don't feel any way by saying this, but a lot of times everybody's on the Facebook Live, and that's a beautiful thing. But a lot of times, for instance, you have people just scrolling past your particular ministry. They're scrolling, and you might get 30 or 40 people on there, and they might put, you might have 600, 700, 800 comments on there, and you might have 20 or 30 people on there, and, they're doing multiple comments and all of that. So you could think, you're reaching a maximum audience, where you're not really reaching that many people that are dedicated to listening to your particular broadcast. Whereby the radio, and yes, we have a radio station, so I have to big up the radio. The radio, it gives you the opportunity to reach a large segment of people that are going to be audience that's going to be totally 100% focused on you the full time that you're on, and you have the opportunity to reach hundreds and thousands of people at any given time. Again, and they're not going to just be scrolling through, they're going to tune in to you. And particularly it's gratifying because it's here in our local area. It's WEHA. So we want you to put that in mind. Even the pastors and all of that, it's been nice that you've been putting things on Facebook and all of that. Don't stop. We do Facebook, in real time. But our social media, it complements our radio, not the other way around, because we know that the lion's share of our listeners listen to us on radio. I had a lady that called in earlier, true story. She was on the air. She said she didn't want to go on the air, but it was too late. I already had her on the air because I answered her on the air. And she made reference to the fact, she said she loved the songs that we play, and she just loves, the station and all of that, which I was grateful to hear. But she also let us know, she said, is there any way other than social media that she could really be in touch with the songs that come on and be in tune with the station and don't have to rely on social media? So, of course, I told her to give us a call tomorrow and we'll see what we can do. But, you have a lot of people like that. They're not listening on Facebook. If they don't hear us on the radio, they don't hear us. And they love the station. So I'd be remiss if I ever abandon, if you will. And sometimes I've had people to tell me, Hawks, radio is a dying breed, and, they don't listen to radio and all of that stuff like that. No, that's not true. That's not true. It's just like when the camcorder was invented. Remember when the camcorder was invented? Then everybody said there was going to be no need for the still camera. And definitely, everybody loves a still picture. You know what I mean? So it's the same with this. Radio, it may diminish in popularity overall, for instance, but there's still a large segment of people throughout this country, throughout this country, and to bring it home right here in this community, for instance, that really, really rely on the radio. So we want you to point people in the direction. If you're in this immediate community, point them to 88.7. Tell them about WEHA 88.7 and 100.3. Let them know that we're here. And we are Christ-centered. We're community-focused. We're listener supported. And then for those that just can't get us on 88.7 or 100.3, yes, we have the We Have Gospel app. You can download our app, or you can go to wehavegospel.com. And of course, you can go to our Facebook Live page and Instagram and all of that good stuff. You can do all of that. But don't forget about 88.7 and 100.3, because all of you that are really trying to get the word out in your own backyard, and I can't stress that enough, right where you live, particularly our seniors and people that, for instance, may not have the wherewithal to do social media. You know, a lot of older people, they're not even exposed to social media until their grandkids come over or something like that, and then they might look on their Facebook Live. But just to turn it on like most of us, it's non-existent. So do they not need to hear what you have to say? Are they not, should they be limited in their opportunity to hear a wonderful word that the Lord laid on your heart to preach to all the people? And we do it. Yeah, we have to. There has to be a financial consideration, but like anything, you show me your works, I'll show you my faith, and I'll show you my faith, I'll show you my works. So step out on God, step out on faith, and you'll be surprised. We have smaller ministries that are on here, for instance, that are taking advantage of the opportunity to be on the radio, and then we have larger ministries that are taking advantage of the opportunity. So it's a level playing field. So we're thankful for those that have stretched out on faith, because everybody has some sort of challenge right now, but those that stretch out on faith and those that see the value of the radio, they come on and they avail their self to the radio and their ministry and all of that. Of course, we thank God for everything that's being done and all of that, but I thank God for this opportunity, a minority-owned radio station, for what it's worth. People that you frequent, that travel in the circles you travel, you get a chance to listen to them on the radio and kind of hear their input on things, and I'm glad about that. I'm so glad about that, because if it wasn't here, needless to say, it would be a lot of information that we would not hear, and I'll just kind of put it like that. So we're thankful. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Thelma Witherspoon and Lady Parish. Yesterday they did a wonderful show about the social, not just the social media platform, but the different ways of communicating, and it spoke to businesses alike and personal, how the Zoom, they have the Zoom app where people can download Zoom and have multiple people. As a matter of fact, that's what me and my family used on last week to come together for Resurrection Sunday. And particularly in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic, people can't come together like they normally do. So they were talking about the benefits of being able to Zoom in and log on, and a lot of big companies, it's not a new concept, it's not a new thing, but they've been doing it for years, video conferencing and all of that. So it's definitely an ever evolving technology, and Dr. Thelma Witherspoon and Lady Parish did a masterful job yesterday, along with their guest, my good friend and brother, our assistant pastor, as a matter of fact, Elder Charles Goddard, and then it was another young lady on with them as well, and I apologize, but her name escapes me, but they did a wonderful job of breaking down the benefits of video conferencing, and it was just a great show. And again, that's the type of information that we aspire to give to you, in addition to the great gospel music. Who I got here? I got a couple people on here live. I got my main man, Chef Carl Redding. He's in Atlanta, Georgia. He said, man, tell these... He said, man, tell these to that money, black-owned state. I ain't going to say all that, but I think I did say it, Carl. I just said it a little different than you. He's just encouraging you to support. Thanks, Carl. He's encouraging you to support. I got Iris Dorsey. Iris Hollis Dorsey is listening. My main man, Professor J. Jared Thomas, who keeps us technologically straight around here. I got Shireen Jerkins. She's tuned in. I got my sister, Ava McNair. She's watching as well. Victor Covington, one of my old neighbors from years ago, Pastor Victor Covington, doing wonderful things in the kingdom. He's watching. I got one of my old original homies. I'm not going to hold it against him that he's a Dallas Cowboy fan, but Norman White, he's watching. Again, we're not going to hold it against him because he's a Dallas Cowboy fan, but he's an original homie, so y'all make sure y'all give Norman some love as well. I got Cent Bree on here. Hey, Cent, up in the Philadelphia area. Thank God for her listening as well. Got my main man, Richard Wilkinson, on here. And how you doing, my brother? God bless you, Brother Richard. Also, I got my son in Orlando, Florida, William Hawks IV, listening and watching us as well. Glad to always see my son. We're trying to get down there, but not right now, Billy. But we're trying to get to Orlando, but it's good to hear from you. Jerome Stanley, my main man, a big supporter of Gospel 88.7 and 100.3. Also another original homie. We've been knowing each other. When I refer to you as an original homie, that means I've known you since, kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, and all that, right around, elementary school years. I refer those as my original homies. But all of you that are tuning in, we thank God for you. And we've had people tuning in all day long. I've been here since about 1:30 because I had to operate the board for Priscilla and the show dealing with the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, and the CARES Act, and then right on to Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and right on to Robin Moore. And you have been hanging in there with us, and we're glad about that. So once again, we definitely appreciate you, and we are getting ready to sign off. I'm going to probably be on every time Carl Redding comes on. I'm getting ready to sign off. He's going to get ready to take it personally. He is down there doing well, and I thank God for my brother Carl Redding, Chef Carl Redding, I should say. And every day he's posting some delectables online and all of that. And brother is an overcomer, and he's a great friend and brother to me, and I love him very much. I can't wait to be able to get down there and go see him as well as he continues to just maintain and do his thing. Also, keep us posted with any openings. Any particularly small businesses, if you're opening up and you might have closed down temporarily, and if you open back up, even like for instance in the case of Kelsey and Kim's, their uptown location, I know they're talking about reopening soon for to-go orders. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from the small businesses in this area, and whatever we can do whatever we can do, to make sure that people know that you're out here. We're all in the same boat as far as small businesses, and particularly small minority businesses. We definitely need as much help as can possibly be mustered and we want to definitely come together and support one another. So again, you know, that small store or that small restaurant, or you know, that little laundromat or that car wash or something like that may be closed for whatever reason, if they're opening back up, let us know. In that way, we can go ahead and put the information to our audience and everything and let them know what you're doing. Okay. Chef Carl Redding, he said that he posted a video of him making some delectables. So you that follow Chef Carl Redding, definitely check that out as well. So, you know, that's how we're doing it. So I'm going to put on a couple more songs, and then I'm going to go ahead and get out your way. But we thank God for you tuning in. We're Christ-centered, community-focused, listener-supported, Gospel 88.7 and 100.3 FM WEHA. And we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. Let's put you back on to something like the Mississippi Mass Choir and Your Grace and Mercy right here on WEHA.
Your grace and mercy brought me through. I'm living this moment because of you. I want to thank you and praise you too. Your grace and mercy brought me through. Oh, Jesus, your grace, mercy brought me. I'm living this moment because of you. I wanna thank you and praise you too. Your grace, grace and mercy, oh Lord, brought you through. Thank you for saving a sinner like me to tell the world salvation is free. There were times when I just didn't do right. But you watched over me for day and night. Your grace brought me through. I'm living this moment because of you. I want to thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, and praise you too. Your grace brought me through. Listen, just as demanded that I should die.
Grace and mercy said, oh no, oh no, oh no. We've already paid the price. You see, I once was blind.
Hold on for a minute.
But thank God I can see. It was because grace and mercy came along and rescued me. Ah, your grace brought me through. I'm living this moment. I'm living this moment because of you. I wanna thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Praise you too. Your grace. Your grace.
All right. That was none other than the Mississippi Mass Choir and Your Grace and Mercy. And how many of you can testify that the grace and mercy of God have indeed brought you through and is bringing you through even to this present time right now? 33 minutes after the hour of 6, this is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente, hanging out with you, bringing you the best in gospel music. And we've been with you since about 1:30 today, and we've been doing all sorts of stuff. And God has been blessing us real good in the studio. Hey, look, on the telephone, I got my good friend and my good brother here. And many of you may remember Chef Carl Redding. He had Redding's Restaurant on KY and Pacific Avenue. And now he hails in Atlanta, Georgia. And we're thankful to him calling in. He's my brother. And I love this guy a whole lot. And he has a backstory that you won't believe. But he's also a big encourager. And he definitely knows how to keep some stuff going. Chef Carl, you on the line?
I hope I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chef Carl. How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good. Let me just stop you real quick. You said that was the Mississippi Mass Choir. It was the Mississippi Mass Choir, but it was led by the late Right Reverend Frank Williams.
That's right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's right.
When he was alive, I got a chance to meet him several times under a former great friend of mine who led that record label at one time. I can't remember the name of the label. But
was it Malico?
Milton Bingham.
Was it Malico?
Malico Records.
Malico Records. Milton Bingham. That's right.
Reverend Milton Bingham, who's a pastor in Newark, New Jersey.
That's right.
He led that record label.
Yes, he did.
And I know Reverend Milton Bingham very, very well because I used to be. A lot of people don't even know because I don't even really talk about it. But I used to be very heavily involved in gospel music, and many, many years ago, when I was in college and in the Marine Corps in California, I had the distinct opportunity to work for Reverend James Cleveland, and Reverend Cleveland was very intricate in working with that record label at one time when he was alive. So in California, I had a chance to work with him as as an assistant to him, and I got a chance to meet all of these gospel greats, some who are still living and many who have gone on to glory.
Absolutely.
That's one backstory.
Well, you know something? I don't know if you remember, but I'm gonna kind of piggyback on your backstory. I remember one time I was here in the studio, and Carl a lot of people don't know that he was assistant to Reverend Al Sharpton. And Carl knows everybody. When I say everybody, he knows these people intricately. He took me to me and him were two of 1,500 people that were able to attend the funeral of the late Whitney Houston. And in that funeral, Carl personally introduced me. Because y'all know Carl. Carl has a big personality, and you'd be like, he's just talking or whatever. Man, Carl know everybody, and everybody knows Carl. Carl was like, Bill, come over here. He said, come meet Jesse Jackson, man. And I'm sitting there in awe, because I'm getting ready to meet Reverend Jesse Jackson and everything. And, and him and Carl kicking it and talking about old times and the White House and all of that stuff like that. Another one, you just mentioned Milton Bingham. I was on the air one time, and you said you got Reverend Bingham to call in. You called him on a cell phone or something, and he actually called in at your request. And that's how I met Dr. Bobby Jones. We were driving somewhere. We were in my car, and we were driving somewhere, and you said, and Carl has this way of, it's no big deal to him. He got Dr. Bobby Jones on the phone, and he's like, Bill, speak to Dr. Bobby Jones. Tell him who you are. Tell him that you're a black businessman. Tell him he's giving you the resume.
Well, I thought it was more important that Dr. Bobby Jones knew that you were an African-American owner of the only African-American radio station north of the Mason-Dixie line. It's very important, and you still are the only. There are no black owners of radio stations today.
Wow!
And you have the only black-owned, the only African-American-owned radio station. Not only a radio station, but an FM radio station. Most black people that owned radio stations at one time only could afford to own an AM radio station, which is a much weaker signal. The FM signal is more powerful than the AM signal. And you guys are sitting on a platinum mine, and the whole city of Atlantic City and the surrounding areas don't even know what they're sitting on. They're sitting on a platinum and diamond mine of a black-owned radio station. That's a very powerful thing to be in control of, because you control the information that is disseminated throughout the land, throughout that area, And I just wish that people would support your radio station, especially our people, African Americans, in that area. If they would just send you guys $5, $10, $15, or if you can afford $100, send that radio station, WEHA, something so that they can stay on the air. Because one day you might turn on that radio looking for that radio station, and then you're going to hear radio silence. You won't hear them anymore because you couldn't go into your pocket during this coronavirus pandemic or epidemic to pull out $10 to send to that radio station to keep them on air. So I'm encouraging everyone within the sound of my voice to support your radio station, Bill, and you guys do great work. All of the personalities that come on your air, including your wife, you guys do extremely great work getting out that information and getting out that music that is so sorely needed in that community. So that's why I said, let me give you guys a call to try to get our people to reach into their pockets to give you guys something, $5, $10, $100. Somebody out there can afford $100,000. We don't know who that person is. But if you don't want to know who, if you don't want the people to know that it's you that have that $100,000, just drop that $100,000 in a brown paper bag and drop it on the doorstep. Make sure it goes inside the offices of WEHA so that nobody will pass by and pick up that bag of money.
Hey, Carl, first of all, thank you, brother. I appreciate that endorsement, man. And for many people that may not know, Carl, he hasn't just started saying this. He's been saying it from day one. But I was going to say regarding that $100,000, look, you don't have to worry about coming to me. I'll come to you. You know, if you want to meet me at a rendezvous point, we can just rendezvous and do like a ransom type thing or whatever. I'll just pick up the bag and bring it. Hey, look, I'm laughing, but I'm dead serious.
I'm serious too. And look, I'm in Atlanta. If you would rather give me the money to give so that I can give it to Bill, I will hop on a plane tomorrow.
And you'll do it.
Meet you at that rendezvous point.
And Carl will do it.
That money up and give it to Bill.
Carl will do it. Carl, he had a show on here. He had a show on there and on WEHA before he left to go to Atlanta. And it was Cooking Up Conversation. And it was a wonderful show. And I was his producer at first. I had to, produce the program and work the board and all of that. So Carl, in pure Carl Redding fashion, he says, Bill, take this phone number. I said, what number is this? Because he hurried up and wrote it down. He made the deal with me, number one. He was getting ready to open up the restaurant, Redding's, and he made the deal with WEHA. They paid their way and, paid for their program. And he literally, we finalized the deal and everything and made the arrangement. And he had his show in 48 hours. He didn't, I'm like, do you want to start next week or no? No, I think it was his show came on Thursdays. And he made the deal like on Tuesday. He said, Bill, we're going to start this Thursday. And sure enough, he did. But what really impressed me and let me know that he was the real deal, when he said, Bill, take this number. I'm sitting right next to him. I'm ready to operate the board. He's ready to come on. He gave me his music that he wanted played, a intro, Cooking Up. It went, Cooking Up Conversation, ba 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 ba. And I still have that somewhere around here. But that... But also, what impressed me so much, he said, take this number, Bill. Call this number. I said, whose number is this? Because it didn't have no name on there. He said, that's Reverend Al Sharpton's cell phone number. I'm like, what? And the way Carl said it, it was just like, but I didn't realize how close they really were. And then, the rest is history. If many of you know our first anniversary of WEHA, Carl got Reverend Al Sharpton to come and be our keynote speaker.
That's right.
The keynote speaker here in South Jersey, and he came and spoke, and it was a real big deal. And then we went up there and went to church with him because he was preaching, and he was telling the story how Carl literally helped save his life when he got stabbed in Bensonhurst, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's true.
And how Carl was marching with him and helped save his life. And, when the knife was stuck in Reverend Al Sharpton's chest, and he credited Carl Redding. Again, you don't never know who you're really talking to sometimes. And, because they don't make a big to-do about it or whatever. But, I'm glad that through these years that Carl has proven himself to not only be a good friend, but a good brother. And some people talk a good one, but Carl, he's all about it. I mean, he's sincere. I love people and, we don't, a lot of times we don't promote each other, because we just don't know how to express ourselves like that sometimes, so we don't promote each other. But I love to deal with people that want to see other people win.
Right.
I love that, man. When some people think, if I'm not winning, I'm not going to promote you winning, and they don't know if you win, I'm already winning because you my brother or you my sister.
That's right.
So you've always. Go ahead.
Another quick story.
Go ahead, Carl.
Bill, and this is not a shameless plug. As you know, I still have a few friends in Atlantic City in that area, and one of them is Kelsey Jackson.
Absolutely.
And Kim Jackson. So I, again, under the sound of my voice, when this pandemic is over, I really want you guys out there that's listening to WEHA to support Kelsey's restaurant.
Definitely.
And Kelsey and Kim's restaurant. They have 2 restaurants.
Mhm.
You got to go out there and support them. Keep them guys open. Keep those people in there that they employ working.
That's right.
They need to stay open. The only black-owned major restaurant.
That's right.
In that area, especially in Atlantic City.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what else is there in Atlantic City since I left, but I know that Kelsey has demonstrated the ability to produce really quality food for
Yes, sir.
that area and that community, and they're going to need your patronage, not support. Support. When you say support, it sounds like you asking for charity. You're asking for a handout. They don't need a handout. They need your patronage. They need you to go there and fill those seats up so that they can continue to employ people and to pay those people so that those people can continue to thrive and to live within that particular community. So, you know, I hope that Kelsey is listening, and you know, they have supported me for many, many years. They remain my friends. I told Kelsey just the other day that, you know, I've been a chef for many, many years and a baker for many, many years. But I'll never forget when I first came to Atlantic City and I saw this particular dish on Kelsey's menu, I thought it was a bunch of bull. I was like, there's no way. What is a turkey chop? I'm going to tell you 2 things. What is a turkey chop? I had never heard of a turkey chop before, and a smothered turkey chop, until I went to the restaurant and I sat down and I ordered that dish, and it was the best dish that I had ever eaten in a very, very long time, if not my life. And it was a real turkey chop, you know. So he changed my opinion on a few things. There's not a lot of things that I have not seen in the food service business, but that was certainly one of the things that I hadn't seen before, and I thoroughly enjoyed it when I ate it. And that's what I would order whenever I go to Kelsey and Kim's restaurant. The turkey chops, the smothered turkey chops. The other funny thing that I learned when I came to Atlantic City, I'll never forget, you told me that you wanted some black-eyed peas with turkey butts. And I thought you was being funny, Bill, because I didn't know. I said, what the hell is a turkey butt? There ain't no such thing as no damn turkey butt. And excuse me for using the word damn.
Go ahead.
I know I'm on a gospel radio station. I'm sorry about that.
You're all right.
I didn't know what a turkey butt was, and it really existed,
Sure.
a turkey butt. And from that point on, I tried the turkey butt, and I would put it in my food to season the food, and to this day, I still use turkey butts.
Oh,
so
man.
Thanks to Bill Hawks, William Hawks, on introducing and getting me to know what a turkey butt is, the behind of a turkey.
Hey, look, I'm glad I could help, man. But
yeah, you did.
Yeah, you know something, man. It's just a wonderful thing, man. And down through the years, our relationship, and I'm glad you mentioned about Kelsey and Kim's, because just before you came on, I was just telling our listening audience, in the midst of this pandemic, to make sure that they keep us abreast of the small businesses, and particularly the small minority businesses that open back up as they open back up. It's because we need to know, because they're going to, in your words, need our patronage, and we remit as being a minority station and a small business if we didn't illuminate those types of businesses, and particularly again. To piggyback off of what you said about Kelsey and Kim's they're giving people they're giving people. You know, a lot of people don't know what they do behind the scenes for families, for causes, and what have you, and they don't make a lot of noise about it. But like you know, repasses or something like that, I've seen many times where they'll donate food to families because they have situations and repasses. I had an employee that passed away one time, and you know, one of my workers, and not just because we're tight or anything like that, but just because it needed to be done. And they gave us a bunch of food gave the family a bunch of food and everything on them. And I've watched them, you know, down through the years do that a countless amount of times. And
well, I'll keep it real with you, Bill. As quiet as it has been kept, I fell on some pretty hard times. And it's, you know, with my health, I had some health issues.
Sure.
And they reached out and they helped me.
Sure.
You know, so they are definitely giving people, and I didn't ask them for nothing.
Right.
They came through the ranks and they handed me, you know, a lifeline, and it will forever. It will never be forgotten. Never. It will never be forgotten. Though that's the kind of people that they are. Kelsey and Kim,
yes, sir.
Jackson are the real deal.
Yes, they
in
are.
that Atlantic City area. So I don't mind, you know, speaking up for them. You know, I'm sorry that Peter denied Jesus 3 times, but I'm not Peter, you know, so I won't deny Kelsey, nor will I deny Kim, because they've always been there for me, and we've been friends for many, many years. I know that when I first got to Atlantic City and reached out, they didn't know who the hell I was. You know, they thought that I was looking for something, but I wasn't looking for nothing because I just, you know, we're in the restaurant business. I just want to be your friend.
Sure.
I need a like mind, you know. I need to talk to somebody that owns a radio station.
Right.
I don't need to talk, you know, I need to talk to everybody, but I want to especially engage a conversation with Bill Hawks and with Elaine Hawks and with Kelsey Jackson and Kim Jackson, you know.
Sure.
With Bishop Gandy, you know, the people that are doing things that are shaking up that city.
Sure. Well,
I'm not gonna name drop nobody else.
One thing I know about you, though, Carl, if you don't mean it, you won't say it. That I do know.
Yeah, so that's why I gotta watch what I say. My mother's always getting on me about, you know, just speaking,
being blunt,
and not watching what I say.
Well, that's one of your endearing qualities, because you say what you mean and you mean what you say. And again, you have people, and I'm just saying, you have people that they can say it. They say it perfectly. They don't have any any like blistering words or anything like that. But their heart is not necessarily in the right place. And I can definitely say.
Let me stop you real quick before I forget this thought. And I'm not bringing it up to get you teared up or anything.
You probably will, though.
Well, and this is a true story, radio audience. This is a really, really true story. When before I even met Bill, I met this tiny older woman sitting at the front desk. I walked in. I kept hearing about this radio station, a gospel radio station, until I said, you know what, I need to buy some airtime to see if I can get my restaurant up and running the proper way. So I said, let me go and check out this radio station. So I drove to this radio station. Where was it? It was in Egg Harbor or
Egg Harbor Township. Egg Harbor
Yeah.
Township on Fire Road.
So I drove there, and this older woman was at the front desk, and she told me to have a seat, and I sat down. I told her I was waiting to speak to whoever I could about buying time. She didn't tell me who I would be speaking to. So I said, ma'am, can I ask you a question? Because I didn't really believe that your station was a black-owned station. So I said really low to her in a low voice, I said, is this really a black-owned radio station? And she put her chest out, and she said, yes, this is a black-owned radio station. and my son owns it. And I looked at her, and she was serious as I don't know what. And I said, well, maybe I said something wrong, you know. This is a good thing. But she had the pride of I don't know what, because it was not only a black-owned radio station, but it was William Hawks and Elaine Hawks who owned that radio station, her son and her daughter-in-law. And that made me feel even better knowing that it was really a black-owned radio station. So I say that to tell y'all, please realize what you have in the Atlantic City area and support WEHA with any amount of money that you can afford. They will take anything to keep them on air. Support WEHA during this coronavirus pandemic so that we could say with pride that we supported WEHA and we are the reason why WEHA is still on the air and still thriving. And with that, Dr. Bill Hawks, I'm getting off of this call so that you can enjoy the rest of your audience and the rest of the time that you're going to have with your audience.
Hey, Carl.
I will forever love you. I love Elaine Hawks. I love Kelsey Jackson and Kim Jackson. I love Willie Lewis, Chef Willie Lewis. He's the culinary wizard behind Kelsey and Kim's.
Chef Willie.
Alongside Kelsey Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And I love all you guys. Hello, Bishop Gandy. Hello, Priscilla Hawks. Hello, who else? What's the young lady's name that her father is the pastor of the church in Atlantic City?
Dr. Nick. Dr. Nicole P. Lyles Belton.
Nicole, yeah, Dr. Nicole.
You the one that introduced us to Dr. Nick, and she had a long running run here on WEHA, but you were the one that brought us together.
So long, you know.
Yeah,
so,
she's doing well.
I'm not as young as I used to be, where the memory is not as sharp as it used to be.
She's doing well. Lord's blessing her.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, but you the one that introduced us.
Yeah, let me think of a couple more names. Linda Johnson. I miss her.
Miss Linda, Miss Linda.
Yeah, Linda, it's Johnson, right?
Yep, Linda Johnson. We still stay in contact with her.
Okay, and her beautiful daughter.
Tamaya J.
She got married. Yeah.
Tamaya J. Yep, she got married and had a kid now.
That's right. That's right. I miss all you guys. But anyway, I'm getting off the phone so you can enjoy your time, and I will talk to you another time. Give me a call anytime, Bill. I love you. I'll talk to you later.
Love you too, man.
Bless.
All right, Carl. Look forward to getting down there soon, or at some point, and going back to Papa Do's.
All right, I'm down. You got me. Say no more. Say no more.
Going back to Papa. Hey, man, love you much, man. You take care of yourself, Carl. Thanks for calling in.
All right.
All right, bro.
Gospel 88.7.
All right, that was Chef Carl Redding, and I'm glad he took a few minutes to call in, and he forever be my friend and my brother, and he's just good people, I'm telling you, and he's the type person that when he befriends you, you got a friend, and again, he just had me so amazed of all the people that he knew and the stories. I sat there with him and Reverend Al Sharpton and just listened. We were at a restaurant together and just listened story after story. And I'm talking about stories about the White House and, being in the White House and, some stories you can tell and some stories you'll never tell, you know what I mean? But I was privy to some of those stories and just good stuff, man. God, he said he'll raise up friends for you. And, he raised up friends like Carl that helped me really and my wife help complement this radio station with by way of contacts and people we needed to know and be affiliated with, people, notable people that are in front, in the public eye, but also people, for instance, that are in the background of sorts, different people with different skill sets and all of that. He's been able to introduce us to different people like that. You know, people in radio. I can't even remember the names, but his contacts in New York, and they came down here to help us a little bit. He introduced us to one of the big radio personalities, Liz Black, and she became a good friend and sister to us. And you know, and some names I can't even, they escape me right now, but you know, just big people in radio and all of that. So again, you know, even as Carl Redding has been through a few health challenges and stuff like that, we continue to hold my brother up in prayer and support, and just want to encourage him to keep on keeping on. And we're just so proud of him. And even, you know, you don't let your circumstances define you, but you know that you're able to let people know that God is on my side, and having obtained help from God, I continue on to this day. So I'm proud of him for that as well. Hey, look, it always gets better and better and better, particularly as you get ready to sign off. I got my main man, one of my original homies on the phone, Tank Lamarck Foster. Hey man, he is on Facebook right now. Got one of my nephews on here, James Gandy, on here, a.k.a. Jimmy. I got Calandra. She's the mother of my fourth oldest grandson, Nazir. And Calandra is on here, and she celebrated her birthday last week, as a matter of fact, because we gave her a birthday shout-out. And so Calandra, she is on here. And we appreciate everybody that has tuned in and logged on. My sister Del Rita, the best sister in the world. I love her so much. She's always been so supportive of me. And, you know, she has just really, really always been there all the time. And, of course, we mentioned Jared Thomas, our IT guy, and, you know, just our technical guru. That keeps all of this stuff functioning properly. We call him Professor J, and you know, and so we thank God for him. And Super Steph, he's not online. Jared is online now, but Super Steph, we thank God for him, and just everybody that helps us out here at WEHA. Once again, you know, we just thank God for all of you. And I even thank God for you guys bearing along with us and bearing with me. Sometimes it's a challenge, you know, because, you know, we're not the biggest station in the world. We just happen to serve a great big God. So that kind of puts us on the map, you know what I mean? Because in spite of our stature in terms of size, for instance, we pack a powerful punch because we serve a great big God. So we thank God that we can do all things through Christ that strengthens us. So with that said, I'm going to get ready to sign off unless something else eventful comes on. I am getting ready to sign off. But before I go, I got Pastor Joseph Pfeiffer. Amen. He's the assistant pastor out at the Abundant Life Worship Center under Bishop John Gandy. And he is been a friend for many, many a year. And I thank God for his steadfastness, and a solid, wonderful guy. And as a matter of fact, he is the father, by the way, of Super Steph. That's right, Pastor Joseph Pfeiffer. We call him Melvin. And he is the father of Super Steph Pfeiffer. So we thank God for him as well. So we thank God that we've had a blessed day all day today, and we want you to keep WEHA in your prayers. Once again, tune in. We're going to give you some dates of the re-airment of the show brought to you earlier by Priscilla Hawks, my daughter, attorney at law, and her guest, Reverend Yeary of the Rainbow Coalition, Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition. She had a wonderful interview today for you that have just tuned in. I'm just giving you a recap. And they talked about small business and how it relates to the CARES Act, the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program that's been enacted to help and assist small businesses. And as you know, they had approved $350 billion in the first round. That money was quickly eaten up and given out. And now they just approved a second round that's supposed to actually go into effect tomorrow. So you want to definitely try to get your application into your small businesses. And of course, there's some prerequisites to getting this money. 75% of the money or the loan to be forgiven, you have to use it for your payroll. 75% has to be used for the payroll, and the other 25% of that money can be used for overhead, such as rent and transportation and all the other necessities associated with running a small business. But this is money that is out there. Of course, don't just get into this. Don't just say because it didn't work the first time, I don't want to try or anything like that. No, put the effort into it, and prayerfully, it'll happen for you. I'm believing God that it's going to happen for us. We're a small business beside the radio station, our primary business, Hawks Janitorial, and we put in our application, and of course they ran out of money, but prayerfully, when they approve they've approved the new money, but when it comes online, hopefully, our application can be considered. So we're all in this together, y'all. We all in the same boat. So we got to just continue to pick each other up and lift each other up and build each other up and, love on each other. And again, if you have some resources that you want us to know about, that you want us to tell to the public, let us know. If it's a viable resource, let us know. A food distribution, a resource distribution regarding rent or mortgage or information on utilities, paying your utilities. What are the pros? What are the pros and what are the cons to certain initiatives being inactive in regards to taking advantage of these resources? We want to know about it. So let us know, and that's what we'll continue to do. So once again, we thank God for you, and may heaven continue to smile upon you. To all those that are watching on Facebook, thank you for tuning in, and for all of you that have been listening on 88.7 and 100.3 FM, of course, we thank God for you. We ask you to keep it locked. And again, as I'm doing my thank yous, thanks to Priscilla. Thanks also to Rodney Jerkins, Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, for calling in earlier. And his new project, you definitely want to go out there and get it or download it, whatever you have to do to get this project come together. And it's produced by written and produced by Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and a bunch of notable artists, Tim Bowman Jr., Kirk Franklin, Mary, Lecrae, Karen Clark Sheard, Fred Hammond, just to name a few. So you definitely want to go out and get that project come together. Let them know that WEHA, that we sent you, and we told you to get that project. I'm telling you, you'll be glad that you did. And as a matter of fact, I am going to go out with that song, Come Together, right after this. And then lastly but not least, we thank God for our guest, Dr. Robin Moore, for calling in and giving us some valuable tips on fitness, and particularly while so many people are sitting at home and they can't get around the way they normally would. Was a perfect time for her to give us some input. She is, among other things, an author, but she's also a fitness instructor too, and she was on her way to the Olympics, as a matter of fact. And but God worked it out, and thank God that she saw fit to even call us up and give us once again some valuable information on which we could use to kind of get off the couch and stop being couch potatoes. And it started with me, so because a brother been kind of sitting around and, licking his wounds and all of that. But God is good, and I'm just glad that God saw fit to restore my strength and renew my joy, and renew my strength and restore my joy and dry my weeping eyes. As the song say, take me back to the place where I first received you. And I'm extremely grateful to God, because he didn't have to do it, y'all, but he did, and I'm just glad about it. All right, then, so to the next time, I just want to leave you with this. Now may the grace of God and the sweet communion of the Holy Ghost rest, rule, and abide henceforth, now and forevermore. In Jesus' name we pray. Let every heart say amen. I am going to put this song that was written and produced by Rodney Jerkins, and it's called Come Together. So keep it locked, and you can keep it on all night. We're going to keep the music bumping for you in Jesus' name all night long. All right, here we go. Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and this is entitled Come Together right here. Thank you for your patience.
You listening? You gotta keep the faith, oh my. Oh, the hurt that hinders, it will fade away. Yes, it will now.
But I know someone who will come for you, and when your hope is gone, he will bring you through.
God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love and a sound mind. Come on.
Famine and diseases, yo, they plague our land today. Violence state is needless, 'cause there is so much hate.
There are many questions, that often take place,
Searching for an answer, but we must keep the faith,
But I know someone that will comfort you.
And when your hope is gone, he will see you through. We come together. Let's make a difference, y'all. I believe we can.
I believe we can,
Now, I don't know about you, but I believe in a God who could use this. I believe the children's still the future. I believe a God who renews us. I believe if he parted seas, this disease gotta bow to the ruler.
So many young constantly dying from the hand of disease, taking breath from their bodies alive. It's time to let them see, and we can make it if we can.
themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will forgive their sins and heal their land. For their young sister in South Africa, for their young brother in Nigeria, for my brothers and sisters in New York City, God is still in the healing business. Let's come together